Okay. Today is today's Cinco de Mayo. Today is May 5th, 1989. My name is Joe Todd, and this is an interview with Mr. Pete Shepard, and we're at the Oklahoma Historical Society. And you live in El Reno?
El Reno, Oklahoma.
And your last name is spelled S-H-E-P-H-E-R-D?
Right.
Okay. When's your birthday?
July 24, 1908.
And where were you born?
I was born on a bend of the Big Sioux River in a little town, Flandreau, South Dakota, north of Sioux Falls, about 42 miles.
How do you spell the name of the town?
Capital F L A N D R E A U.
Flandreau.
It has a French background. It was named after Judge Flandreau.
Judge Flandreau. Who was Judge Flandreau?
Well, he was one of the early day judges that landed in that area, and presumably he was pretty well liked because they named that town after him.
Mm-hmm. Who was your father?
William Shepard. He's a member of the Sisseton Wahpeton band of Sioux. They were relocated more or less in the northeast corner of South Dakota in Roberts County.
And your mother?
My mother was Minnie Lawrence Shepard.
And which band was she a member?
She was a member of the Santee Sioux.
So you're pure blood Sioux.
4/4 Sioux.
Now, I understand that you were raised by your grandparents?
That is right. My father died when I was into this world about 4 weeks, and he passed away, and I never did know him only by pictures and what my mother and my relatives tell me about him. Apparently he was a Christian man. He was a deacon in a Presbyterian church at Sisseton when he married my mother. And so I didn't visit his home area until I was probably 5 or 6 years of age. And at that time we visited all the areas. He left us some property up there.
Now, where are the Sisseton Wahpeton?
Sisseton,
Where were they from?
they're in the north, overlapping North and South Dakota in that corner area, possibly overlapping Minnesota a little bit too on a Big Stone Lake Traverse area.
What about the Santee?
Santee Sioux were their name originated from the southeast corner of South Dakota. There's a Santee, Nebraska just across from the South Dakota side, and there was a band of Indians there, and then there's a band of Yankton Sioux there too. Well, the Santee Sioux were removed north, and the removal of the Santee Sioux and moving north was probably instigated by two missionaries that settled in that area, John P. Williamson and Stephen R. Riggs, who more or less directed the plight of the Sioux in the eastern part of South Dakota.
Where did your grandparents live?
My grandparents originally came from Twin Cities area up on the Minnesota River. In fact, my mother was born in Bloomington. It's a suburb of Minneapolis on the Minnesota River. And I remember my mother was born there, and she went to school there in a little schoolhouse across the river. And she used to tell about being rowed across there to go to school. Of course, in wintertime they could cross on the ice after it was safe.
What were their names?
My grandfather's name was Charlie Lawrence, and my grandmother's name was Louisa Walker. That was her maiden name.
When did the Sioux begin taking the English names?
Possibly before my grandparents' marriage. They were married in Minnesota because I have their marriage license and so forth, and their names are all in English at that time. And then some of their relatives had English names, and there was maybe they were descendants of the French somewhere along the line, because a lot of my relatives over there had names that indicated there was a French connection somewhere, like Pons and St. Clair's and LaCroix and people with names like that, you know. And, so my grandmother was a Walker, and my grandfather tells me that at one time his name was spelled Lawrence, I think, or something like that. Had a French spelling. Lau, I think, is the way he spelled it. And then by the time on his marriage license, it was Lawrence. So somewhere along there, spelling of names and changed a little bit.
Did any of your family members keep the Native American name?
Yes. My grandfather's Indian name was Big Charlie.
Big Charlie. Did your grandmother have an Indian name?
My grandmother, I never did know what her Indian name was. And see, right during the formative years of my life, and period of time when I became interested in my background and their backgrounds, they both passed away. My grandfather and grandmother passed away within a short period of each other after being married 60 years or so. And when one left for the happy hunting ground, the other one just couldn't stay too long. And so I lost a lot of their history. See, my grandfather, I hit a blank wall as far as his early history is concerned. It started way back there in 1862 during the Minnesota uprising, as they say, Minnesota uprising, and I know that he was in his early teens, and he and his parents, when Lincoln ordered the army to round up the Indians because they said that they broke their treaty, and they were rounding him up, and my grandparents and his folks moved into Canada, stayed up there till everything calmed down in the area of Minnesota. And then he was 15 when he came back, and was there at the hanging of 38 Sioux chiefs in Mankato. And he tells me from there, my history was from mouth to ear process. My grandfather telling me about his young boyhood and how he was there at the Minnesota hangings, you know, the 38 Sioux chiefs, and he interpreted uh, what was said there. Through an interpreter, the army talked to the Sioux. They were all standing on a scaffolding, 38 of them, with ropes around their neck. And the interpreter for the army was quizzing the spokesman for the Sioux chiefs. And I remember this as clearly as he said that the army were asking questions. Why did you people break your treaty? And said, where did you think your heads would land by breaking your treaty? And so he said the chief answered, the spokesman for the 38 Sioux chiefs answered the army interpreter, and he said, we didn't, first of all, he said, we didn't break our treaty. He said, if we had broken our treaty, we would have run and you would never have caught us. We didn't run and you caught us, and here we are, 38 of us on a scaffolding, see? And we've never thought about where our heads would be. That thought never passed through our minds because we didn't break our treaty. But he said, if it's your wish that you want our heads, said just go ahead and take them. And he said shortly after that they pulled and they hanged 38 of them there at one time.
Why did they say the Indians had broken the treaty?
Well, Lincoln removed the Indians, this band, this people up there, and apparently there was opposition to the settlers coming in there, you know, just rushing west and so on. And they were pushing the Indians around here and there, you know, and killing them off and things like that. And so they resisted by burning out the settlers, you know, and there was infighting going on in close quarters. And he said that the government, the military, enforced these regulations on them, and they said, now, you'll be confined to a certain area here, and you're not to go out of bounds. You're not to go hunting, you're not to bother the settlers, and so on, and you live in this area, and we'll feed you, see. We'll give you rations and so on, and so you don't go hunting, and you don't bother people. So they were confined there, and Lincoln was concerned with the Civil War at that time. A lot of the money was being spent on the Civil War, and it was the fault of the government, so my grandfather says that concentrating on the Civil War efforts and all the funds going down there, they forgot to keep the houses, the ration houses that were feeding the Indians, supplied. And they were starving, they were hungry, and they need medical supplies and so forth, which they weren't getting. And so apparently two young scouts, moved into the outside the boundaries, and they were looking for food. They were contacting pioneers and settlers, and some were friendly and some were not. And they were going around trying to find something to eat for some of their immediate families and so forth. And they said apparently they stopped at a farmhouse, and they didn't know how to speak English too well, maybe a few words. And they went to the settler's home, and the lady of the house came to the door and noticed that there were two young Indians, and she wasn't afraid, but they were trying to make her understand that they wanted some food, and they wanted some eggs. And so in conversation, so they say that two young Indians conversed, and they said, she can't understand what we want, so why don't you go to that little house over there where the chickens are, and bring an egg and show it to this lady. Tell her this is what we want, and we can tell her as many as she can give us. So this young Indian scout went into the chicken house and upset a setting hen. And they all flew out of that chicken house. They cackled and they just flew all over. And this lady's husband was tilling the ground there, not too far from there. And he saw all this commotion, the chickens flying, and those two Indians up there on the front of his house and everything. And so the word has it that he pulled his gun off of his plow, came up and shot one of these young scouts. Shot him right on the spot. And the other one got away and ran to his people. And right then and there is where a young man by the name of Little Crow stepped into the picture, and he led the uprisings for killing that young Indian scout looking for food. They avenged that night led by Little Crow, a young group, burned out settlers, and they fought back. And that's what started the Minnesota Massacre. Lincoln says, well, all right, now they broke the treaty, we'll round them up. Well, Little Crow was considered a kind of a leader, a renegade leader, and he led these quick hits on settlers in that area after the killing of the scout. So that's probably where the Minnesota Massacre, and they ordered Lincoln, when he heard that, ordered the military to round them up, round up all Indians, and the chiefs never ran. Then it never. It was this event that set it off. So the chiefs didn't run; they just stayed there, and the military came in and rounded up all chiefs. They didn't run, and that's what happened. That's what led up to this hanging of the 38 Sioux chiefs. And there's a panoramic picture of that in the Mankato Museum. I saw it there. My wife and I went through on purpose to see if that picture was there, and we saw it in there.
What, that was 1862?
1862.
Could you relate some of the stories that your grandparents told you that you used to tell the kids here in the museum?
Yes. Since my grandfather was never directly involved in the background of the Minnesota uprisings and so forth, he was more or less a teenager when he came back from Canada with his parents, and then he and his parents apparently were settled there amongst a lot of Scandinavians and German people and French people that settled in that area. And to me, after he got married, somewhere along the line, they settled on a piece of property there, and he farmed, and they traded help. Because he used to tell me that they used to cut hay, and my granddad used to talk a little bit of French and a little bit of Scandinavian talk and Bohemian, and the people that he learned words from them. And in growing up, we'd sit at the table and he'd call for things on the table in French and different words that he learned from them. See, and he learned that up in Minnesota in his early day ventures into the farming, trying to help his people grow up. And he had a large family, and then his brother had a large family. And I guess his brother died early, and he took over his brother's children, and he raised 11 kids from his brother's group. And he said he was getting along fine there, working with the settlers that were there. They were all good to him, and they exchanged work and everything like that. And then later on, when there was more movement on the part of the settlers, and they were coming west and so forth, 25 Indian families settled in the area on east central, right next to Pipestone, Minnesota area, the quarry area. See, is sort of at the edge of the prairie, and that's where the missionaries came in. Stephen R. Riggs and John P. Williamson, Protestant missionaries. They brought the Protestant religion to that area, and they were instrumental in building a school or starting a school. And at first they called it Riggs Institute, after one of the missionaries, Stephen R. Riggs, and they called it Riggs Institute. And then of course they later changed it to Flanders Indian School. Well, John P. Williamson, the other missionary, and they both talk fluent Sioux tongue. And of course the Dakota Sioux over in the eastern part, the Santee Sioux, we talk with a D in our pronunciation of words. Now when we say where are you going in English, we say in Sioux, Dokia Da, with accent on a D. See, the Oglala Sioux out there in western, they talk with an L, and if they say where are you going, they say Dokia La, see, instead of Dokia Da. See, that's the difference in the various groups. Now the Sisseton group had different pronunciation for different words, you know, and the Cheyenne River Sioux and Rosebud Sioux, and their language and their words were a little bit different, just by groups.
How many different bands?
Well, there's 6.
6.
And presumably there were probably a smaller band that maybe disappeared, just like in other Indian groups. I'm thinking of one here in Oklahoma. When I check any list of tribes in the United States and so forth, I always look for the Piankashaws. And that, when I do the last of the Piankashaws, it was down to one family, and they lived in northeast corner. The reason I know that is one of my teammates came from Tulsa, Oklahoma, to Lawrence, Kansas to play football with us, and his dad was half German and his mother was Piankashaw. And he said, "No, we're the last family of the Piankashaws." They're a member of the Peoria tribe that floated from the Iroquois Nation in the west to the Great Lakes and eventually down in the northeast corner of Oklahoma. And so, tribes die out and different linguistic groups, they put a twist on there. The Osages are a member of the the Siouan group. And in listening to the Osage talk, some of their words are fairly familiar to my way of talking the Santu Sioux language.
Are there any of the Piankashaw left, that family?
Just the Bernards. Charles Bernard. In fact, we talked about him this morning. He lives down in Dallas area. See, when we played football together up in Kansas, we all scattered later on, and he got his electrical engineering degree from Texas Tech, and he stayed in that field, and then he's kind of in semi-retirement, and he lives down in Dallas right now. He's a very good friend of mine, and to my knowledge, he is probably the last of the Piankashaw tribe. See, one time there was a Japanese professor, anthropologist, came to Kansas University, and he used to come out and visit with me, and we used to talk about his background and my background. And the people from out of the United States, away from the North American continent, possibly are more interested in the American Indian than because I met Dr. Gottfried Holtz, curator of the Zurich, Switzerland Museum. He came over here on a sabbatical for 6 months, and he came to see me in El Reno through a friend of mine. They called me, and I furnished him a map of the United States where all the tribes are located, and together we routed them. He and Martha, his wife, came, and they went to the Navajo tribe, the largest reservation, then they went west to California and up the coastline, and then came through Montana and the Dakotas and back through here. And by the time he got back here, he had enough notes and enough order about his notes and everything that he submitted these, and it came out as a book at the Oklahoma University Press, and I have a copy of his book and then he went back to Switzerland. Well, my feelings about the people from Germany and from Japan and Korea, places like that, I've had close connections with them, and they've made a study of the American Indian where it'll put some of our local people to shame on how they go about it, Now, at Kansas University, he was a professor, and he said, "Hey, I've compiled on the North American continent where all the reservations, all the tribes, and so forth." He said, "Could you look this over?" I said, "Well, I really don't know enough about it myself to," but I said, "Only I can look for anything that's closely connected to me." And I said, I have a very close friend. He tells me they're the last of the Piankashaws, so that's who I look for on every map that I see, the listings of American Indians. And so the Piankashaws, I looked at that, and they're an offshoot of the Iroquois Nation, and they on their westward venture, and I said they came from the Great Lakes down into the Oklahoma areas, and they settled in the northeast corner of Oklahoma, in the Miami, Oklahoma area, and where the Quapaws and other tribes had settled, and Sac and Fox, maybe a few of them, and but they were, to me, I know Charles Bernard, and he is probably one of the last, the Piankashaws.
Now, are they part of the Sioux, the Piankashaw Sioux?
No,
No,
they're Peoria group,
They're Peoria,
from
okay.
the Iroquois Nation,
Okay.
from the east. There's a lot of offshoots from there, and they've been moved west to in through the states like Ohio and Indiana and Illinois. And the westward movement of the early settlers pushed the Indians to different locales, and they even split, say, the Cherokees. Now we have the Oklahoma Cherokee, and we have the Cherokee, North Carolina Cherokees there. See, they've been split up. Some of them stayed out there, and some of them came to Oklahoma. So the Indians were nomadic in the way they lived and the way they hunted and everything. And then some of the movement of different tribes, not from the Indian hunting, going to the hunting grounds and the living winter quarters and things like that, but the early settlers coming in had pushed the Indian to places maybe where they didn't want to go, see, where the hunting was poor, or where the land was poor, and so forth. But I still say that maybe the Great Spirit took care of the Indian people in many ways. And I'm thinking of the Mission tribe, part of the Mission tribe down in California, around Palm Springs. The Agua Caliente Indians, whom I'm pretty well acquainted with, in a sense. They're a part of the Mission group, and they were put in that area, in a semi-arid piece of ground that was very undesirable by anybody else. And the government put the Mission group, Agua Caliente Indians, in that area. And I say the Great Spirit looks after people. They settled in that area, and the story of the background of Palm Springs is that there was an old Indian that had arthritis, could hardly walk and so forth, and he didn't have anything else to do, but he was walking around out there in the desert, and he found a so-called spring, a hot spring somewhere in that desert area, and he got into this water, and when he sat in that water, in that warm water, his aches and pains went away, see. So every day he'd return there and take a bath in that mineral water, or spirit water as they call it, and his aches and pains is good for arthritis, see. Well, word spread amongst the Indians that what he discovered. And so at that time, again, the people, the wealthy people from the coast, want to get away from, come inward. And so they were looking for places to expand. And it seems that the money people were looking for a desert resort. And they picked out a spot, Palm Springs. But the Mission Indians were there, and they wanted to get the Mission Indians to sell to them, and they wanted to buy them out, because it was a desert oasis, good for golf and good for living and that type of thing. But there was one lady, when I was out there in 1960, I was traveling for Kansas University, Kansas Governor George L. Docking, and they had what they call a Governor's Interstate Indian Council meeting. The annual meeting was at Palm Springs. And so I got the inside at that time of how Palm Springs started. See. This lady was farsighted enough to tell her people, we're not going to sell. They put us out here in this semi-arid desert, you know, to, you know, well, maybe for a quick extinction of our group, and said, we existed. We existed what we found here, see. The desert produced fruits like dates, and we had this mineral water thing, you know, and said, we learned to live out here. And then these people with money would come out here and they want to buy us out, see. And she said, we're not going to sell. And so they didn't sell. What she did was smart. She was smart enough to lead her group to leasing this area that they wanted. Now, Palm Springs, in 1960, when I was out there, they were leasing to Fifth Avenue shops from New York and all these high-powered money ventures that they had in New York and the West Coast and so forth. They were all moving to Palm Springs. And they were paying right on the nose with lots of money to live there and exist there and have businesses there. And the Agua Caliente Indians reaped the harvest there. See. And at the time when I was there, my buddy was from, he was a commissioner of Indian Affairs. Even, they had a commissioner of Indian Affairs with the Seminole tribe down the Everglades. They had never signed a treaty with the government, see. And, but they had their own commissioner down there. And he worked with Johnny Osceola. He was chief at the time. See, they never were, those people got in the Everglades and they never did come to terms with the United States, and they told the United States to leave hands off of us and so on, and they existed there, see. Well, this commissioner came up there. He was more or less my age. That's the reason we went to a nightclub one night, and we saw all these Agua Caliente Indian ladies coming in there with, oh, you might say jewels, just sparkling and expensive clothes. They were coming to the nightclub, and all their money was derived from the rich people that want to play golf on the desert and so on. And the lady that was responsible for this had a mansion right up there on the cliff, see. And we had Will Rogers Jr. come to be one of our speakers at that place. And then the Agua Calientians, our group that were attending a big meeting there at the Governor's Interstate Indian County, we were treated royally there. They'd take us out in the desert and they'd feed us breakfast and so on. So I got in on it, and so from then on I said that the Great Spirit looks after the Indian. It's just similar to the Osage. They put them in the Red Hills, and they hit oil, see. And then they put Indians up there in the northeast U.S., and they developed the fishing industry and so forth. And every place, you see, the Indian is closer to nature, see? And they can exist and live any place with what they can find, see. You take today's society, put them out there in the desert, put them out there in the forest and so forth, and they'll all die out. They don't know how they exist, see. So the foreign people, the Koreans and Taiwanians and the Filipinos and the Germans and the Swedes and the French and the Italians all know that and they respect the Indians for their background and how they lived and learned, see. And so I learned most of this background, how to look forward, how to exist, and so forth from my grandparents. Uh, and my mother, and they gave me a pretty good start. And for a while there, I was just like a lot of the young Indians who were lost that went to the white man's colleges and so forth. And they studied to be in a business world. A lot of them found it, maybe it was ill-advised, or maybe they weren't suited to fit into uh, another culture to carry on their business, and those became hardships for the American Indians. They were qualified to do this and do that and so forth, but the social winds sometimes eliminated the Indian from progressing in other white man's pursuits.
The different clans or the different groups in the Sioux, do they have like an animal, like you have the Turkey clan or the Wolf clan?
Oh yes, oh yes. Most Indian tribes have different clans, and some Indians are more prone to be that way. Maybe the larger groups, not like the Cheyenne Rapahoes, they have different clans. And the Navajo Nation, they have different clans, see. And the Sioux, and I don't know too much about the Iroquois Nation because they've been so divided up that all their influences from the early days, you know, have been rubbed out, faded away, and so on. So some of the Indians probably are not connected to their culture as closely as some of the larger tribes that are still hanging together, see.
And the Santee, do they have an animal that they use?
Oh yeah, they have you know, like the Bear Clan, the Deer Clan, and
so the Santee is considered what clan do they have?
well, the Santee Sioux, you see, in my area there, see, there are 25 Indian families that were moved into that non-reservation settlement north of Sioux Falls there on the Big Sioux River. And we were just like pioneers. My grandparents, they acquired, I guess they got somewhere around 40 acres, I think, something like that. 25 different Indian groups, and I think the missionaries had something to do with that settlement there, because 25 families moved into that area, and we still exist there, see. We lived off and we farmed, and we raised our own crops, and we had our own church and things like that. And as I say, my group never did practice too much. Now we had maybe one annual dance, and maybe we'd go to Sis, and they had their, just like in Oklahoma here, you know, the Cheyenne Rapahoes have their dances at Canton, and sometimes they go to their Sundance up in Wyoming. Sometimes they go to South Dakota for their Sundance ceremonies to be inducted and so on. But you see, we're so crowded now that we're really not in one area to practice our cultural backgrounds in many respects. See, we have to go off to another area to maybe participate in the Sundance or the ceremony here, you know, and so on. So my Santee Sioux, we're a small group there, and we run our own business, and we have our own tribal leadership there, and they're doing, and a lot of our young students are university college graduates. They've ventured out, and possibly there was only less than 600 on our tribal rolls there now.
What's the origin of the Sioux? Do you have a creation story?
Oh yes, we just like anybody else, I'm in Oklahoma now, but I hear stories that the Kiowas and the Comanches, they all have their creation stories, and the Sioux have their own creation stories. In my particular tribe is probably an outgrowth of all Indians believe in the Great Spirit, the Creator, uh, white man's God. See, they created. Somebody had to create all what we have. See, the colors of the flowers and the way the animals react to where they are, and somebody had to create all these things. And the Indian strongly believes in the Great Spirit, and they say the Santee Sioux and the Sioux were created by the Great Spirit. And they say that the red man was put on this earth. The Great Spirit brought him here, and he gave him instructions. And through the peace pipe, for instance, the sacred ground, the red stone and the red soil, and from where the Indians came, they say that the Great Spirit is not only created the growth of medicines, and flowers, foods, and everything. They say that they created different people and put them here on earth. And the Sioux say that the Great Spirit, in his presentation, told what Indians were here that they were created by the Great Spirit. See? The white man talks about God over there, and we celebrate Christmas, so on and so forth. So the white man was created back in there, and they believed that the Christian religion and so forth. But what the Indian couldn't see was they came over for religious freedom to worship as they please. And the old Indians used to say, oh, why are they still fighting over there? The Protestants and the Catholics are still fighting over there. And they want to convert us to their religion. Said, and then there's all different kinds of religions coming in. Some wear black, some wear white, and so on. Well, today's young Indians can't understand it either, because we have so many denominations. They say this is the way to live. This is where we were created. Everybody has a creation story. Not only Indians, but non-Indians. See, the people from the old country in China and India and closer, they all have their own Africa.
Did your grandparents tell you where the Creator put the first Sioux?
No, you see, you've got to go back to the nomadic. Indians were moved about, and they say, he said that the Sioux people were located in the east, northeast corner. And you see, when you talk about the origin of the American Indian, I believe in this, the spotted corn, the squaw corn that came from the east, from the south, Central America into Mexico, and then it spread with the Navajo and the Pueblo into the New Mexico and Arizona area, and they had the spotted corn, and the corn went came into the United States, and it went on the Atlantic seaboard and came out through the Iroquois Nation and through the Great Lakes, and my people, my Sioux people, had the spotted corn up there when they came out there in the prairie, see, right at the edge of the prairie and the hunting ground, see. They had it. So you really can't pinpoint where where this group was created, or this group was created. Uh, Movement of the world, movement of the, and sometimes maybe in the next world, maybe in outer space, if they find a place for people to live, they're going to be talking about where did you come from, see, and so on. So the Indian movement is, you can't pin it down to certain areas because we were nomadic, see. And wherever we were created, we studied and used what we needed, see. This is illustrated by a story that tells about the Iroquois nation. Now, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, and a lot of these early day politicians and so forth that had something to do with the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, they all readily admitted that they lifted their ideas for government, the way to operate as a group, from the Iroquois nation. And Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson, they readily admitted that they had lifted some of the ideas from the Iroquois nation for their Bill of Rights and the Constitution and things like this. And so at one time, the early schools, universities in Virginia and so forth, the word has it that president of one of these large universities went to some of the chiefs of the Iroquois nation there somewhere and said, if you would permit us to pick out 10 of your most promising young Indians, pick out 10 of your most promising and send them to our universities, and we'll teach them. We'll give them instructions and so on and so forth. So with that agreement, they sent them to 10 of them from the Iroquois nation to a white man's university. And they stayed there for a length of time and so forth, and then they declared that they were ready to go back. They were ready to go back and live with their people and so forth. And they found out that while they were attending the white man's university, they had forgotten how to live as an Indian out there. And when they went back with their white man's education, they said they were neither fit to live like Indians because they had forgotten how to hunt, how to exist from roots and herbs and all of the things that nature provided that they grew up with. They had forgotten that. And so when they had the white man's education, they went back there, and so the chiefs in turn, they said, all right, now, in your university or in your culture, send us 10 of your best and send them out here to the Indian nation. See? And we'll train them. We'll train them to live out here, how to exist. See? They sent them, they said, we'll send them out here because they didn't follow up on it, but they say that the non-Indians didn't want to go out there and live like Indians, see. And the chiefs said that we sent you 10 of our best. They came back almost worthless to live like we live, see. They didn't know how to exist. Now if you send 10 of yours out here, we'll train them to exist anywhere, see. We'll train them to live off the soil, off the rivers, off the trees, off the berries, and we'll show them how to exist out here, see. We'll train them for life. But vice versa, you lose a lot of things.
Childhood stories.
Childhood stories, I have so many that I don't know where to start, but I'm going to tell you about the most impressive story. Of course, early in life, I used to ride across there with my granddad to the quarry. And I have pictures of some of the tents and some of the people that were living there in just wild country there around the quarry. And apparently this is where they The stories that I gathered from my grandparents was that uh, the Indian, our group people were settled in that area. They didn't tell me where they came from, only that my grandparents and my mother was born up in Minnesota, and my early beginnings probably started from there. See, my understanding of where I came from and so on came from over there. See, and we lived there, and then my first journey to the quarry was my granddad telling me that the Great Spirit had produced things out of the ground that he put them here for people to use. Now this is, he created everything that came out of there. So out of this quarry came the red stone. See?
Why is that stone sacred? Or why is it special?
It's just like anything that the Great Spirit or God produces. Why did he put color in flowers? I don't know how he put color in pretty flowers. Somebody had to create those things. And the Indian stories, you know, their existence sometimes is maybe like the Indians today. I mean, the people today, you know, they're all wanting to know, where did you come from, or what's your background, so forth. And you go back so far, and then you hit a blank wall. Well, the Indians have been moved about so much that really it's just like the sands of time and the wind and everything rubs out your footprints. And so the Indians, their existence, their coming into this world maybe is short-lived, see. And my people say that the Great Spirit put them there in that prairie area. And they said he produced this red stone. Somewhere it had to, you see, the peace pipe, the ceremonial pipe had to be, the making of that pipe, the smoking of the pipe had to exist 300 years, probably longer. And so the use of the stone, and then education in our years on earth, we hear our existence started from here, see. And our Santee Sioux tribe says that we started here because the Great Spirit brought this red stone, and out of this we made the peace pipe. And they said that when the peace pipe, the ceremonial pipe was presented, it was presented to a group of Indians that were living here, and I said they were beginning to fight, and they were beginning to have difficulties, boundaries, and hunting rights, and so on. And that's where the story starts about the sacred stone. They said out of this, he created, out of this red stone, he created a pipe. And he put ceremonial tobacco in it. See? And before he did that, why, he sent word out. I'm sure it wasn't AT&T or Southwestern Bell or anything like that, see. But they say, my people say that he sent word to his Indian people because he created us all, see. And put us here. They said he gave us certain instructions to live by. And said the Indians were fighting over boundaries and hunting areas and with each other. There was so much bloodshed that the Great Spirit, now this is where I came into the world, the Great Spirit said they called the Indians together. And on a day that he called them together for a meeting, he said he gave them instructions to leave all tomahawks, war hatchets, bow and arrows, knives, anything of that nature, weapons, to leave them where they came from and come to this meeting with open hands and without weapons, So the word goes to my Sioux people. And so the day of the meeting, they gathered there at the edge of the prairie. And they said that they were there. Nobody brought bows and arrows, knives, tomahawks, war hatchets, nothing of that type of thing, you know, warfare. So they said that they were all about ready to disband. The Great Spirit called a meeting, and they were ready to disband. And then pretty soon a cloud appeared in the sky. It came right over where they were meeting, and it settled right in where they were meeting, right in the middle. And when the cloud lifted, like an elevator, there stood the Great Spirit in white buckskin. So the story has it. There he stood, and he said that he had called a meeting. He said, you know, I came here to talk to you, my people, is what they Sioux say. That I put you here on earth, the red man. I put you here where this quarry is and so on. I created you and put you here. And but you've fought, you've disagreed, and there's bloodshed. And said, I have in my hand here something that I'm going to show you. With that, he pulled out this little red clay pipe. See, at one time, this pipestone, or catalanite, as geologists call it, was clay at one time. It was between two quartz layers. It just juts out of the ground there, see. I saw this in the early stages when they had probably only one hole in the ground. See, now they've got 4 or 5. And but said that in my hand I have something here, and said I put you here to get along with each other. See, now this is where the peace and the olive branch comes on your Oklahoma flag. See, they're symbols of peace, and the peace pipe came into the fold there. And the Great Spirit told his people, he said, I put you here. He said, there's nothing but bloodshed. You haven't gotten along. He said, I'm going to give you this. And said, it's a peace pipe. Says, this is to symbolize that the gift from the Great Spirit, my gift to you, is that when you put the ceremonial tobacco in here, and you blow it to the east, and you blow it to the south, and the west, and the north, it signifies that wherever the smoke goes, peace shall reign. See? That's the story behind the peace pipe. And so they truly believe that. And now, even today, tribes in Canada, who may be part Sioux, they use a peace pipe in their ceremonies. Rather than use take things to court to decide, or things to like getting things notarized and so forth, the Indians, when they have problems, they call a meeting, they sit down, and they put ceremonial tobacco in and they pass it around. See? This is Indians' way of settling vital issues, and they reach agreements and so forth without warfare, with the use of the symbol of peace, the peace pipe. And so the peace pipe came from the quarry through other hands of other tribes and so forth. Every group uses it for their ceremonies. And it came down to Oklahoma. The trail led into Oklahoma, and when the state of Oklahoma, the territory became a state, And they started to decide on what to use as their state flag. Up comes the symbol of peace, the peace pipe and the olive branch, white man's symbol of peace. And they cross on the Oklahoma flag. So that, so that you asked about the creation of the Sioux. All we know is that the Great Spirit put us in the North Country somewhere. And we moved about to the hunting areas and to where we can get medicine and to where we can do this the best and where the best water is, where the best camping grounds are. And he moved us out and about. And you see, the Indian has lost all that in the movement of another culture. And then several cultures. My grandfather used to say, they're all telling us how to praise the Great Spirit. The Great Spirit to us became a Protestant, a Presbyterian. My grandparents were Presbyterian, see, but they came out of an Episcopal background up in Minnesota. That's all I know. And so other types of deals coming in. Now you have your TV evangelists, and you know what that led us to. And then you know what the local folks brought us, you know. And even to this day here, you know, you know, the TV evangelists are not preaching they're not talking about the Great Spirit and the sincerity of our beliefs and so forth. The dollar signs are behind every move that they make. So you see, we Indians sit back and we look back at what our grandparents tell us. They're going to come over here and pray like they want to, and they're going to convert like they want to, and so on and so forth. But they go right back to the Great Spirit and say, the Creator created everything, and we live in it. He told us how to live, and white man tried to get away from us existing, see. The bare roots existence that we had, you know, it may be crude, maybe so on, but I think eventually we, well.
Do you have a wolf story?
A wolf?
Yes.
Well, I have a turtle story which is very instrumental in my growing up. It's been not only the peace pipe as a guiding thing in my life. My grandmother at nighttime would sit doing her beading or sewing or something under a coal oil lamp. My brother and I would be there. My grandfather would be sitting in a chair. And the story that I tell kids today, I got several letters at my house right now that I told this turtle story. And I said, you know, my grandmother told me this story early in life that I've never forgotten. And I said, all other animals are fitted into this story. You asked about the wolf. Now, it'll come into the picture here in this turtle story. But you know, my grandmother used to say, you know, this little terrapin, the little turtle, or whatever you want to call it, said, you know, the Great Spirit created that little creature. And says, you know, grandson, when you grew up, said, I want you to remember this, that little terrapin, that little creature, has many, many fine characteristics. A lot of things about that little creature that you should remember. Said, you know, they created this little creature. You know what that little creature does? Said, you just mark my word. Said, in the morning, his little legs come out, and his head comes out, and he has a goal set for the day. He's going over there. And says there's a lot of fine characteristics about this little creature. Says he's slow for sure, but he's brave. And the best part of it, he sets his goal. He wants to go over there. See? So out comes his feet, his legs, and his head, and he starts slowly. But you know, grandson says that little creature's brave. And the Great Spirit helped him be brave. Said, put a cover on his back. Protect him. So when the wolf comes in front of him, the coyote comes in front of him, the bear comes in front of him, said he pulls his head in, his feet in there, till danger passes. They said, then out will come his head up, and he'll continue towards his goal. And so, said, you could be like that, see. You may be slow, or you may be fast, whichever. But said, the thing that will protect you is your knowledge of how to exist. Stay away from danger, see. And you go and eventually find your, reach your goal and makes everybody happy, see. But said, the Great Spirit puts everything on earth and creates it for its protection, like colors in animals, so they can hide. The turtle gives them a cover, and later on, you see, we live, in a sense, from what nature provides. You in the military, you got army tanks, camouflage. You got army tanks, the turtle shell. In the fall of the year, nighttime, lights on, football games, you watch these cobwebs flying by, see. There's a little spider migrating, see, moving. And said, man saw that, so he comes out of the parachute, see, so he can come to the earth, flies through the air and comes down. So everything nature has, like the birds that build several slots in Central America, white man has saw this little bird in his building, so he comes up with apartment houses, see, puts people together, and so on. The electric eel. Benjamin Franklin, you know, he got electricity from different sources. And the Creator, the Great Spirit, has put everything in there. The Indians got their ideas from medicine from nature. And the story that I hear, these are stories that I heard on a trap line with my grandfather. I was just a kid, and he used to set out traps along the Big Sioux River. Early in the morning, he'd go pull up his traps, get mink and muskrat and so on and so forth. And we use a lot of this for food, and then we use the muskrat for food. And you know, then when we say, you know, animals, now these were pure. They weren't. The rivers weren't contaminated back in those days as much as they are today. So the Indian has existed, and you talk about the different animals and the different so on, but stories go into this thing about how Indian people can convert themselves into animals, birds. You talked about, or asked me about a wolf a while ago. Now, where did you think they got that idea? They take a wolf hide, or deer hide, or whatever it might be, and put it over them to sneak up on other animals, see. And so in many respects, the wolf was a friend. See. They used him to, so the buffalo and so forth wouldn't suspect that there was a human being under there coming close to them and so forth. And so vice versa. The dangerous type animal or so forth becomes friend to man. And it's intermingling any way you look at it.
How did the Indians look upon the Presbyterian ministers, missionaries that first came among the Indians?
Well, the Presbyterian ministers, I think they're, that's all I know, is more or less. And I rubbed elbows with maybe the Episcopals a little bit, because we had a local Episcopal group there. And then, like they say in the area of South Dakota, they said that when the missionaries early decided that the Presbyterians were going to, the Protestants were going to take the eastern South Dakota, and the Catholics were going to take a certain area of South Dakota, and they're going to put the Episcopals in certain areas of South Dakota. And they, like pioneers, would go into that area, you know, and try to get conversions to their different groups. So that's how the missions operated up there in the early territories, where the missionaries came in to spread the good word. And some of the Indians, you know, talked it over and said, well, this is kind of like the Great Spirit. Maybe this is Great Spirit comes to us in many different forms. See? It may come from its influence from the nature, or it may come from the forest, may come from the waters. But there's an inspiration that comes from nature, anything that we get. See? And the Indian attributes that to the Great Spirit. Mm-hmm. See? Now, people today, maybe they have a different vision. Maybe their peripheral vision is very narrow. See? It's not wide open. You talk about the wide open spaces, there's a lot out there, see, that you can learn from.
Do a lot of the Indians still go with the traditional medicines as opposed to the white man's medicine?
There's some medicines that they still use, but I'm going to inject here that again, nature had it first. Everything the white man puts on the pharmacy counter today comes from nature. My grandparents, you know, the occasion brings different stories out. Now, you asked me a while ago about the wolf and so on, and there's a lot of stories that come out about the wild animals being trapped and so on. But they say that the question now is medicine. One specific citation that I can make is in white man's word, it's called sweet flag. Now that's the early citation for this root that they get, and the Indian learned that from a muskrat. So my grandfather says that the muskrat, you think of his slick tail and so forth, and you begin to think about the New York rats, you know, that infest big apartment houses and so on. But this muskrat lives in water, and he's got a clean diet. He doesn't eat foods that are, he eats roots most of the time. And so the muskrat, they said at one time, when he gets sick, he comes to the, on shore, on dry land, and he chews something. He just works at it and so forth. And he'll sit there and then he'll throw up. He'll regurgitate his food and so forth. Now that's the way some people reduce now, regurgitate their food and they put it in there and then they bring it out again. Well, the muskrat was doing that. And my grandfather said, when that muskrat turned around and left, he left some roots there. And they took that, and they tasted what it was like, and it was kind of a bitter root. See? And so the Indian took that. This is just like they learned from Mother Nature, what roots are, and where the berries come from, what to do with this bark, and what to do with the oxidation between rocks, and all this kind of stuff. See, they made a study of nature. So they said that this bitter root in Sioux, Singpei is muskrat, woyete. This is the muskrat food, they call it. It was medicine for the muskrat. He was chewing this and making himself throw up and regurgitate. The Indian took that, and they found out it was bitter and so forth. And the old medicine man, I knew of only one medicine man that came into our home, and Itesankiri. He's kind of light complexion, Indian, tall, always walked with his hands in back, had long hair, braided hair. He was a good friend of my grandparents. They came from Minnesota. He used to come over and visit. And this is my experience with an Indian medicine man. He never carried his medicine bag with him. He has it somewhere, see. But before he comes to the house, he hides it somewhere, over the hill, somewhere. He leaves it there and he comes. And if he's going to make a diagnosis of a patient, he looks the patient over and tells him how to prepare different things, you know, like warm water, clean cloth, and things like that, you know, and tells him what he wants. Then he goes over the hill and he gets a little package of different roots, herbs, and what have you. And this is where my grandfather said that they learned from that lowly creature, the muskrat. It was a bitter root. They found out that they'd chew that, see, and swallow that bitter juice of that, cleared your throat and opened up your breathing passage. And so they made a tea out of that, see. I remember my grandmother used to put it in cotton, little cloth, and tie it together and boil it in water, see. Boil that in water, and you take that like tea, see. Like some of this exotic teas that you get, you know. You drink that sweet flag, Singpeto. You drink that and it clears your throat. Sometimes it makes you break out in sweat, and that's what my grandmother. And when I say this to my grandkids, they don't understand it until I explain to them that you take this, you take you know, your white man's medicine. Well, ours was kind of in raw form. We take skunk oil, for instance. They render skunk oil and so forth. When you think of today, when we think of skunk, we think of that odor right quick, you know. Well, when you render that the skunk, they treat it and so on. Do you know, I can cite this. They'd put it in little jars. When people were dying, this is my boyhood days. Influenza, the flu epidemic way back there, First World War and so forth. There was a German man running, Mr. Risch, German man and his wife and his boy and daughter. They lived there and run a bakery, see. Everybody was down with the flu, dying and burying people. And my granddad and I went to town. I was a little guy. And Mr. Risch was the only baker in town, see. So he had the only bakery in town, and people were all down. They were depending on food and everything. And he came to Big Charlie, my granddad. He said, "Charlie, how's your family?" Said, "Are they sick?" He said, "No, they're not sick. We live down on the river." He said, "What?" He said, "My wife and the 2 kids are upstairs. I don't know how long they'll be alive." And he says, "I'm trying to bake bread and so forth, keep this town being without bread." And said, "Could you do something?" "What are you doing?" I said, "Well," he said, "we just have our own medicine, skunk oil, and you take that skunk oil, rub it on your chest and around the back, and put a warm cloth on there, you know, and tie it up here, you know, and then they take this sweet flag, as we call it, bitter root, and kind of a lot like a hot tea and so forth, and then they take even some of this skunk oil, you know, and she'll make, my grandmother would make a quill deal, put little feathers on it, you know, I mean, leave the end on there, and then she'll dip it in this skunk oil. It doesn't smell like a skunk you'd smell out in the road, see. It's just like lard or vegetable oil or something like that. But they take that twill and put it in there, and they'll swab your throat with it. They just twist it around in there, down your throat, and same way with your nose and so forth. And a lot of the Indian families came through without any ill effects from the influenza, and people were dying, you know, choking out and so on. So nature provides medicine in its raw form. Probably is better than going out here at Walmart and buying something over the counter that you don't know anything about.
It's called sweet flag. That's what the white man calls it.
Yeah, that's what white men call it, sweet flag.
We haven't even got to your Anadarko experiences yet.
Well, if we're running out of time, I can come back again sometime.
I've heard also Indians talk about the Great Mystery. What is the Great Mystery opposed to the Great Spirit?
Same.
Same thing?
Now even white man talks about something happening mysteriously, you know. Someone responsible for the mystery of something that happens, you know. And so, call it what we want to. We call it the Great Spirit, or we call it the devil, or we call it old Swaggerty, or Oral Roberts, or whatever we want to call it. See? And they all have their versions of how we should live and how we should turn to the next page of life.
Where did you begin school?
At Flandreau.
It's the
Flandreau Indian School. There was an Indian school there. There was Riggs Institute. And they had a so-called kindergarten, which wasn't thought of at that time, but the preschool type setup. And my grandparents were up in years, you know, and I guess they had canning, they had lots of things to do. And I was a little guy, and they did the best they could with me, you know, and mother had to work and so on. So I was there, and I guess as soon as they found time that I could walk and run on my own, and they put me in the school. And Andrew Weston, and he's still alive. Leah Robb, she's dead and gone. Pretty little Indian girl, and me. The three of us started in what they call preschool setup, see. And they didn't have very many educational materials, so to speak. They just had basic things, you know, like colors and maybe blocks and books and paper. So this is what they gave us, an object lesson. I guess a little red table, 3 little red chairs. We were sitting over there in the corner. Ms. Jones, bless her heart, she'd come over there and she'd say, well, now, we don't want you to talk Sioux. We don't want you to talk your native tongues. This is one of the instructions I remember. Don't talk Sioux. You're here to learn to talk English. Become civilized. Anyway, so they said, this is a book, this is a block, this is red, this is paper, this is pencils. So you sit there and you pronounce these things. Just say these things. And then she turned around and teach the first grade, the second grade. They're all in the same room. So while she's doing that, well, we did what we were told to do. Talk. So I said, this is red, this is pencil, this is paper, this is block, you know. And I guess I was too loud. See, I tell people that white man's education at the beginning was confusing to me. She tells me to talk English. Don't talk Sioux. Talk loud. Which I was doing, following orders. Then she comes back and cracks me across the back, you know, to get my attention that I'm talking too loud. Keep still. And I said, then not only that, but she'll take a piece of paper, put paste or something on the end, you know, glue or whatever, and put it over my mouth, and there I'd sit, you know. That's to remind me that I shouldn't talk, to keep still and sit there and stare into space. And I said when I was doing that, first, second graders, they all looked like full-grown people. They'd look at me and they'd laugh, see. And the only defense I had was when they'd laugh at me with my mouth taped up there, that I would wet that paper with my tongue till it got soft. Then when the big girls and big boys look at me and laugh, make fun of me, well, I'd punch a hole in that paper, that soft paper, with my tongue, and I'd stick my tongue at them, see. That was my retaliation for them looking at me, and then I had my mouth taped, see. So I tell people that from the beginning, they tell me to do something in their teaching in English and what to do in school and so on and so forth. And then they come back and they don't want me to do what I already know, see. Talk Sioux. Do things that I learned from babyhood, see. So people in the crossroads situation like myself, you know, we hit roadblocks in our studies and so forth. We can do this, we can't do that. Today we have same roadblocks. You do something wrong, you take you to this court, that court. Then you go to another court and get out of it. And, you know, so our education hits all kinds of roadblocks, and there's ways to get around it, there's ways to escape, there's ways to do this, and there's ways to do a lot of bad things and get away with it in this world that we live in today.
Was Flandreau, was it a boarding school?
Boarding school, right. They came from all the reservations on western South Dakota. They came from Pine Ridge, they came from Cheyenne River, they came from Rosebud, and they came from Yankton, Sioux country, and they came from Siston Sioux groups, and, you know, just all over the state of the United South Dakota.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they were.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello. I guess they were, you know, they're in all this involvement in so-called life, that everything is crossroads. In universities today, some teach this way, and in religion some say this is the way to go. So in my lifetime, now like we lived through certain economic conditions, like I've lived through two real depressions, the Dust Bowl era and 1929 depression period, and then we'll go through another period here. And you see, people are growing so fast, population. There's an influx of people who come from other countries, and they create social problems in this area, see, in the United States. We have so many people. And then the influx of the automobile and the automation and everything, we pollute the air, see. And we can't, the Indians can't, I hear so many of them, well, we used to go out hunting and get pheasants and ducks and fish and so forth. And we could eat these without giving it a second thought. Today you can't do that, see. Your birds, your pheasants and everything are full of stuff that they put on crops and so on. Even the food we get off of the grocery shelves are somehow are not treated right, and and then in return, we don't know what causes some of the sickness we have. They don't have answers for a lot of sickness. Now, my wife right now is in a nursing home. She's been in a nursing home with Alzheimer's. They say the problem is in the 23rd chromosome or something in your brain. See, that's and it's caused from this and caused from that. They haven't found an answer. Lou Gehrig's disease. They haven't found an answer for that, and they haven't found a lot of answers. Well, the old Indian would say that it's what we ate and how we live and so forth has created the human problem, see. We had health foods and so forth. Now, my youngest daughter talked to me last night. She just returned from exercise class. And I said, well, daughter, I said, you watch your health now. I said, yeah, I said, that's what's wrong with people today. They don't watch what they eat, so on, the fattening foods and so forth. And then we eat a lot of fattening foods, then we just pay somebody money to take the weight off, and then we go to the doctor and we want fat cut off of the body, and I said, that's not the way to live. I said, I think what you need to do is exercise properly and so on. I said, maybe I'm living before my time, but I said up in the early 30s, I sat with my fat boys. They were all 12 to 14 year age group. After we ate there, I said they were all stripped down in the private boys camp, and their rolls hanging over their belts and everything. And I sat there and looked at these boys. There's a private boys camp. There's a lot of money behind it. See, these kids come from St. Louis, Chicago, and big metropolitan areas in which their money was no item. See, and they had chauffeurs and they had people like that. And all they do is go down and get a soda in the corner, and they eat chocolate bars, and they don't watch what they eat. And I said, I sat there one day, and I said, you boys, age 12 to 14, I said, you're carrying too much weight. Someday you'll be wanting to play football or basketball or tennis, or you want to do something. And I said, your physical being won't permit you to do it. See? And eating all that chocolate, eating all this kind of thing, I said, it's putting pounds on you and so forth. And I said, I've been thinking about it. I said, if you agree, I'm going to write to your parents and I'm going to tell them that I'm going to try to take some weight off of you. And I said, I'm going to see Dr. Stahl, camp doctor. And I said, I'm going to talk to him what I have in mind. See? And we had a lot of professional athletes on the counseling staff there at the camps, private boys camp.
Where was this camp?
Camp Nebagaman, Lake Nebagaman, Wisconsin, northern Wisconsin. And we had some Green Bay Packers, and we had Chicago Bears, and we had polo players, and we had track men, and we had waterfront men, all from colleges that were there, you know, teaching kids. And I said, and here I said, I'm telling you something that maybe might help you. So I talked to Dr. Stahl, and he agreed. I talked to the camp director, and he agreed. And I wrote to the parents. They thought that was a good idea because they were rich. They went to Europe, around the world tour, and so forth. We took care of the kids during the summer. And here there were these kids, gobby fat. So I put them on a diet. See, I ate with them. Cut them down, watched their food, everything under the doctor's and nurses' orders and so forth. And I cut them down to one candy bar a week. See? All right. And then on Wednesdays they had a hobby day in which they could do anything they want to. And naturally the fat boys will want to sit in the shade and do something in the shade. See? I said, I'm going to pick your hobby. Put double socks on them, walking shoes, and cover over their pink skins, you know, and so forth. And we walked 7 miles, their hobby. 7 miles to rented flat bottom boats, and I made them row. Brule trout stream, shot the rapids and down through there. You know, they all could swim. You know. And if they couldn't swim, they're so fat they could float. See. Anyway, they got way down there, and then we'd check in the boats, and then we'd walk back. See. That was their hobby. And all these athletes, they saw what I was doing, and they all joined me on Wednesdays, you know, to go with them, you know, and we'd take these kids and had a lot of fun. We'll get all the fat kids in camp, you know, to go through this exercise, you know. And they got plenty to eat and everything, but they did it the right way. And at the end of summer, 1933, we took that much out of their pants at the end of camp. And all the parents, when they saw their kids slim down, I could have been king of the world. I started the program, see. They did everything for me, you know, they thought that was great. Now, whether they continued to help their own kids, I don't know. But I started them. I showed them what can be done. Take maybe 10 pounds, 20 pounds or something off them. Came to the World's Fair there, and they all looked slim and trim. And, oh, Lord, I'll tell you, that was... so I was telling my daughter that today education's backwards. We don't watch what we eat. We don't watch how we exercise and so forth. We just fill up, and then we pay somebody to take it off, and then we get sick. We don't know what we've eaten. They're even trying to poison babies off the counters and kill them off. And I said, we have a lot of sick people in this world floating into. I said, we live in a society where we're overpopulated, we're over-contaminated, we're overeating and so on. We're our own worst enemies.
At the Indian school, what type of barracks did you live in? Did you have a barracks or dormitory that you lived in?
Well, some schools we didn't have barracks. We had dormitories. There was only one school in which a barracks type thing was converted to a dormitory. They cut it into rooms, and maybe large rooms, but it was out there in Fort Wingate, New Mexico. There was a fort there, see. There's a munitions depot there right now, see, where they hide a lot of the gun ammunition stuff there in Fort Wingate, just between Gallup and Continental Divide there, see, and which is about 20 miles from Gallup this way, Continental Divide. Now Fort Wingate is right there, and that was a Army fort, and all these big barracks buildings, you know, are there, and we use those as dormitories. But we
Is there an Indian school at Fort Wayne?
oh yeah, for Navajos and the people, the Hopens, a few pueblos there from Albuquerque and the bordering reservation lines and so forth came to school there. We had 600 students there, and high school.
What about Flandreau? Do you have a dormitory that you lived in?
Well, they had two large dormitories. No, I lived at home.
Oh, okay.
See, I lived. My grandparents lived about a mile and a half. That's cutting across the big pasture there. We used to go across there. They had a stile over the fence there, you know, where I'd go home, you know, and going home. And you see, in mine growing up, which is not a. It's kind of. I'm thankful for the way I grew up, in many respects, because I learned to respect people. Not because of their nationality or anything, but I respect people. When I was going home from after school from that little red schoolhouse, see, I started in that pre-kindergarten thing, you know, and then they put us in school over on the corner. They had moved a school building over there on the corner of the government grounds, and they call it the little red schoolhouse, see, little country school. And I stayed there till I was in the 3rd grade, and then I went to the public school. See, that's when I started in with non-Indians, you know. This was all Indians there where we went to school, see.
If you were caught speaking Sioux, were you punished at the Indian school?
Well, they told us at the beginning. My beginning, they told us not to. You see, they went through that stage, you know. They thought that Department of Education up in Washington, you know, they treated that like it was a ping pong ball, you know, and our democratic system of living has many drawbacks. You know, every time new president came in, he'd clean out the office, see, clean out everybody with it, and they come up with new ideas. So the education had been batted back and forth. Indian education had been batted back and forth with every change of political heads up in Washington, see. See, the Indian education was in the War Department at one time. That's why Carlisle started, see. That was in the War Department. And so they rounded up a lot of the young Indians, never gone to school, out in the western part. And Oklahoma here, Oklahoma Territory, and then maybe some down in New Mexico, Arizona, and Dakotas. They take young Indians. I don't know how they were selected, but they took them to Carlisle, Pennsylvania, to the Army barracks, and put them in there. First of all, the first group they took were captives, young captives, you know, maybe like Little Crow. In fact, I was talking about Little Crow, you know. He's buried in my family cemetery, just, say 50, 60 feet from my farm. They transferred his bones. They had him in a museum. His bones were he was the one that caused that Minnesota uprising. And they reburied his bones in our cemetery. They went through court proceedings to get his bones out of the museum up there in the Twin Cities. And they considered him a renegade. And they put him in there, and there he is. Well, you take all these transfers of the dead, the prisoners. Well, they took these young prisoners. He was probably in the same category as Little Crow from Minnesota. They took these young prisoners. They didn't know what to do with them. See, some of them came up from Florida. You know, they captured some Indians from the Florida Everglades, you know, and put them in compound. They didn't know what to do with them. See, so the War Department says, well, let's start school. Let's civilize these wild Indians. See, Yeah, let's show 'em a new world. They really did. They brought us Swaggerty and the Red Dog Saloon. All right. uh, anyhow, they took these young prisoners to Carlisle Barracks. All right. They didn't know what to do with them. So the War Department had something on their hands and didn't know what to do with it. So they washed their hands of the whole mess and they said, let's put them in the Interior Department and let them educate these inmates. See? And that's how Carlisle started. But that closed in 1918. And so, by that time, Jim Thorpe had set up new records and everything. You know, he went from here, Oklahoma, to Haskell, and they transferred him when he was 15 to Carlisle, Pennsylvania. See, and then from 15 to the closing of Carlisle, Jim Thorpe put him on the world map. See, and see, I knew Jim Thorpe. He came and put on an exhibition when I was playing football at Haskell. Rabbit Weller and Charles, my Olympic buddy, and we had great teams. And Jim Thorpe came on and put on an exhibition during the half of the game between Kansas University and Haskell. We had a homecoming game.
Who won the game?
They won that one, but the next year we beat them. See, they were the Big Six champions at the time. They were running roughshod over the Big Six like Oklahoma and Nebraska is doing with the Big Eight. See? And we beat them in 1930. My last year at Haskell, we beat Kansas University on their home field. And we had furnished the night lights ourselves. And took them from our field and put them up there at Memorial Stadium. And
how well did you know Jim Thorpe?
well, I knew him to visit with him and talk about the days at Carlisle. And
what kind of man was he?
Good man. Good fellow. He's, you see, he had social conflicts. They put him in the movies and they put him here and there, you know, capitalizing on his reputation and everything like that. And then somehow, you know, white man's vices, liquor, and all this kind of stuff kind of entered in the picture. And his boy was over here, you know, Richard. And he doesn't know his dad because he was too little. I tell him some things about his dad that he didn't know. I've got a picture of Jim Thorpe and John Levi, both All-Americans, and my teammate Charles, United States Olympic team, won the National Decathlon Championship. He was driving the car in the parade. I've got that picture. Well, Jim was there at Haskell when we had this homecoming celebration and everything. We visited with him. He was there, buddy, with all our ball players and everything. And I was telling Richard, I said, you know, there was a lot of good things about your dad. I said, a lot of people don't know about. I said, for instance, he came there, put on a kicking exhibition, and he had a New York Yankees ball cap on. See, he could have played anything he wanted to in this world. He was that great. And he had a New York Yankees ball cap on it. He used to wear it at halftime when he's putting on his kicking exhibitions and stuff, you know. And they said that when he came into the halftime to take a shower, you know, put his street clothes on, you know. John Levi, the All-American, you know, in 1923, I think. He was about 6'5" or something, and they were good friends. John Levi and Jim Thorpe were great friends. And so, in dressing, Jim Thorpe couldn't find his cap. I guess he was looking around, you know, looking under. And John Levi, they said, asked him, said, Jim said, what'd you lose? Well, he said, I thought I had a ball cap here, but said, I guess I must have left it somewhere. I said, let it go. And there was 4 boys. We call them, you know, they were the janitors and the orderlies in the dressing rooms and did everything, you know, took care of the laundry and so forth. Well, one of those boys was came from Michigan, He was crippled, walked with a limp, and he was one of those boys that he liked sports. He followed the sports boys, you know, the football athletes and so forth. And he worked in the gym. That's as close as he can get. He took care of the footballs, kept the air pumped in them and stuff like that. Well, Jim Thorpe coming in was something from out of this world. And so I guess while Jim went into the shower and everything, Hinman came along, you know, and picked up odds and ends of clothing, you know, sweeping the floor. Saw Jim's cap there, I guess. And he took it in where he took the linens, towels and stuff, you know, saw sweaters, jerseys, socks. And that's when Jim came in, he was looking for his cap, didn't know where it was. But John Levi, knowing those boys, you know, he thought, well, maybe Jim, well, it's all right, I'll find it for you or something. And so Big John, as big as that door, said, he walked in that, we call them gym rats. They were in there. He closed the door and said, in a nice way, he said, boys, have you seen Jim's cap in here any place? And nobody said anything, you know, and pretty soon Hinman said, Coach, said, I have his cap. Well, he said, be a nice thing if you take it out there and give it back to him. I know you made a mistake. He just picked it up with the towels and stuff. He said, I know you made a mistake. He said, just go back there and tell Jim you found his cap and give it to him. So they said he went in there and he told Jim, said, with his kind of head down, I was telling Richard this, I said, your dad gave this, well, no, I said, Hinman gave your dad his cap back, and Jim said, thank you. He took his cap and he put it on this boy's head, and he said, told him, said, son, that cap's yours. And I said, that's kind of your man your dad was. I said, he was good-hearted. He'd give you anything he had. And that was his downfall, seeing Hollywood and roundabout. I guess everybody tapped his goodness, and, you know, this kind of thing. He was too good to accumulate anything, you know. And it's like this Hinman boy, you know. I suppose if he's living, I bet he's got Jim Thorpe's cap yet somewhere. He lived up in Michigan, and I think there was some Ottawas up there. I think he is a member of the Ottawa tribe or something up there in Michigan. And so that's a true-to-life story about Jim Thorpe. His downfall, I would say, was attributed to his goodness. He had a big heart. He'd share anything he had with anybody that needed it. Yeah, okay.
Well,
yeah,
it's after 12 o'clock.
Yeah, okay.
We have almost 2 hours now.
Too long.
Yes. I'd like to set up another session sometime and then go into, you know, your activities at Anadarko, you know, why you,
Okay.
you know, the activities book and all that if we can.
Yeah, right.
I'm going to be out of town next week,
Mm-hmm.
but maybe the week of the 15th.
Yeah, 15th. That's after Mother's Day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to take Mother out over here to Midwest City to have a picnic in the Terry's backyard. So we're going to be busy that week, I think, anyway.
Or how about the week of the 22nd? Or...
Yeah, I'd be all right
Okay,
sometime
good,
there.
thank you.
We covered 15 to over 20,000 miles every football season for 4 years. 28 to 31 is when we played. And then another highlight for me was we played in Soldiers Field for a charity game. See, 1929 Depression started in just when we were playing ball. See?
Yeah.
And we played a Southeast Conference team as a charity game in Soldiers Field. See? And prior to that, I was a counselor at Camp Nebagaman, northern Wisconsin, and all the campers and the counselors in the Chicago area came to the game and met me at the gate there, see. And my coach, seeing that, you know, my camper boys, you know, from the Camp Nebagaman, and well, he immediately made me a co-captain of the game, you know, and all this kind of thing. It was a thrill to me. And then that same camp, we played Kansas University in 1931 and beat them. That was my last year there, see. Played in the only night game that Kansas University had, and they bored our lights. See, night lights just came on maybe in the late 20s, you know, and we had a set out there. And then when we played Kansas University, they were the Big Six, king of the lines back in those days, you know. They just had 6 teams in the Big Six, they called it. Well, Kansas was riding the roost at that time, like Oklahoma and Nebraska are now. Yeah. And so that was kind of a highlight. We beat them in my final year there, and so on. And then, see, I got charity game. And we being an all-Indian team, now this you have to keep in mind. That opened the doors to a lot of things back east, especially when we led the parade at Indianapolis, dedication of that. If you ever been in Indianapolis, there's a circular deal there with a monument in the middle. Well, we dedicated that. Haskell Indians, yeah. Well, we helped. I believe it was the Knights of Columbus or somebody. See? And at that same time, I put on here, you know, that was the first time, tops down, we were leading, and those of us with Indian features had Indian costumes on, you know, feathers, buckskin shirts. Our athletic director always had that because they called on us in Philadelphia and New York and Boston and West Virginia, different places we'd go. They'd require some of the Indian boys that had Indian features. See, we had some boys that looked like you know, the light, and they didn't look like Indians, but they were quarter Indians, you know. Being an Indian, all Indian team, coaching staff included. Parades, we were in special parades and dedications like at Monument, and then there's some other too. And we got keys to the city from Philadelphia and Pittsburgh and Indianapolis and places like that, you know, we'd go to, the mayor would invite us, you know, as an Indian team. Then some of the unusual things was I put on smoke signals. Now that involved playing Duquesne University in Pittsburgh. Yeah. They were undefeated and we were head up, see. And they called timeout. Elmer Layton, one of the famous four horsemen of Notre Dame, he was coaching there, see. And he called timeout. See, back in those days, you couldn't coach from the sideline, see. And he called timeout, and Rabbit Weller, our All-American, Canute Rockney put him on his All-American team. He was our captain, and we sent him to what the timeout was called for, you know. Elmer Layton came out there, and he called Lone Star Dietz. Lone Star, our coach, played with Jim Thorpe at Carlisle, see. And they called him out there, and they were accusing him of coaching from the sidelines. The method he did it with, that Elmer Layton thought, was we played in Forbes Field in the National League ballpark up there, and it was a cold, still, overcast day, and our Lone Star always smoked a cigar, and he'd wear a glass like this, when things get exciting, like that. When things got exciting, he puffed on that cigar, see. And Elmer Layden, see, I was playing quarterback. Elmer Layden thought, since we were an all-Indian team, Lone Star was sending in smoke signals, see. Now that's a favorite story. They tell it at Nebraska. There's a professor that heard that story, and he still, when he still tells me about it. When I see him, always said I still tell that story. Smoke signal.
What year was that?
That was 1930.
30.
Mm-hmm. And then here's a classic. Somewhere I'm going to try to get this. My kids have been trying to get me to write a book or some semblance of. There was a railroad agent, and after he retired, and I went back up on the staff at Haskell, director of guidance there, and old John used to come and see me, and he lived not too far from there, and he was a Santa Fe official on the railroad, and he used to reserve, make all arrangements when we went to the West Coast, all on train, and then all to the east. He'd make all the arrangements on the railroad, see, and he'd go with us. And then there was a lot of the businessmen in Lawrence, Kansas, would follow our team more so than they would Kansas University, see. We were their favorites, see. And we were known from coast to coast back in those days, We had good publicity, played in Yankee Stadium, played out in the West Coast, played Gonzaga, old Bing Crosby's old school up there in Spokane, Washington. And we had so many. Then when we played up at Washington State, we were guests there, and then we came down to Idaho, Pocatello, Idaho, on the way back. And if you ever been to Pocatello, it's kind of between the mountain, deals, and it's down in it's beautiful valley. And while we were there, in the morning it'd begin to snow. See. Some of our coaching staff were invited to Fort Hall Indian School there, which was right there in that same valley. And all those little kids wanted to see us. The superintendent invited us out there, and we ate with all those little Indian boys and girls out there. And then that night, we invited them all to come down. It wasn't cold, but it was big flakes of snow coming down. And they came, and they, as I recall there, they put straw along the sidelines. See, they didn't have enough seats. They put benches there and put straw in there so those kids can sit there on the sidelines, little Indian boys and girls. And John Robinson, our agent, he liked to nip once in a while, see. Well, like the three Salmons, I saw them on TV last night, like the three Salmons, we had three Costo boys that Pop Warner, see, used to coach our coach, Lone Star, and Jim Thorpe at Carlisle, see. And he was at Stanford at the time. And when he was coaching Stanford, there were three big mission Indians, see. Victor Costo, Rupert Costo, and can't think of the third boy. But they were like the Salmons, great big Indians, mission Indians, And they came, they were ineligible at Stanford.
Why? Why were they?
Well, they didn't stay in school. Their dad got sick. And they have orchards out there in California. And Dad Costa couldn't handle the situation, so the boys checked out of school to help them with the citrus grove and stuff, see. Well, the conference found out that they weren't in school, semester before. Well, Pop Warner called Lone Star, his ex at Lawrence, Kansas. See, we got Lone Star from Los Angeles Athletic Club. See, Lone Star, give him a little quick background. He coached at Purdue, Louisiana State, Wyoming, Washington State, and he won, I believe, 2 Rose Bowl championships while he was in Washington State. That was during the first, right along the First World War times, and so Pop was out there at Stanford, and then we needed a coach at Haskell. See, Charles, I rode down on his coattail from South Dakota. They wanted him. See, I wasn't that well known.
Yeah.
The only thing is we had I was reading that in my hometown paper this week. They're having a reunion, all school reunion up there, and they wanted Charles and I to come back up there July 1. Well, we had the Flandreau High School. Their name was Flandreau Flyers today, and we were the team that started when we were playing for the state championship way back there in '27. We were just a little scrawny team, you know, and we played Sioux Falls, the biggest school in South Dakota, for the state championship. We probably would have come out ahead had we had a dry field, because we were faster than they were.
Yeah.
We played on snow and mud on Thanksgiving Day, and we got beat. Well, that was written up here not too long ago in my hometown paper, and so I had a call from up there, and they wanted to know if we'd come back up there July 1. And they've got 1,500 alums from our school already signed up to indicating to come home.
You gonna go up there?
If Charles goes up,
Yeah.
see, he was on the United States Olympic team later on.
What's his last name?
Charles, Wilson Charles,
Yeah.
Wilson Buster Charles. And I've got a picture of Charles driving a car, John Levi and Jim Thorpe sitting in the back in the parade in Lawrence in 1930 when we were renewing athletic relationship with Kansas University.
Yeah.
See, they severed playing each other, even in scrimmage games, because it got too rough. They're both in the same town. And this is a renewal of the athletic relationship, because Kansas had a good team, and they thought this was a good time to stomp those Indians, see. And, well, see, 1926 team dedicated that stadium. That stadium at Haskell was built by Indian money, every cent of it, and Indian labor. The football team and everybody stayed there and gave free labor and helped a K-State contractor come in there, and he had all the know-how, the equipment, and built that stadium. See? And they dedicated it in 1926. This contractor's name was Basil Green, see, and he was a K-State man. And of course, building it in Kansas, in Lawrence, you know, Kansas university town. Well, somehow they got all the Indian boys, practically the whole squad, to stay there and wheel concrete, you know, cement and all this kind of stuff, and they built that. See, and then they got Charles and I just out of high school. He had won the state championship practically single-handed up there in South Dakota. See, he was a decathlon man. And Jim Thorpe and John Levi, see, if Buster hadn't got hurt in football, his back, that knocked him out of that decathlon. He couldn't pole vault as high and couldn't do the high hurdles and stuff like that. But he was faster than Jim and John Levi. John Levi was about 6. John Levi was All-American in 1922, I believe, 23, somewhere along in there, playing with Haskell. And beat Minnesota and Grantland Rice or somebody like that put John Levi on the All-American team. Somewhere in the long line, see, John was our coach when we came down there.
Yeah.
Well, I just going far afield right now. Anyhow, our teams up there. We'll go back to the railroad age. No, we haven't. Now this is the prize. See, we'd play. One year we played Clark Shaughnessy's team. See, he later went to Stanford and then wrote the T formation, reactivated with George Halas, Chicago Bears. See, and I've got a book at home, signed by Clark Shaughnessy. I met him down in New Orleans. We played his team down there, and I've got that book at home. Anyway, some of the famous Bible, Dana X Bible, Blair Cherry, and some of these guys we met, you know, they were famous back in those days, you know. And then, you know, we had, going back, before I forget, this unusual story, the snowstorm. We were guests, Washington State came there, guests of school. That night we had a ball game. And it wasn't cold. Night light, you know, and those big flakes coming down like that, and the snow was that deep out there in the ball field. By that time it was light. And they had straw. All these Indian kids were there to see us, you know. One of the Costo boys came up from California. He was injured, and he's a big guy, you know. And then there was 2 or 3 of us. I had that in mind. There was 2 or 3 boys that didn't even get to suit up because of injuries. And John Robinson, I can still see him. You know, he's still smiling. You know, John Robinson. At the halftime, we went back in the dressing room there. And some of us didn't see this, but he got Pot. We call him Pot Costa, big tackle, you know. He didn't suit up, so his suit was still in the bag over there in the corner. And we didn't know that, but John Robinson, about half tanked up, you know, and he told Rupert, he said, "Rupert, where's your suit?" And told him right there. He said, "Don't tell anybody." So the railroad agent suited up in Rupert's costume, see, and I mean his football uniform. He suited up, and Coach didn't see him, and so on. He stayed hid. And I guess when he came out there, so we were ahead 27-0 or something like that at halftime. And so they let everybody play, you know, and the snow was coming down, beautiful, and they couldn't see the yard lines and so on. You know, they just had to guess, you know, the officials, you know. And when their team would punt, you know, in that night game, they had a white ball and snow, and you should have seen that. You know, they'd punt, you know, and under the lights in that snow, that white ball, you know, and everybody can't see where it's going to hit. And finally, you know, it's kind of like a comedy scene out there. But anyhow, I didn't see this, but John Robinson, see, Lone Star always gets intent, you know, on the sideline like this. And he was coaching there, and John Robinson was behind him, you know, had Rupert Costa's football uniform, headgear and all, see, half tight. He was tugging on Lone Star's coat, you know, and Lone Star didn't turn around. And finally he said, he looked around and, "What do you want?" Said, Coach, send me in. And Coach Lone Star looked at him. My God, John, how are you doing? In uniform, see. He says, Coach, it's snowing. They wouldn't know the difference. They wouldn't know who it is. He said, before I die, he said, I travel with these Indian boys so much. I love them dearly. And he said, I want to tell later on, said that I played with the Haskell Indians at least one play. Send me in a snowstorm. I'll play one time and I'll just come up. See? But Lone Star wouldn't take a chance. He wouldn't let me. Now that was one of my prized stories. And old John Levi and I, back in those days, Depression days, we didn't have any money and we were in school there, you know. We got our free board room, and John Levi was on the coaching staff. And he had just gotten married, you know, and he took all the, extra money that he could get, you know. And Kansas University called our school there. John Levi, he had these real Indian features, kind of like me, you know. He was 6'4", something like that, you know. And they wanted him to come up and pose for the art classes at Kansas University, art school. And at the same time, they called me and they wanted me to come up and pose. Nothing nude, but, stripped down with side poses and all of it. We posed for it. And I think they paid us 75 cents an hour, to pose. We'd pose for 5 minutes or something like that, and then we'd take 5, and just cut so we wouldn't get tired sitting in one position. But we did that. But to make a long story short, I think I believe that I'll just leave this stuff with you, and you could read it at leisure. And I think this is the only one I have left right here. But you can look it over and keep the whole works if you want to, and if you can make anything out of it, why, all well and good. And if you can.
Today's April 26th, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
1989. And my name is Joe Todd, and this is an interview with Pete Shepard.
Right.
Right. Where were you born?
On the bend of the Big Sioux River in Flanders, South Dakota, north of Sioux Falls, about 42 miles. See, the Sioux River comes down by our, and it comes back in a horseshoe shape, and the Indians, see, that's a landmark amongst Indian people going west through there. They call it the Horseshoe Bend. In Sioux, they say, Wakpa River, Ipaksha means a bend. Wakpa Ipaksha, Flanders, South Dakota. And then it comes down through Sioux Falls. Big Sioux comes by Sioux Falls, and then enters into the Missouri down at Sioux City, Iowa, right down in the corner of the southeast state.
Who was your father?
William Shepard. There was an article in the paper, in the Sunday paper two weeks ago in El Reno. I was showing 2 documents signed by Benjamin Harrison, awarding my dad allotments up there in Siston Reservation, Roberts County. Well, that made the headlines because Benjamin Harris was the culprit that mixed everything up here and had this land running, so the horse race, as they called it, So that was all written up in the El Reno paper, and then the picture with these documents was on there. And I've got an exhibit up over there with Bruce Haynes. You ought to see that. Somebody from here ought to go see that.
That's in El Reno?
Uh-huh. In Bourne's drugstore. It's across from the theater. They're Indian pictures, 100 years old or more, all in costume, little boys and girls. These pictures were taken by an old photographer, some woman photographer way back there. You know, and then when she sold them to uh, somebody had a studio, and then they in turn didn't know what to do with them. They were coated with something, you know, they were prints. And then Merle Woods, this guy, you know Merle Woods.
Yep.
Merle Woods got a hold of them, see. And he soaked some of them for a long period of time, and that's as far as he got. He didn't use them. Well, before in his final days, he gave him Bruce Haynes, who is a photographer, see, and had drugstore. He married one of the Bourne's daughter, and they had that Bourne's drugstore right across from the theater there. And then they had this holiday shop. One day I saw him in the bank, I guess about 2.5, 3 weeks ago, and he said, "Jay," he said, "I need some help." He said, "I've got all these fabulous pictures." He says, "Nobody has ever seen them around here." He said, "Why don't you come over and look at them?" He said, "There was only one guy that knew I had these, and that was Gottfried Holtz, who was my friend from Zurich, Switzerland, museum guy, you know. He and his wife Martha invited Imogene and me and my kids to come over there to Switzerland. So we did. 74 and 76 we were over there in Zurich, Switzerland. But he was over here. That's where I met him. And Bruce Haynes had a photography studio, see. Well, that's when Gottfried came in there and wanted some film or something, you know. And he introduced himself. He said he was wanting, he was on a sabbatical for 6 months in the U.S., and he was wanting to go see Indian reservations and didn't know how to go about it, you know, right then and there. Well, Bruce Haynes called me at Concho. I was superintendent out there in the old Shine Arapahoe School, and he said, "There's a gentleman here from Zurich, Switzerland." He said he wants some direction to go visit reservations. I had this map of the United States showing all the reservations. And we invited them out there, and they came out and stayed with us, you know, and turned them loose. And the next day, see, they brought their own Volkswagen to travel in. And they took off to the Navajo country and around Bonn, and then they went up the coast, came down through Montana and the Dakotas, because they wanted to go to the Dakotas because I'm Sioux, you know, Dakota. Well, they came through there, and he published a book, and I have a book. By the time he made that trip, he had brought his notes and everything and had it published here, a book published at Oklahoma Press, University Press. And I have his book. And then that's when they left here, they invited us to come and see him. And they made reservations in Zurich for us to come over there in '74 when Imogene and I retired. Our middle daughter was working with Phillips. Now she's been with them since '63. She and her husband were assigned with Phillips' office in London for 3 years. And we went over there. That's our home base. And then our daughter from Midwest City, she and her husband and Stephanie, who's now flying with American Airlines, they came over. Stephanie, I think, was about 12 years old then, and they came over to England. We all home based there in London, and real nice quarters there where they had them. I was thinking, trying to think of the area, but anyway, it's so we went over there in '74 and again in '76, and we'd fly to Paris, down the Mediterranean, Rome, Switzerland, Germany, and all those ski areas in the Alps, and places like that. We visited all those, and then went up the Rhine, across the English Channel, and went to Scotland and different places like that, you know. 45 days in 74, and then in 76 we went back over there again. See? Well, during that time, I took Gottfried 3 pipes. 2 he put in the museum, and I gave him I took I guess it's a creek, kind of a dice game, you know.
Yeah.
Made from seeds and stuff, you know, in a little basket. I got him one intact and all the rules to play by, and that's over in Zurich. See? And then, well, since that time, Gottfried and his wife both died. You know, I have letters from them and everything, but got pipes over there, and I've got some in Munich. Then later on, through this setup here, you know, I don't know, maybe they don't use them anymore. They had baskets with little peace pipes in it, and bone scrapers and stuff to set these kids down, you know.
Yeah.
And, well, Bruce, I think, was showing these people around from Vienna, Austria, Eastman Kodak people, and I guess they were inquiring about these little pipes. What are these, or something, you know? And so they called me, and they ordered 20 pipes by Christmas. I said I'd try my best. So I made 20 pipes and sent it to them, to Eastman Kodak in not Zurich, but Vienna, Austria. And they gave them away for Christmas, I guess, to some of their patrons over there. Then I've got 1 pipe in Australia, bought by a neighbor's friend that came to visit them. They wanted to take something back from here that was native made. See? But then I've got them all in see, that's one of my hobbies,
Yeah.
as I indicated.
I remember you used to make pipes here.
Yeah. So that is.
Now, the photographs in El Reno, where were the photographs taken?
Well, it's in the Cheyenne Arapaho area here, you know.
It's Mr. What's it? Haynes?
Haynes.
Yeah.
He had these pictures. I went over there to see him, and they were so good. And he said, I need some help. He said, just putting pictures up like this probably wouldn't be so. What I did, he said, can you help me with some kind of exhibit, you know, kind of spice it up a little bit? And I said, yeah, sure. And he said, I was thinking about your pipes. Put some pipes up there, you know. So I said, okay. So I got 14 beautifully tanned deer and elk hides that I have in the house, you know. And I took those, draped them over little tables and stuff, you know, put them on the wall, put them here and there, and we put the pictures of these Indians up there. We got Indian baskets, Indian pottery, with all these beautiful, well-lighted areas. And then I took Indian flute music and put it as background. I said, Bruce, you got to break the silence in this museum, see. Had that flute music, Indian flute music, and it makes a beautiful thing. You know. A lot of people have commented, and they want him to, suggested that he bring these pictures to Massachusetts, Boston, or somewhere to exhibit them because of the age, because they're Cheyenne Arapahoes and Wichita's and some Sioux in that picture collection. All the names are on there. And then he wants to borrow my flute music to take with him, and New Jersey too. They want to exhibit those in New Jersey. But somebody ought to come and take a picture. Now one day, Bruce said, I don't know what I'm going to do with them, but he said, he has a copyright on them. See? And what he wants to do, he said, someday I guess I'll leave them to a museum somewhere. He hadn't made up his mind. But that is up yet, because the hamburger, they call it the hamburger. This is the first annual hamburger fried onions day. I think it's in another week in El Reno. They're going to put all the old cars right there on that street in front of the theater, and right across the street is where his jeweler's store is. And they have talked to him, people that have saw him, and said, "Well, we ought to have this and add to it, you know." Now he wants to get maybe Jerome Bushyhead. I talked to Jerome, and I said, "You could put some of your shine, you know, he's shine, you know, and put some of his artwork in it." See, last week, I think, during all this festivity week, you know, he put some of his pictures in the Carnegie Library. But I told Jerome, I said, "You got him way up here." And when I went in there, I didn't even see him. And then, I'll tell you, the kind of people that go into the library are kind of, you know, they're intent on finding some material and so on and so forth. They're not interested in seeing pictures, especially as high as they were located. And so I told Jerome, I said, "You ought to exhibit them in this museum part with all these Indian pictures, Cheyenne, Arapaho pictures, and it's an Indian setting, and with the music and everything, just put your pictures down there and you'll get some exposure, see." And then you got some exposure over here with the Centennial Fancy Horse Show they had over here, you know, fairgrounds. Now he's got a dance troupe. He brought them over there. Then he's got made contact with the racetrack people. They've got a special room somewhere, and they want to put some of his pictures in there. Now that's a good contact. I told Jerome, I said, "Now there's the contact you need. See, that's where all the money is, not in the library over here." And so he's thinking about it. And Bourne might have something. I mean, not Bourne, but Haynes. Bruce Haynes might have something there, you know. It's his building, and it won't cost me anything but just play my pipes. They sold 3 pipes already while I was exhibiting. And so that is something you ought to see.
Yeah. How long will it be up, the program?
Well, it'll be on through this hamburger, probably a week from this weekend.
Okay, yeah, I'll get over there next week. When's your birthday?
July 24th, 1908.
And who was your mother?
Minnie Lawrence. Minnie Lawrence Shepard.
Now, are you pure blood Sioux?
I'm not contaminated with any foreign blood. Thoroughbred, 4/4 Sioux. My mother was Santee Sioux. My dad was Siston Wahpeton. See, there's about 6 bands of Sioux up there. And see, there's the Oglalas and the Yanktons and Cheyenne River and different bands, prairie bands, you know. The Siston group is that's where my dad is from, see. He's belonged to the Wahpekute. That means leaf shooters, see. I guess they named him that because sometimes they used to hide behind brush, you know, and so forth. And I suppose that, you know, when you see something move, you know, you shoot. That's why they call those people leaf shooters, see. Every time a leaf would move, you know, they'd shoot. Or something like that. Anyway, so my grandmother, I always thought she had a beautiful name. I've got pictures of them. My grandmother was a good-looking woman. And you see, when my dad died, I was four weeks old. Mother had to go to work, and she worked at the government school there, and it's close by, just about mile and a half, and they gave her a room there. Of course, the winters get bad, you know. They gave her a room there, and she was the dining room matron to begin with. And then she worked in the laundry. And then she worked, later on, she worked as a supervisor in a garment factory. I was thinking about that the other day. Some of these Indian countries are beginning to kind of get some of these things back. At one time, they're big, big companies that build something near the reservation so that they'll have some Indians accessible for jobs. And at one time, you see that in there, it says GIIC or something, Governors Interstate Indian Council. That was started way back there when I was still working, and this was started at White Sulphur Springs, Virginia, where the governors meet. And at that time, they were concerned with what to do for the Indians, like they have been for a long, long time. Anyway, so the governor of Minnesota was the one that started the Governor's Interstate Indian Council thing. Of course, they're of Scandinavian descent there. And I understand he got up at the governor's meeting, and there was problems about what to do for Indian people, you know. And he said, they said in that meeting, that we in the state of Minnesota, we have these Indians in our state boundaries, and said, we're going to take care of them. We're going to take care of the old, we're going to take care of the young, and we're going to take care of the job situation, you know, health situation and stuff like that. They're citizens of our state, and we're going to, as a state, we're going to put every effort into doing something for our Indian people. And that got all the other governors thinking about it, like from Oklahoma, you know. N.B. Johnson was there, you know, and I don't know, I guess he's still alive, I don't know. And then we had another one, he's Chickasaw or something, you know, that was a judge. You know, they got in trouble, you know, taking kickbacks or something.
Was that Harris?
No, Fred Harris was a senator.
Yeah.
No.
What was his name?
He was a little guy. They were both on the Supreme Court, and they were justices here. And then I remember they were the representatives for Oklahoma. Any state that had a sizable Indian population, once a year they'd have one Indian and one non-Indian representing certain number of Indians from each state, you know, to go to this Governor's Interstate Indian Council thing. And I was at Kansas, and Governor George Docking selected, I didn't put that in there, it just says GIS something on there. But George Docking selected me to be the representative for the Indian people in Kansas, and to go to these meetings. The first meeting was right here in the state capitol. We came here to meet Governor's Interstate Indian Council meeting, and then from here we went to old places like Palm Springs, you know, and Black Hills, all of the Missoula, Montana, places like that. We'd go there and meet. It was a network that was laid out for the benefit of the Indian people. If there was something concerned, you know, the concern was about the Indian in Oklahoma, something vital. Everybody in this, we'd be buzzed from Kansas. I was up to Kansas, and there was something concerned with the Indians here. I'd get buzz from headquarters. They tell your senator, tell your people from Kansas to vote for this number so and so, you know. So all the Indian representatives would be buzzed to concentrate on certain bills to pass in Washington, see. And that's where that Governor's Interstate Indian Council thing worked out. And I stayed with that thing for Governor George Docking until I left Kansas and came back to Oklahoma. They put me on a special assignment to set up a new position down at Fort Sill, and they sent me down here for 8 months. And then they brought me back to El Reno, and then they brought my wife back down out of her teaching position at Haskell. Came down here, and then a short time after we retired. Any questions you might have later on? Why, I've taken a lot of your time.
Well, I'd like to get, when did you first start school?
When did I first start school?
Where?
It's in there. I started at Flandre Indian School.
Mm-hmm.
See, that was about, my grandparents lived just about a mile and a half from the government school. Like a certain tract of land was set aside out here, Cheyenne Rapids, and then, a few years back, you know, they gave the 200 acres back. The government gave the 200 acres back to the Cheyenne Rapids. And here's another facet of what I was involved in. During summer, while I was out here, I had money for the summer program. We had half orphans, full orphans staying with us during the summer, and we had to have a summer program of some sort. So I had money to hire 2 college girls, 2 college boys to work with our summer kids.
Where was this?
Cheyenne Rapids School, Concho.
Concho.
And so I hired an athlete from OU, one of the Gregory boys, who was a track man. See, his folks live over here in Midwest City. There was 2 Gregory boys who were good athletes at OU. I hired one of them, then one from Central State, Pat Ragsdale. He was of Cherokee descent. For a summer session. And so when they gave the 200 acres back, after they discontinued the school setup, they gave the 200 acres back to Cheyenne Rapids. By that time, Pat Ragsdale had after he left that summer program, you know, and then he went here and there, you know, graduated and worked here and there. He finally came back and was area director down here at Anadarko, see. The wheel over this area, see. And he had the documents from Washington to return this property back to Cheyenne Rapids, and he was out there. And Imogene was with me at the time, and she wasn't in nursing home like she is now. And she went with me, and we sat there and to see this important function to be performed, you know. And Pat Ragsdale got up and said, well, Mr. and Mrs. Shepard, said, they're sitting in the back, said, would you stand up, please? See, he was area director. And he said, I want to tell you something. He said, I want to tell you people. He said, those are the 2 people that were here when, said, they hired me as a GS1 to work on a summer program here. And he said, I saw the summer program they were doing. They were having involving those kids in everything like nature study and sports programs, summer programs, you know, anything. Said, I saw what they were doing with these kids that needed help. Said, and from then on, he said, I decided this is what I was going to do. He said, now he stayed in the Bureau of Indian Affairs, you know. He worked up to the area directorship. Now he's Commissioner of Indian Affairs. See, when Ross Swimmer,
Yeah.
went out there, see, my boy's up there, see. He's the head man up there. And old Pat Ragsdale. Well, uh, you see, this kind of becomes involved in and the Bureau itself is like a network of brothers and sisters, employees. Now, I heard from a guy that retired from Washington. He's now head of in his retirement years, he's old head of the Tallahassee Sanitarium deal. He's helping them there, see. Gabe Paxton. And he's responsible for old Bureau employees, where they are, what they're doing, and so on. And he compiles it. See, everybody writes to him, and he writes a newsletter, and telling where everybody is, or if they've passed away, and where they are, and all this kind of stuff. Now, Gabe does that along with his retirement years down at Tallahassee. And so he got that job from Hildegard Thompson, who was head of education up there and way back there on Willard Beatty and some of these big wheels up there that were functioning up there. Hildegard was a reading specialist, kind of like with my wife, and she started in the same time. See? They're good friends. And Hildegard, when she retired, she moved back up to Ohio and wrote books. See? And she wanted my views and Imogene's views of what we felt, how we felt about the Bureau. And I don't know why she ever got through or not, but she passed away, and I don't know why she ever came up with it. But we told her at that time that the Bureau was suffering from the so-called democratic system of doing things, every 4 years or something like that, you got a new president in, see? And he'd clean his cabinet, new programs would come in, things that worked even got swept off and we weren't consistent, see? And this is what we pointed out. The government it's easy to condemn, but there's a lot of good things that the government tried. China Apple, for instance, they pinched us out. They pinched a high school out by transferring them to El Reno High School. At that time, I was an underling, and I said, "You're doing the wrong thing," because what I did, I worked in YMCA camp in Camp Crosley, Muncie, Indiana. I've always worked with kids. Northern Wisconsin, private boys camp, Camp Nebago. I worked with the YMCA group. That tells you a different caliber of kids. Private boys camp is a different caliber of kid with money behind them, well-to-do, didn't have to worry. All they did was they got fat, going to the drugstore to get a soda and things like that. Well, I was thinking about this the other day. Now we exercise the hell out of ourselves, just to kind of get all that weight off, and everybody's concerned with this health problems, eating habits, and so on. Up in Camp Nebago, one day I had a group of 12-year-old boys, 12 to 14 or something like that, and they were all sitting there in the cabin after we got through eating in the afternoon. Everybody's supposed to have a rest hour, see? And they all had spare tires hanging over, see? And there was that Eastman boy, and there was Bear, and there was Livingston, and different ones, all gobby fat. And here they were sitting there eating chocolate candy and so forth, and I was looking at them. And I said, hell, this was way back there. And I said, you I know you like candy. I know you like this and that and so forth. But I said, you know, at your age, you're carrying too much weight. And I said, it's gonna be a stumbling block for you later on. I said, you'll be wanting to play ball, you want to be wanting to do this and do that, and your physical being won't permit you to do that, see. And I was talking to him like that. So I went to the camp doctor, and I talked to him about set the pattern. And then I went to Muggs Lorber. See, he was all Big Ten quarterbackers running the camps. He was my buddy, see. He always said that I was, you know, one of his. So there was two of us receiving top money in that camp. Bill Peterson, he played with Detroit Lions, I think. And then at one time, and then we had Les Peterson, all Southwest End, playing Green Bay Packers. Then Tarzan Joe Zeller from Indiana University, he played with Chicago Bears. See, they were all counselors up there, see. Johnny Waldorf, the one who was in charge of the officials at that time, and then Big Six, Big Eight Rules Commission. Johnny Waldorf, his dad was Lynn Waldorf, Bishop Waldorf, Chicago, you know. Lynn Waldorf was his brother, you know, was Syracuse All-American, and coached here in state, and then he went to California Bears, you know, retired. Well, the Waldorf family, see, Johnny and I were counselors up there in northern Wisconsin. Well, I was talking to these boys, and I said, you're too young to be that fat. So what I started, I talked to the camp doctor, got his okay, and I got Lorber. I said, what if I started a program with these boys, you know? I said, I'll eat with them. See? I'll eat my normal food because they have to get used to it. They'll have to eat certain food, you know. So we cut them down on their, watch their diet. Dietitian fixed it up. And I think I cut them down to one candy bar a week or something like that. That hurt. Anyway, we'd go back to the cabin, and everybody, the skinny ones, everybody have to take a rest, you know. Well, I'd get those boys out. Tarzan Joe Zeller, Johnny Waldorf, these pro guys would help me, see. Hell, we'd take them down to tennis courts, make them play tennis. We'd go play touch football, and we'd play with them, see, while the rest of them are resting, see. Then on Wednesdays was a hobby day, when everybody selects what they want to do, see. And I told my fat boys, I said, I'm going to choose what you do on your hobby. I'm going to select your hobby, see. So what we'd do on hobby days on Wednesday, we'd put good, comfortable, thick socks on them, you know, walking shoes. When they're fat, you know, and their skin's kind of tender, you have to put shirts on them to keep them from sunburn. This was up there, right on the Brule trout stream where Calvin Coolidge used to have his summer White House. We used to, that Brule trout stream went right by it. Well, we'd go to camp, you know, and we'd prepare maybe a little steaks or a little something to eat, you know, and we'd take those and put them in waterproof deals, you know. And we'd take all these fat boys, not only my group, but others too that qualified, you know. And these pro guys would go with me because that's what they like to do. They'd walk, you know, and we'd walk with them for 7 miles. And we'd go down there and we'd rent these flat-bottom boats. And we'd sit on the end and let those fat boys row, see. We'd shoot the rapids, see, like that, see. And they'd all swim, you know. We weren't worried about drowning any of them, you know. So fat they'd float, they couldn't sink. Anyway, then we'd get about part way somewhere, you know. And but before that, what we'd do, see, we'd make up a signal. The guy in the lead boat, he would be the one to give a signal. So the rest of them would watch him at a certain time. He'd give a certain sign, you know. And we'd tip those flat bottom boats over, and that brutal trout stream is just ice cold, see. God, those fat boys come out of there jumping, see. And then we'd wake them up, you know, real good, you know, and then we'd take them to shore somewhere, and then we'd have a little cookout, you know, and let them eat and have fun, you know, and so on. And we'd get back in the boat and then go for 7 more miles somewhere down the line, you know. And we'd leave the boats, turn in the boats there. Then we had, 12 miles or something like that to walk back to camp. And we'd walk. It'd be late in the evening, kind of, when we'd get back, but we'd get there in time for them to enjoy the evening meal. Yeah. But you know, we brought all those boys, and they were under my supervision. Now they thought that was great, setting up a special program for these fat boys. And you know, World's Fair, we brought them all down to Chicago. Yeah. And they'd have to take their pants up about like that, see. I'd take that much weight off of those boys, maybe 15 pounds or more, you know, under doctor's supervision, Dr. Stahl. And their parents were so thrilled, you know, the rich parents, you know, we were babysitters. They'd go around the world on tour somewhere, you know, and leave the kids up there with us during the summer. And they'd come back and World's Fair, see, that's when Sally Rand was performing up there, you know, in Chicago.
33?
Yeah. And one day now, this is a small world. You see, from high school, we got out of school, no jobs. And I went to school on scholarship. Played my 5th year college ball with Chillicothe Business College, because I already knew how to type and do a little shorthand, and I've had that stuff, see. So I went on over there, no work, but I got a scholarship to play another year football, see. And they had a Notre Dame guy coaching there, and so I went over there and played with them. It's just like going back and playing high school ball after playing with Haskell, you know, cross country, you know. From the Gulf to Minnesota. So we played Minnesota University and Boston College, West Virginia, Duquesne, Temple, Cincinnati, Butler University in Indianapolis, and Detroit, and Creighton in Omaha, and at Washington State, Idaho, Denver, Texas Tech, you know, schools all over the United States we played, and you know, it was a lot of fun, and a lot of good education. That was our education, traveling, all but train. Oh, we get tired. But you talk about this day and age, you know, being paid high school, these college boys being paid under, that's been going on for years. When we were in Cincinnati, they had an Indian boy, a good athlete playing with Cincinnati, and they sent him to our hotel. And this is what he said. They said a couple of boys, you know, scattered out there. They'd heard that Haskell was being criticized from Washington for traveling too much, you know, they were staying too much out of the classroom, see. And which was true, I suppose. But we would. So we heard that they were cutting out big time football at Haskell. It just went nationwide, see. And so they were going to cut it out, and different schools heard about it, you know. Texas Tech wanted some of us to go down there that had eligibility left, see. And then Davis and Elkins, Virginia, schools back east in New Mexico and Arizona. They wanted some of the high school boys to come down there and play. See, if they're going to discontinue big time football, they want us to. I had a letter. I had a chance to go to Texas Tech, and 4 or 5 of my teammates went down there. See, one of them's a good friend of mine, halfback. I got a letter from Christmas time down in Dallas. He went down and got his electrical engineering degree at Texas Tech, and then Charles, he went to New Mexico University and got his engineering. Now, he retired as an engineer and lives at Camp Verde, and but you see, we left Haskell and spilled in many directions in which we can get. You see, when we came to Haskell, it was a junior college. We took everything that they had within 3 years, and we traveled a lot. Then we were going to disband, and they didn't want us to. They wanted us to play there 4 years. Well, we didn't have anything to study, so they made arrangements with Kansas University for us to go to take some of the classes at Kansas University. It's at the top of the hill, and then some of their professors to come down and teach classes, extra classes down on our campus. See, that's how we stayed 4 years at a junior college. See. And well, depression. I went to Chillicothe, and then after that, I met Mr. Baird, the Sticks Bear and Fuller Company. Instrumental, had lots of bucks and probably worth 8-10 million. And he offered me a job there in St. Louis in the sporting goods division there in his store. See. Well, I kind of hesitated, I guess, and he realized that, I suppose, and he said, unless you want to go try to get into the civil service, like you said you wanted to work with your people, your own groups, Indian boys and girls. And I said, well, that's the idea I had. But I said, your job sounds good. And I said, it's real good, and I appreciate it. But he said, if you want to get on that civil service board, see, they cut 10% of employment. He said, who should I have? I said, Congressman Dyer of St. Louis District is obligated to me. And he said, who should he go see? And I said, well, let's start from the top. He can go and see Commissioner Rhodes. He was Indian Commissioner then in Washington. Let's start with him. So he went up to see Margaret Zimmerman, the camp secretary, and dictated a wire to Rhodes or Congressman Dyer. See, there was 2 of them obligated to him. They're from the St. Louis district. And he contacted them, and they went in to see Commissioner Rhodes. What he did, sent me a letter, and the 2 congressmen, Dyer and Rhodes, I think they succeeded each other there on that election year. Anyway, they both wrote and said, without further examination, they put your application back on file, and you'll be eligible for the first suitable jobs. See, that's what money would do.
Yeah.
And by fall, I was here at Sapulpa, Oklahoma on my first government job. Sapulpa, Oklahoma. Uchi boarding school. They called them boys advisors then. You took care of boys. That's an all-boys school. We had 115 boys. This probably was the best program that the government has ever had for Indian kids, and they didn't stay with it. You see, I can say this because my first school was a government school, see. Kindergarten, they didn't have any regular kindergarten setup, they did the best they could. And they started me when I was about 4.5 years old, in that government school. They call it Riggs Institute. That was Riggs Institute Government School at Flanders House, still operating. And that's where my mother works. Well, They changed that name, Riggs, because they named it after Stephen R. Riggs, who was a missionary who was very instrumental for the Sioux Nation, see? And John P. Williamson. John P. Williamson was another missionary that was very instrumental. They're the ones that took the eastern half of the Sioux under wing and took care of it. And, uh, and they recognized Charles Eastman, who had I guess the realized that he had the ability to go on in education, so they sent him back to their own schools, in Ohio, and finally in the northeast states there, one of the big schools, and he got his medical degree. He was the first, to my knowledge, he was one of the first Indians to ever come out with a doctor's degree, in medicine. Came back to his people, and he was distantly related on my grandmother's side. See, we all came from. See, my mother was born in Bloomington, Indiana. Bloomington, Minnesota. Where the old original ballpark was, Twins ballpark was. My mother was born there, and then they came back to eastern Oklahoma. And at 25, you see, my background, they had 25 families that moved there. And they moved into that area just like you would. Got a homestead. And they lived there just like anybody else.
Were they all Sioux Indians?
Yeah, it's non-reservation setup. See.
Why'd they move to eastern Oklahoma? What was?
Eastern South Dakota.
Oh, South Dakota. Okay.
See, they moved from. See, we had at one time. My grandparents told me that we had a chance to come down here in Oklahoma, where the Osages are now. They told me that because all I've ever heard, we've been relocated. See, here and there. Pushed us around, put us on reservations here and there. And my grandparents said our band of Sioux wanted to put them down here to Osage area. You see, the Osages are in our linguistic group. We're connected with the Osages. And so they sent scouts down, so to say. And so my granddad said they sent scouts down there to see what it was like down here. And they went back. They said, we don't want to go down there. It says, hunting is poor, nothing but red dirt and rattlesnakes is what they told the old people. They didn't want to move down. So they didn't come down there. They stayed there, up there. And then the Osages came down here. And then afterwards, my grandparents said, what we could have done? They said, we could have been down there having that oil and all this kind of stuff. Well, anyhow, that's water under the bridge. But, you see, we've been moved around here and there all our life.
Where did those Sioux originate? Where's the traditional home of the Sioux?
Well, I'll tell you what. We're a nomadic group, and at one time, presumably we were up around the Great Lakes, where the Iroquois Nation is. You see, they moved around, and my people said that the Iroquois ran us out of the forests, the woods, and they came out here. And my granddad picked up the artwork that was existing around the lakes, because he used to make a lot of stuff out of birch bark and stuff like that, And then they came out of the woods. See, the Chippewas, they're kind of related to the Iroquois. Well, they ran us out of the woods. We came out of the wooded area into Minnesota and Dakotas, and we came Plains Prairie Band, Prairie Indians, and we had to learn how to exist out there. We became hunters and so on and so forth. So that's how. So really, I don't know where. See, they were kind of nomadic, moved around, and I tell a story. I don't know whether you've heard about that or not. So they say we came through the Aleutians, and some of them came through here, and Dr. Stephen R. Wise, not Dr. Rabbi Stephen R. Wise, famous rabbi back in the late 20s, came to Kansas University to give a series of lectures, and he came to our campus, and I was 17 years old sitting in that crowd, and I never once thought of where I came from. Charles and my buddy, he's Klamath and Oneida, see. His mother was from California, his dad was from Wisconsin, and they met at Carlisle, see. That's how Buster came into the world, see. Well, we were sitting there, Yakima and Cherokee and Klamath, and we were sitting there when we came out of that, listening to Stephen R. Wise. He told us convincingly that we were the lost tribe of Israel. And after we came out, I said, we was kidding each other, and said, you're probably part Jew and you didn't know it. You know, things like that, you know. And we were talking about it, but we got to thinking about it. But then I heard, you know, the Book of Mormon says we came such and such, the Aleutians, you know, came from an Asiatic background. And then the third story was that you can trace the American Indian by that ear corn. Have you ever heard that story? That colored corn? All right, the story behind that is the colored corn. If Stephen R. Wise said we were from Israel and Egypt and places like that, you know, you didn't find any colored corn over there in those ruins over there, either the pyramids or any place else over there. You didn't find the colored corn. But you found the colored corn from South America, Central America, up into the States. So that colored corn came up into the United States. The Pueblos and the Navajos took it to New Mexico and Arizona and planted it wherever they found fertile places, and they used it. And then some of the Indians took it on the Atlantic seaboard, just like cotton and tobacco and everything, and went up the seaboard. You can trace that ear corn, and we had corn all up, and they brought the corn back. See, they always carried these things. My people had the colored corn up there in South Dakota, see, and so you can trace the Indian by the colored corn, you know, squaw corn, whatever, where the trail went to. And then artwork, same way. I gave a talk to a study group, El Reno study group there one time. They wanted me to talk about Indian art. How did they get training and so on? Well, they just caught on. Well, maybe I'm taking too much of your time.
No, just a second. Oh, okay. Yeah. Can you get it out of there?
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
No, that's all right.
Just a minute. Okay. Yeah.
Is it that time, 11:30?
Well, getting close.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, you got anything else you want me to?
Well, I'd like to, later on, talk some more about the stories you used to tell here when you were a volunteer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Indian stories and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to get some of those down. And did your parents ever tell you the traditions, the stories of the Sioux Indians, you know, the old stories?
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to get some of those down. And then, did you do any work for the CCC ID? Civilian Conservation for Indian Division.
Soil conservation?
No, Civilian Conservation
civilian.
for the CCC. And they had the Indian Division, the CCC.
You see, I was involved in my work at the time the emergency deals came out. You know, Roosevelt had to.
Yeah.
And I had a chance to work with the ECW deal. See, when I was first assigned to Sapulpa, I came down here and I didn't get on right away because of the head of a school there, and they were in the throes of removing him, and I went back up to Lawrence, Kansas during that waiting period, and uh, I had 4 jobs offered me when I got back up there. I had a chance to go to Albuquerque. One of my old superintendents that was at Haskell, Clyde M. Blair, was superintendent of Albuquerque School, and he wanted somebody, and he heard that I was around. See? And he wanted me to come down there. Then I had a chance to go to Riverside, California, which I didn't know the head man. Well, Dr. Rocloud was on the road with this a government program. They were going to the Indian agencies and reservations and stuff there. You've heard of the Wheeler-Howard bill.
Yeah.
Well, they were promoting that.
What did
Promoting,
that deal with?
huh?
What did that deal with the Howards?
Wheeler-Howard?
Yeah.
Well, it had something to do with the Indian people on reservations. I don't know just what it entailed, but they were trying to promote the Wheeler-Howard bill. And it, I don't know whether it had something to do with the jobs and the money end of it or the economy and stuff. But he was taken out of his assignment as superintendent of Haskell. He was superintendent then. And he was traveling, and he was gone when I went back up to Lawrence, Kansas to wait for this job opening and a change of horses down here at Sapulpa. And I had a Mr. Kelly who was there. He was a good friend of mine. He came down from Montana. I guess I was sitting there with him one time, and we were talking about the job situation. And I told him that, I said, here, just a few weeks ago, I didn't have a sign of a job. Now I got 4 of them staring in my face. And I said, I need your advice, what to do, and so forth. Well, he pointed out all the different things, and he said, I think you have a pretty good idea of what you want to do. I said, the Riverside job, I don't know the guy. Clyde M. Blair, I know him, and I'd like to work for him down in Albuquerque. And then, however, I said, Washington arranged this Sapulpa job, see, and I better stay with them, see. After they made all the plans and everything, I don't want to run off to Albuquerque or Riverside, California, see. So I came down here. Well, anyway, Rocloud came back, and I came down, I went to his office first thing, and he shook hands, and he said, boy, he said, he got something, and he said, boy, how's it? He said, I think you like this, and he didn't tell me. He said, he had a wire or something, They had traced me wherever I went, and sent a wire. He said, boy, he said, I think you'll like to work for your old superintendent. He said, now, I think you'd enjoy that. And I said, I don't know who you're talking about. I said, C.M. Blair. He said, he wants you to come down there. And I didn't know about it, see, up till that time. And then I knew about the Riverside, and then I knew another, I think it was Intermountain, Brigham City or something. Well, then when I was talking to Rocloud, he said the head man of the ECW program, see, is one of these emergency setups at Potawatomi Agency in North Topeka, Kansas. He said, we're over that jurisdiction there. He said that head man just transferring to someplace else, Mr. Weber, going to somewhere else, and he said, I'm thinking that maybe you'd go in there and take over there. And he said, you'll be under our office, and says, we'll give you all the help you need. And he said, boy, he said, you can just slide right on in. Well, I still thought I'd better stay with Washington, see, because they planned this pulpit job, see. So that eventually, that's where I came. But talking about all these emergency situations, like you said, conservation stuff, you know, I never did get into that. I was right next door to one that I could have gone into.
When are you going to be back in town again?
Oh, I'm over here at Bethany about every other day, you know, with my wife's over there, you know.
Yeah.
So sometimes I come over there and then I can go on back. I think you need to.
Or maybe sometime next week.
Mm-hmm.
Come in, because I'd like to get I'd like to get some information on your pipes too.
Oh, okay.
And that's another thing that we'd like to get some information on.
There's something about, I wrote on there that
Yeah.
my granddad we go over there in the wagon, you know, 18 miles, and us preschool, before they started me in that kindergarten thing, you know. We used to go over there and camp out. Nothing there then, you know. No fancy buildings, just a few tents here and there, you know, and that they had a little stream there and the waterfalls and stuff. Now they've got a fabulous pageant every summer.
Where's this?
Pipestone.
Pipestone County, Minnesota?
Pipestone, Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's, and a teacher from Pipestone High School was so inspired by Longfellow's poems at a teachers' meeting in the Twin Cities, state education meeting. Table settings, everything was Longfellow, you know, so on. He was so impressed. He came back to Pipestone. This came from the head man of the Chamber of Commerce. He was telling me. I was up there, you know, and visiting, you know, and I said, how did all this get started, this pageant? Well, he said, this high school teacher came back from there, was all inspired and everything. So he wrote a pageant. Said, we got everything in the background here. Said, we got the setting, the quarry, we got all the legends behind the Pipestone Quarry, and all this mythical deal, and Longfellow's poems, all the waterfalls and all this. He said it was this natural setting, and he wanted to start a pageant, and he talked to his church group, and they wouldn't back him. His civic organization, and they wouldn't back him. See, any place he turned, he said, we got a natural setting here. We can put on a pageant. We can do this and do that and so on. They wouldn't listen to him. So this guy told me, he said, you know, to begin with, he didn't know where to turn, but he didn't tell his wife, and he mortgaged his house. And he got people to take part in this thing, you know, and he said he just started down there, and he kind of a crude start. And he put on a little pageant out there by that little lake, you know, and so on. And he said, boy, it caught fire right now. And Junior Chamber of Commerce jumped on the bandwagon. Beautiful. Now they have a lake there, the waterfalls, all that grounds, and they moved the three maidens, three big boulders, you know, and there's legends about that, you know, and some of the pictographs that appeared in that area are in Smithsonian. And then the quarries is all there, you know, and there's always legends and stories about the whole deal. Well, he put this pageant on, and they put teepees and so on, and he got a cast of over 200 in there, and the Junior Chamber of Commerce put fancy lights in their sound system and everything. And 2 final weekends in August, and maybe and it used to be the first weekend in September. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to put on this pageant, the Song of Hiawatha. See, Minnehaha and Hiawatha and Nokomis, the Indian grandmother. In fact, I knew her, you know. And I was telling somebody the other day, I got back up there and she said, you know, I've got a buckskin dress that I used to wear in this Song of Hiawatha. And it's a Cheyenne dress because she's from Miami area. She's Quapaw or something, you know, part Quapaw, Peoria or something. Anyway, she married a Cheyenne from Clinton, Oklahoma, Burns, and they were working at the Pipestone Indian School. It's a school for orphans and stuff there. See, I had a cousin who went to school there. Anyway, Mr. Burns worked there, and she worked there, see, his wife. Well, then Mr. Burns, after they retired, he died, and then she lives there. Imogene and I went back up there one day and was looking around, and was going to the quarry, and we saw her, and she said, you know, I take part in this pageant, but I play the part of the grandmother, Nokomis. Said, I have this Cheyenne buckskin dress, but said, I'm getting too old and too fat to wear it anymore. She said, it's real nice and everything. He said, and you have girls in your family. He said, I've got 2 girls, and I didn't want them fighting over it, you know, or something, you know. Whether they would or not, she wasn't going to take a chance. He said, you have girls in your family, and said, you can keep it in the family for a long time, you know. And she was trying to sell it to me. That was when I was going to England. Yeah. And I said, well, after we come back, I said, if I have any money left, well, maybe we can talk turkey, see. Well, 2 or 3 years went by, and somehow I got back up there, and she was wanting to sell this dress pretty badly, see. She wanted to do something with it, but she didn't want to just sell it to anybody. And so I got it, brought it home, and the other day, they had this pancake breakfast over there, and I was sitting there eating with somebody, you know, in the Burns family. Tommy Burns used to be one of my boys there, and he belonged to this Burns family, Clinton. He said, I have a daughter that's going to graduate from Santa Fe Art School. He said, they're all going to wear their native costumes. He says, we're looking for some kind of native dress. Hey, I got something for you. Come to my house, and I took a telephone pole with my daughters and so forth. They weren't going to use it. Beautiful Cheyenne dress. It was in good shape. I've got pictures of it. And so I said, come to my house, and I got one for you. And I said, it probably fits your daughter. She's going to graduate Santa Fe with this buckskin dress. See, they all going to wear their native costumes. And so I sold it to them after I took pulled with my daughters, because they weren't going to use it. It'd be in a box somewhere, you know, and finally eventually it'll deteriorate or get lost or something. And I told somebody the other day, I said, isn't it funny? That dress went from here to Minnesota, just they used it in the Song of Hiawatha pageant, and then they took real good care. There's not a thing wrong with partial beads, and fringe, and all beautiful thing, you know. And now it's going to be this month, and it's going to be in Santa Fe on that girl, an offshoot of the Burns family. See? It's back in the family again. See? And I said, I'm glad you got it, and that was that. See? Well, I guess I better.
Okay.
Kansas, I had organized a deal for Haskell's part in dedication of a turnoff road into Lawrence, Kansas. Uh, I had a part in organizing that. You know, little additional things.
Yeah. What was yours?
No, whenever you want me to.
Okay. Today is May 23rd, 1989, and this is a follow-up interview with Mr. Pete Shepard in Oklahoma City. We were talking last time, and we had just begun to talk about some of the stories that you used when you gave tours in the Historical Society. Would you relate some of those stories? You know, the background of them, and you know, the teaching stories.
All right. I think most of my stories that I demonstrated with was the use of wildlife, animal life, bird life, and so forth, and including spider stories. You know, they first of all, I think the Cheyenne people and the Sioux definitely term the white man as a spider person, and I think that carryover, I don't know to how many tribes, but they all felt the comparison of a spider to a human being. They say that anybody, if he's called a spider, in Sioux they say Oktomi, which means spider. And if I called you an Oktomi, that means you're two-faced. You're nice to me, you smile at me when you're in front of me and so forth, and say nice things and so forth. But the minute I turn my back, I better be careful, because you're kind of like well, Dr. Jekyll and Hyde person. That they use that as an illustration that you better be careful. He's an Oktomi, see. And the Cheyenne say that the spider web entangles people. And the spider catches his flies and insects in a spider web, see. And they say they compare people in that light. And so they say that they even use an illustration as a spider that builds a tunnel and then puts a web over the opening part. And then he goes back in a little tunnel and he sits there and just waits. And then when something falls into that net of web, he just drops in there and gets entangled, and he can't do anything, and they just let him struggle there until he's dead, and then he goes through the tunnel and he gets his prey, and there's his food, see. Well, the comparative things, you know, probably was recognized by other people. Now, Walt Disney, for instance, long before Walt Disney came out with all his Bambi stories and all the things of nature, Sioux were telling stories in a series at night that they say that they point out the good qualities of every like the turtle. They say he has a lot of characteristics that we as human beings could copy. He doesn't rush into a lot of things, you know, pell-mell. He's slow, he's deliberate, and he's fearless, and he's helpful. Now, when when the turtle uh, was originated by the Great Spirit, the Indians say that they provided him with a cover over his back for protection. And my grandmother used to say that the spider was protected with his shell because in a lifetime there'll be a lot of danger that'll cross his path. And when he does so, when that happens, he gets under the shell and sits there till danger is past. And my grandmother used to say, well, in your lifetime, if you're like the turtle and you set a goal and you go towards that goal, there'll be a lot of different occurrences, a lot of danger that'll cross you in front of you, see. But if you're like the turtle, you just sit there and just think about the Creator, the Great Spirit provided you with a cover. And so when danger passes, you can go on and still continue towards your goal and reach your goal, see. Now they point out the good things that the turtle has. Now the spider, on the other hand, is a two-faced individual, see. And then they compare the bear. They say the bear is like a bully. And I use this as an illustration in talking to kids, that in a schoolhouse, in a classroom, in the hallways, or on a playground, you have people that have similarities, traits that are similar to the bear. Now, he's big and strong, and he pushes little people around, you know, and gets his way, see. Well, so zoos use the bear as the bully of the wherever it might be, see. In a classroom situation, in talking to kids, I tell them that some of them have characteristics like a bear, you know. They're just all muscle and they're rough, and they get their way like they want to reach their own greed or satisfy their own greed. But when they talk about the turtle, they bring these two together. See, a turtle sets out his goal, and in comes the bear. And the bear says to the turtle, they're on the same path. They meet head on. And the bear says, turtle, get out of my way, see. And he says, I'm on this path. You get out of my way. But the little turtle, he looks up at the bear and he says, you're bigger than I am. You're bigger than I am, but I'm not afraid of you. Showing that he has character to stand up for his own, on his own 2 feet and meet the enemy. So he tells the bear, he said, you're bigger than I am, but I'm not afraid of you. Well, the bear, the story goes that he bats his turtle around, see. Knocks him from one side to the other and knocked him out of the way, and then the bear went on, see. Well, shortly thereafter, they said all the turtles that were waiting on the other end for their little companion, their friend to come, didn't show up, so they came out to look for him, see. And the story goes that they found this turtle off the side of the path. The bear had knocked him all to pieces. Well, the rescue crowd, the little turtle's friends all came and found him all battered, and they put him back together, see. And so the story has it that the turtle has markings on his back where all his good friends put him back together, see. And that's was told to by my grandparents to show that you might be small, but if you have the right training and the right attitude and setting a goal, you will reach your goal in spite of all the setbacks. Mm-hmm. So that's the way they tell that story. See? But now we go back to the bird world. They say that the eagle, the reason the Indian uses the eagle feather as a reward, like a merit badge, is because the eagle is a big bird and can fly the highest. And he flies high, above everybody else, and then he builds his nest up there in the jagged rocks and so forth, where no other rodents or wildlife can get to his nest. And he has a lot of characteristics that, and then the Indians say that this bird carries a message. He presents either a good omen wherever he flies. And then they have birds like the hoot owl and so forth. They present the bad omen. When you hear a hoot owl at night around your house, it means that there's bad news coming. But if you see in the daytime an eagle flying way up high and so forth, he's bringing a good message. And this is illustrated by a friend of mine up in Sioux Reservation up in Siston, South Dakota. I came in there looking for the agency one time, and I asked directions at a little country store, and this lady said, well, you're near it. It's around over the hill there and around the corner. And she said, who are you? And I said, well, and I started talking Sioux to her. See? And my car had an Oklahoma license on it. See? And she saw the license, and when I started talking, she asked me a question, and I answered in Sioux. It surprised her because she wondered why there was a car from Oklahoma, a passenger from Oklahoma, would start talking Sioux to her. And I said that I am a Sioux. My father was from Wahpeton Sioux, Siston Wahpeton Sioux, and that my mother was Minnie Shepard, a Santee Sioux. And she said, are you Minnie Shepard's youngest boy? And I said, yes, I am. She said, well, I haven't seen you since you were a little boy. And she just grabbed me and hugged me, and she cried, and she said, you know, no wonder. She said, there was an eagle flying around my house for the last 3 days. And she said, I knew something was, I was going to hear something or see somebody. Some good news, and here you are. Said, that's the message. Mm-hmm. And so with that, she said, are you going to be at the agency very long? And I said, yes, I am, for maybe 2 or 3 hours. She said, well, I'll be back. And she presented me with an eagle feather on that acquaintanceship. And she knew my mother well, see. And so the Indian has good connections with bird life, animal life, and they use these in their stories to teach their young. They point out all the good characteristics of all the four-legged animals, or the birds, and so on. And in our outdoor classrooms, you know, the animal life. This was long before Walt Disney started having chipmunks talking to each other. And in my Sioux world, my grandparents said that some of the grandmothers would have supernatural powers to use certain medicines secret to them for a conversion from a human being to an animal or to a bird. They can change themselves. And I was telling a story just the other day that to some young person about the supernatural world that we live in sometimes, and where the way we were taught. They said that there was a pretty maiden that would get her water every day at a spring, and there was a young brave that would come at the same time, and they met at the spring, and they would get their water together, and they would visit, and presumably they fell in love, see. And he was going to ask her for her hand in marriage, and so she went home and told her father and her mother, and they apparently didn't agree with her and said that maybe he wasn't the right person. So it nearly broke her heart. But grandmothers sometimes are dominant people in the family life of an Indian. And so this boy said that this Indian maiden came back with a message that she wasn't to see him anymore. And so the boy was broken-hearted, and he went home and told his grandmother. Said he had been turned down. And so grandmother said, well, I'll tell you what, grandson. He said, you'll continue to see that Indian maiden, and you'll continue to meet her at that spring. She said, not as you are, but I'm going to help you to transform yourself into a deer. And you go to that spring to get your water at the same time the maiden comes. And said, you'll be a deer, and she'll be, as a person, an Indian maiden. And you'll be able to converse with her, and talk to her, and meet her at the spring. And so grandmother said, I have the power to do that. See? Then that story is sort of a conversion story. See? And then they tell another story that I guess right after World War I, my grandmother used to tell about submarines that the Germans had, you know, and out of the water would come a periscope so they can look around. And she told a story where some young brave had a tendency to have a lot of supernatural powers that was given to him by grandmother. And he exhibited this supernatural power like the First World War I submarine with a periscope. She told her grandson that she can endow certain powers that he'd be useful to his tribe in an unusual way. And so the story goes that on times when Indian people were hunting, maybe hunting for food, and food was scarce, buffalo was scarce, and animal life was scarce in that area. They'd have to go walk for miles and miles to find their game. Well, this grandmother had endowed this grandson of hers to have some supernatural power. So the story goes that he had the power when he had to go out and look for food for his tribe when they're in need of food. So what he would do, grandmother had fixed it so one of his eyeballs would go out of his head and go to the highest tree or the highest hill or highest peak somewhere. And his eyeball would go out there and look on the other side and scour the country to see if there's elk, deer, antelope, buffalo. And then he would retract and the eye would come back and tell the chief and the tribe where the game are, see, instead of making a long trip. See. The story has it that grandmother had endowed her grandson to have that supernatural power of sending an eyeball to the highest spot to look for game on the other side. So that's whether that was derived from the periscope or whether the periscope was derived from something that that they'd heard in Indian culture, for instance.
Question. Why does the owl bring bad luck?
Well, not all the owls. Now the hoot owl. The hoot owl would always come at night, and the Indians were very fearful of the hoot owl, of being near their tent or the teepee or wherever they lived. If they hear a hoot owl, it was bad luck. I don't know where that came from, but it seems that the hoot owl was the only one that now the timber owl would give out signals that maybe there's a change of weather. See, now in today's weather reports and what have you, your animal life can tell you probably if there's a storm coming with electricity or thunder, or lightning, and so forth. The animals will tell you that. And then you go out here and you see the horses or the cattle. There's something about nature that tells them that there's unusual weather, unusual things going to happen. See, and so all the owls amongst the Sioux people were not all bad luck. Some of them gave signals of change of weather, or maybe change of wildlife coming into the area, and you know, it's just like there's good and bad, and I think our teachings are, they point out that there's good and bad in everybody, or in everything. And they teach us to recognize the good in bird life, or wildlife, animal life. There's good animals, bad animals. And there's good reptiles and poor ones. And then the other day someone was saying something about a skunk. It gives out a terrific odor. And you know, in white man's warfare, my Indian people have told that in white man's warfare, as well as Indian on a warpath and so forth, use different things like your camouflage, you know, white man uses it today. And they say that poison gas warfare, man got his ideas from the skunk. And then the bird life. The eagle flies the highest, and so they have their airplanes. And a lot of their Air Force insignias are bird life. And because of their respect for wildlife, the eagle's on a man's money. And even to this day and age, you know, they're recognized as presidents and so forth, and they put them on the different denominations of bills and so forth. Well, one of the earlier times that my grandmother told us that the Indian head was put on a penny, and there's an Indian head nickel, buffalo nickel as they call it. And I just so happened that I can say that I was alive to see Chief Two Guns White Calf was one of them, and there was two other Indians from other different tribes. They took pictures of them because of their profile, and they used a composite of these three Indians. And Chief Two Guns White Calf was a Blackfoot Indian, and he is prominently displayed on the buffalo nickel, his nose and everything else. They took a composite picture of these three Indians, and so even in today's world, you know, your coins, you put important people on there, and you put even the buffalo is on a.
Where'd you meet him, the chief?
Met him in Lawrence, Kansas. See, the Blackfeet came down as a large representative, all dressed in costume. They came down to Lawrence, Kansas in 1926. And they returned later at another celebration. But they came down in 1926 at the dedication of the Haskell Stadium. That Haskell Stadium was built by Frank McDonald, who was our athletic director at the time, and he headed up the collection contributions from rich Indians like the Quapaws and the Osages and so on. And then he hired a contractor from a graduate of K-State, Mr. Basil Green. And they say that all the money that was contributed to that Haskell Stadium, now I happen to have a copy of all the contributions that were made to the Haskell Stadium, which was Frank McDonald. He's not Indian, but he fell in love with the Indian people when he came to Haskell as one of the coaches. He fell in love with the Indian athlete, and he stayed there. And that Haskell Stadium at Lawrence, Kansas was dedicated in 1926. It was completed. At the completion of that stadium, every penny was paid for by Indian money. All the labor was given to the effort by all the Haskell students who were able to wheel cement and help with the building of that. And the contractor, Basil Green, supplied all the equipment and everything to create that stadium at Haskell. And Frank McDonald, a non-Indian, he loved the Indian athletes so much that he stayed there, and he said that I've heard him say time and again that in the next world he wanted to be an Indian. And he made that remark several times, and so he collected all this money from all the rich Quapaws and the Osages and so on, and came up with that stadium. And at that dedication, he had a large number of Blackfeet Indians that came down on the Great Northern to Minneapolis, to Kansas City, and down over to Lawrence, Kansas for the big dedication of that stadium. And Chief Two Guns White Calf was there, and I have one of the original pictures of the Blackfeet tribe as a group, and Chief Two Guns White Calf. I have him at several photos at my house, see? And so I'm proud to say that that I met him, and then at the same time I met a Osage, which people know about him in Osage country. There was he wasn't great, but he was unique. And his Indian name was John. His moniker, John was his first name, and they attached a name to him which wasn't very complimentary, but they put him on the postcards in the Osage country, and they called him, he was a hermit. He was an Osage hermit. His name was John Stink. All right? They said that all the money he had, they built him a mansion to live in, see, a beautiful house. But he wouldn't live in it. He lived in the house, he lived in the teepee behind this big, beautiful house. And he lived out there, and he lived with, he loved dogs. They said he just had a pack of dogs. He'd spend oodles of money, you know, feeding his dogs and so forth. And he became famous because he didn't want any part of white man's. He used the money to buy what he wanted, but he didn't. He felt uncomfortable in that home, and he just continued to live in that teepee and with his dogs until he passed away. And he was probably 106.
Now, is he the one that they buried and he came back?
That's what the story was. See? Just like you have our famous singer today. You know, they say he's not dead; he's still alive. Well, they tell stories like that about it, and this points out reincarnation. Mm-hmm. Now, the Indians believe that they can come back as another person, and sometimes they even come back as an animal or a bird. And that's why sometimes the Indians say that if a bird sits on your windowsill now and pecks it, they think that's in reincarnation of a relative, you know, coming to bring a message. Just still thinking of their people, you know, here on. So that's the way it goes.
We need to check the system out. Just take a step of it.
He's talking about Indian culture. He thinks that basically there's a cultural connection to all peoples. So they not only Santee Sioux believe that, but there's a lot of other people that. Now, in my working years, I've worked with many different tribes. And I was on a campus of an Indian college that had well over 100 different tribes on the campus. And so just by casual acquaintance, rubbing of elbows, sitting and talking, we learn from each other, see. Then in my working time for the government with government assignments with different, like the Cherokees, the Creeks, a lot of the members of the 5 tribes, and also my wife and I worked into Pueblo, Navajo, Zuni country out there in the Southwest, and we learned from the offspring of the older people out there, and then in meeting their parents and so on and so forth, we learned a lot of their culture, and we were invited to a lot of their tribal ceremonials and things like that while we were out there. See. And then going back to the Cheyenne Arapaho country, I came back from the Navajo country to the Cheyenne Arapaho country, and I learned how closely we are to the Cheyenne people. See, there's Northern Cheyenne and the Southern Cheyenne, and then also the Kiowas, and a lot of
What
the people.
similarities are there between the Sioux and the Cheyenne?
The one.
You say that the Sioux and Cheyenne are similar?
Yes, they're of the same linguistic group. Now, like the Osages, they're a member of the Siouan groups. Now, a lot of their language is it's just like our English language now. See, we speak an English language over here, and we talk our English language over in London, for instance, or in the English world. They think they don't think we're talking the pure English language. See, and so it is with the Indian people. Now, I can understand some of the Osage words because there is a similarity to some of their descriptive words, and then same way with the Cheyenne people. I know of Cheyenne Arapahoes, for instance, they're close proximity of living and being acquainted and doing things together. Now, some of them can talk Arapaho as well as their own Cheyenne tongue. And then you go farther north and some of the Cheyennes can almost understand most of the Sioux language, and vice versa. But at one time, I think most of the people, just like your Osages, for instance, a lot of I hear them talking, and I can almost catch some of the words that are derivatives from Sioux words, and so on.
Good question. You mentioned Haskell. Who was Haskell named for? Who's the namesake of Haskell Institute?
Haskell was named after, it seemed like back in a certain period of time, there was a lot of like your cities in Oklahoma, your towns and so forth were named after some person. And seems that Haskell, when they were creating that's one of the things that the government, they said it's as long as the rivers run and the grass grows and so on, they promised to educate the Indians. Well, Carlisle came into the picture. They converted the barracks into a school for the young Indians. Well, at the same time, Haskell came into the picture. And it seems that one of the people that was instrumental in the early days of Haskell was a Judge Haskell. And so that school was named after a Judge Haskell. That's just like my hometown, Flandreau, South Dakota. Someone asked me about that, and they say that Flandreau, the town Flandreau, was named after a Judge Flandreau. So it seems that in the early history of the Indian people, there's people like the missionaries and people that were involved in land entanglements and so forth. The court world seems to have had came into the areas with just like your missionaries and so forth. and a lot of the places are named after politicians and what have you. So it so happens that my hometown was named after Judge Flandreau. I came to school down in Lawrence, Kansas, and one of my schools I attended, and Haskell was named after a Judge Haskell.
Is there an equivalent of the eagle among the animals? If the eagle is the highest of the birds, what's the highest of the animals? Or is there one that would be considered?
Well, I think many of the tribes look at. It just depends on what area of the country you were born, raised in. The deer supplied food and the skins for clothing, and so many of them hold the deer as one of their top animals that they respected and so on. They only took that game when it was necessary. But the majority of the Indian people, the Cheyennes, for instance, the buffalo. Now the buffalo roamed the prairies, so on and so forth. And the Indians, all the Indians, believed that the Great Spirit created different animals and different herds and here and there for food. It would be just like the white man going to Skaggs and Safeway and places like that where they go for food. The Indians, their food was out here in the prairies, out here in the woods and so forth, and in the waters, in the lakes and so forth. People up in the Northwest, for instance, salmon has been in their background as food. The Eskimo, and the people up there in Alaska area, their food's mostly gotten from the water, from the ocean, and so on. And then they say that the division of Indians, wherever they are, wherever they locate, is because the food supply was plentiful over here. A lot of the people that stayed in the Northwest because of the fish, their diet was probably more involved in the sea and the water, and so supplied their food.
But there's no animal generic that's greater than all the other animals.
Well, I would say a great majority of the people hold the buffalo, because the buffalo roamed, and they used the buffalo as a supplier of meat and hides, and a lot of their culture, for instance, their artistic culture, you might say, is supplied from animal life. You take the buffalo robes, and some of the tribes are experts in tanning of hides, buffalo hides, and some of the people down in the Southwest, for instance. Now you take, for instance, the Navajo people would say their number one animal is sheep, because it supplied their meat. They took their storeroom of meat supply with them. They herded them here up, and they took them to the grazing lands and so forth. They followed the sheep, and instead of and eating the meat of the sheep, the mud, they not only did that, but they took the wool for clothing, and they made their blankets, Navajo blankets, and they never wasted the animal.
Um, how did the Indians capture a buffalo or deer, or kill a buffalo or deer before they had the horse? Do you know?
Uh, they there's many different ways. It just depends on. They stalked their animals. They knew where the watering places are. They knew where the grazing places are, and the use of the snare, for instance. They would catch smaller, and then you've heard of people running a buffalo off the cliff, and thereby by catching well, after the animal is injured, they could capture him, you know, and then they used their meat and so on and so forth, and they never wasted and everything that they had in their buffalo, they respected it. So a lot of their buffalo horns and so forth were used in their ceremonials and buffalo robes, and even for instance, in some areas of the country, the elk was held high on their food list and so on. And even respect to the elk was they used their elk teeth, you know, for women's dresses and shirts. They use that. So the Indians, wherever they are, whatever their top meat supplier is or food supply, they respected that animal, and they used every part of the animal that they could that was usable. And after the animal is eaten and gone, they still use their buffalo skulls, and they would use it for decorations, just like the white man would put a pretty picture in their house. People would use things from that Mother Nature supplied. They would respect that till the end. They even decorated these places where they couldn't carry too much with them, but they carried a lot of their things, you know, their wearing apparel and a lot of their personal things that they wanted their treasured and so forth. They used the hide, the parfleche, the rawhide. And my grandparents used to, I wondered whatever happened to all those beautiful parfleches that my grandparents used to have. But I can understand after the Indian, when he passes away as a family head, and what they do, all the friends of the family would come in and they would take this as remembrances, you know. And the families never objected, because even I remember when our Indian pony that was used on a mail route that ran 40 miles to Sioux Falls and back. When my grandfather died, that Indian pony was taken by a friend of the family and said, "No, I'll take this." My friend's pony said, "I'll feed him, I'll take care of him until he dies or I die." So that's where one of our Indian ponies went, with a Henry Taylor, and he kept him until and I think my grandfather's pony died, and Henry Taylor buried this Indian pony close to where he lives, and so parfleches that my grandparents had all went that way. They all, friends took them for keepsakes, to remember their loved ones by, their friends. So this was the Indians had the Samsonite before white man. See? They carried our luggage on horseback or on travois and so forth. They used the hide to make a travois, and they used the parfleches to put their articles in, you know, that they want to take with them. Made them the same size. They can put them on the back of a horse, and people just carried them wherever they are. See, so the animal in the animal world, the Indians respected even, and you always have heard. I grew up hearing that you don't just shoot everything that you see. If you needed meat, you got the deer, or the buffalo, or the sheep, or the goat, or the fish, and you only took, or the geese, or the pheasants, or the grouse. You only took what would supply you now, see. It isn't that way today. People go out and just slaughter. And this is not the way the Indian lives. Because it said all the wildlife is supplied by the Great Spirit, placed here on earth to use. And as far as I know, that's the way my grandparents lived. When they wanted fish, they went down and got it. 2 or 3 or whatever they could use, and let the rest of them, they didn't catch a whole bunch of them and throw them off to the side somewhere.
Do the Sioux have an idea of an underworld?
In the underworld?
You know, like, well, the best example would be like the Navajos. You know, in the Sepapu, they speak to the underworld.
Mm-hmm.
Do the Sioux have any, is there an underworld in with the Sioux?
You mean spiritually?
Yeah.
Yes, they're you know, my people, I think other tribal groups have had the same expression. Some believe there's the hereafter, and they call it the happy hunting ground, see. And in the religious emphasis today, you know, there's a heaven and a hell. And in the Sioux world, they say that, as far as I can see, that there's a connotation that the white man, the missionary, came in here and said that if you do good, you're pleasing our Heavenly Father, see, the Creator, the Great Spirit. And that's the way He wants us to be. And if we didn't, there's a so-called underworld or the devil's world, see. And the Sioux say that there's certain connections to all your thinking, all your, even the white man's writing, see. When a white man vacates a little town, it becomes a ghost town, see. In the Indian way of thinking, the ghost world, for instance, is cited to the Sioux world like this, see. You do good things, you go to the Great Spirit, you're rewarded Great Spirit. And if you don't do a lot of good things in this world, and so forth, you're not accepted in white man's heaven or the happy hunting ground, so the Indians say. You're not accepted there, see. So when you pass away, you're not accepted in any place, but you become a ghost. You're not accepted in heaven. You're not accepted in the Indians' happy hunting ground. So your spirit just floats around here, and you become a ghost. See? And that's where maybe the connection with the English people, you know, the more Englishmen used to talk about ghosts and things like that, you know. The Indians say that since you're not accepted in the happy hunting grounds, your spirit doesn't go anyplace. You become a ghost and you just go around every place you've been in your normal life while you're alive, see. And you have no home. You haven't done good things to gain entry into the happy hunting grounds, or heaven, whichever you might say. So you become a ghost. And so in some locales of the Indian world, there's ghosts. In my particular case, in Morton, Minnesota, for instance, that little community has more ghost stories than any place I've ever heard. And when I went out to the Navajo country, they talk about ghosts because their beliefs, like the Hogan, if anybody dies in a Hogan, he dies maybe with from something they don't understand. They say that he's sick because the evil spirits are working in his body, and he dies from it. So it becomes taboo to the Navajo world, see. They leave the Hogan and leave that person in there. And if anyone dies in a Navajo Hogan, the Navajos will knock a hole in the west side. All Hogans face the east, so the old traditional type thing, so they can see the sun. That's the way the Indians, most of them, they see the sun come up. See? And the west is where the sun sets. So your beliefs kind of run the same way. See? You greet the sun, it's a happy day, and so forth. Sunset, it becomes dark after sunset. So the Navajo knocks a hole in the west side of their Hogan. So if there's any evil spirits in there, they can get out. That's why the Navajo won't sleep in their Hogan. They're not like you and I going to the motel somewhere and we don't know who's been in there before us. We don't know who maybe got sick in there. We don't know who died in there and so forth. But some of the Indians won't go into a place like that. I was out there with a Navajo. His name was Capitan. We went down in the Navajo reservation in the Cow Canyon country. And when nightfall came, we were visiting with some missionaries from the east. Father Liebler, he belonged to the Order of the High Episcopal. And he went out there to serve the Navajo. And they have found an adobe rectangular building against the walls of a cliff, and they didn't complete it. Well, in his ministry, they told him that he'd have to find a place where the Christian religion has never been brought to the Navajo or to the Indian people. And he found such a place down in that Cow Canyon country below, directly south of Cortez, Moab, Utah, in that area. And down that Cow Canyon country, he set up a mission. And he took another missionary with him, and they built, and he informed the headquarters that he found a place there where there's a place where the Navajos had never been exposed to the Christian religion. So they built onto this adobe rectangular building, raised it 1.5 foot or 2 feet, and he left it just like the Navajos, like, you know, with low lights, so on, and he put a library in there. There's a spring on the inside there where they had watermelon and things like that. And this is where they, this Episcopal minister, and he learned the Navajo language, and he tied a bun, his hair in a bun, and he wore a cloak like the monks would wear, and he wore sandals, tall, Father Liebler. And I had an occasion to spend a couple of nights there. And the Navajos would come in and they would be playing checkers and out there in the outer edge, and we were in there. There was 3 of us, and the Sam Capitan was a Navajo interpreter. So when nightfall, the first nightfall came, they wanted us to sleep out there in these little adobe side places that they had built. Sam Capitan, I said, "Where are you going to sleep?" He said, "I'm not in there." He said, "I'm going to sleep out here in a pickup truck. I'm a bed in the pickup truck." So I said, "Okay, I'll put my bedroll in there." And he said, so we made a cover over the back so the dew won't hit us. And I learned Navajo culture from Sam Capitan. I said, "Sam, why don't you want to live in one of the sleeping rooms?" He said, "Oh," I said, "evil spirits. Somebody might have died in there," said, "and I don't know, but I'm not going to sleep in there." This is the old Navajo belief, see. Now, it carries over into other tribal groups, you know. They're, like you say, the underworld or hell or whatever you asked about a while ago. There's different beliefs that Indian people have, see, of hell and heaven.
That's interesting. Did the Sioux have the teepee, or like the wickiup, or what do the Sioux have?
Teepee,
Teepee.
later the tents. And they had lean-tos. You see, most Indians come up with shelter that Mother Nature supplies. See? Like your Wichitas, you know, when they built their out of bent willows or whatever, and they used what looks like straw to people, you know, and grass and so forth, and something to shed water. See? Nomadic tribal groups had to carry their shelter with them. See? So the teepee was a shelter for the Sioux, because they moved from one place to the other. And they rolled up their teepee, and then the women would pitch the teepee wherever the men would pick a campsite. They would, the women would put up the teepees. See, they did all the care of the family, more or less, just like you would see people moving across the United States now. You know, only the women don't do it's the men that do the work now. See, it was different in the Indian world. Yeah, the women did most of the housekeeping, most of the moving, most of the sewing, and so on and so forth. And they tell me that amongst the Indians, you know, we all grind corn. We had these stone grinders and so forth, and we had people from you know, the Southwest. They tell us that they were grinding corn out there. You know, the Navajo women would grind the corn. And after a while, the man decided that he would help his wife in the grinding process. So he gets out his drum and he sits over there and he sings to her while she's grinding the corn. And after a while, she kept time with her grinding to the singing of her husband, see, the man of the Hogar. And so they say that you know, the white man comes and he does all the heavy work, and the women take it easy. So the Indian man says, white man sure ruined everything for the Indian man. He had her where she was doing all the work. White man comes along and listens to his wife. Equal rights came into the picture. So the Indian man says today that the white man ruined the Indian man's world, because at one time the women did all the work. The white man, the Indian just sat there in the shade and sang and beat the drum and so forth. And the Indian woman did all the work by music, see, keeping time. But that world has changed. Anyway, there's a lot of correlations between white man's world and the Indian world, only sometimes it's crosswire.
What is the origin of fire in the Sioux? Is there a story about how the Indians got fire?
Well, the Indian, various Indians have, you know, your lightning was probably the first example that I can think of. Your lightning strikes and starts fires, and even the recent fires up there in the Yellowstone Park was set by lightning and so on and so forth. When lightning strikes, the Indian learned that fire by friction starts a fire.
How did they learn that? Does anyone know?
Well, they took examples from you know, when lightning strikes, it runs down trees and just kind of peels the bark, stuff like that. And then the Indian, my particular Indians, they used to tell stories about the Indian maidens story that my grandmother used to tell me about. Said that in the Pipestone, this is a quarry story, see. At the quarry, there's a lot of legends. Just like the white man's world up there in Minnesota, the land of 10,000 lakes, land where it inspired Longfellow to write all those beautiful stories about children's books and so forth, inspired by the many, many lakes and forests and what have you. Well, my grandmother used to tell this story that at the quarry, when something happens, and they say the Great Spirit has created this stone, the rocks, and what have you, she used to tell about at night that there were singing or laughter, you know, of happiness coming from the rocks, from the story that we got from, and there was waterfalls there and so forth. And so they say that at night they could hear laughter, and at the same time they'd see sparks flying. And when my grandmother told me that, I said, well, Grandma, that might have been fireflies. These little bugs with lights. She said, no. Said, the story is that the men thought that they would listen and see who this giggling and laughter and the happiness that came out of the rocks and so forth. And they would go towards it at night, but they'd get within certain distance and it would stop. If it was she said if it was fireflies, it would continue. But said they get a certain spot and it stops. So when they got closer, they found that on the rocks was pictographs, where they were pecking, like this. And I saw some of those pictographs up at the Smithsonian, my trip up there. You see, Dr. Evers, John Evers, I met him up there. So he followed me at Pipestone Quarry, and he took a lot of these legends back with him. But the story that my grandmother told said there's pictographs on those rocks, pecked out like that. When these men would come to see who was doing that, disappeared. Next morning they'd see these pictographs picked out like this. And there's samples of those in the Smithsonian. And so my grandmother said that they weren't fireflies. People were happy. They were giggling. They were making pictures and so forth. There was evidence of that up there in the Smithsonian.
Is Catlin sacred to the Indians?
Right.
Why is it sacred? What's the story behind Catlinite?
Well, Catlinite is a red stone, clay at one time, between quartzites. Somewhere along the line, it came into the view of the Sioux prairie band Sioux that roamed that part of the country. And they found this stone that it was it wasn't soft clay. It was a medium texture, and they could make designs on it, and they could almost work it by hand using flint as a carving tool. They can make things, and they found this. And they say that the Great Spirit put that red rock, there's clay at one time between the quartzites, and it came in there, and it hardened to a certain hardness, and left it at a certain softness, so it could be used to make things out of it. And they said the creation of the pipe came into the picture there. They say the Great Spirit brought this stone. You can make things out of it. And they say that the story has it that the Great Spirit came and called his people there and told them that when you come to this meeting, this gathering, I'll meet you there. This is the origin of the peace pipe. Said, you talk about creation story. Everybody has a creation story. They said that you come to this for the meeting and leave your bows and arrows, and your tomahawks, and your knives, and weapons back home, see, or wherever you stay. But meet me here. And the story goes that the day of the meeting, they all gathered, and nothing was anywhere in sight. The sky was all clear, and But lo and behold, just as soon as they were going to depart, they say that a cloud came. It's like an elevator, and it settled right in the middle of it. And then the legend and the story says that when the cloud lifted, there was a handsome warrior standing there, the Great Spirit, in white buckskin. He stood there and he said, I called you here because I need to talk to you. He said, I created you people and put you here. And he said, all you've done is you would fight. There's a lot of disagreements. I put you here to get along with each other. But all you've done is fight. He said, in my hand, I have something here. And he had this red clay. He said, I have this pipe. He created a pipe. And he said, I brought this. And he said, I have a stem. And I have some ceremonial tobacco that I put in there, see. It's bark. Sioux say chaw for wood. Sha means red. It's red bark, see. They grind it in their palms and they put that in there. It makes a undescribable odor. It makes a sweet aroma that you don't hear. I mean, that you don't detect now. Well, anyhow, they put that ceremonial pipe in there, and they said that he told them that I created you, put you here to get along, be good to each other, and you haven't done it. He said, this stone is red because there's been bloodshed, and the blood has seeped into the ground and has turned this clay red. He said, with this, I'll leave you this pipe to use in all your ceremonies, what have you. And he blew the smoke in 4 directions, east, south, west, and north, symbolizing and telling the people that wherever the smoke goes, peace shall reign. So the story of the pipe, and with his gift to the pipe, and a reminder to get along and live together harmoniously, settled all difficulties and everything by smoking this pipe of peace. The cloud came back and engulfed him and lifted, and the spirit is gone. So that's the story of the peace pipe that the Indians, and there's several versions of it. Now the Arapahoes probably have each group, you know, the Comanches and so on and so forth, they all have their versions of different supernatural things that happen amongst them, and I'm sure that so that is the creation of the peace pipe, and it was a symbol of peace. Yeah. And the Indians really believed in that because they use it in their ceremonies, even in Canada today. See? The offshoot of some of the Sioux are up there, see? And it is passed from all tribes and so on and so forth. So I do a story about creation of the peace pipe, how it traveled from tribe to tribe, how it's used and so forth. And then when the state of Oklahoma, the territory became a state, 1907 and so forth, some years later, after several suggestions and a flag, state flag came out, and the symbol of peace, the peace pipe and the olive branch became symbols on the Oklahoma state flag. See? So the symbol of peace is definitely on the Oklahoma flag. See? And I think that being a member of the Sioux tribe, you know, and the creation pipe of peace really means something to me.
Do the Indians still have a sign language that they can talk to each other today?
Yes. Only in, probably in uh, interpreting like the Lord's Prayer and so forth, and then uh, some of the there is no need for sign language. So the young Indians, even to their native tongue, they've forgotten how to talk their native tongue. I'm fortunate enough to grow up knowing the Sioux language and so forth, and even to this day I can talk Sioux, and I go home and a lot of my own people, they talk English and so forth, and they don't use the Sioux language very much.
What is whenever you meet another Sioux, what is a typical greeting for another Sioux?
Well, you know, they just raise their hand and they greet, and every part of your body means something. See, when you make a motion like this, you can say you're seeing somebody, see, or just your ear, cup your ear. I'm listening. I see you, and they say they don't point with the index finger. They do this. They use their thumb to. And the white man is described short hair, you know, with a cross of your forehead. And if I ask you, did you see a white man? That's the sign I'd make. See? And then he might say, white man talks with forked tongue. So
How do you differentiate between C and forked?
your C is from your eyes. See?
Okay. And forked?
Forked is down below the mouth.
Okay.
And so the signs are actually simple, but it's the use of the sign language is so, you know, when you say everything is okay, you know, you just say like that. And, you know, you're hungry, your food. Those are all simple signs, you know, and that when you think about it, you know, you take a lot of the people that came out to the Indian country and so forth, they had to make signs, see. After all, they say it's universal language, see. You're dependent on, you know, if you want to ask anybody, you know, did you see from your eyes buffalo, see. Now the old settlers and so forth, or some of the Indians are out hunting and so forth, they make those simple signs, you know.
What's a sign for a horse?
Horse, you see, that had to be created later because we didn't have a horse, see. But it's just simple. It's like this. Fingers over the hand.
What's a journey?
A journey?
You're going to go on a journey or a trip.
Well, you just you vision with your eyes, you know, and you walk or you ride, and you point whatever direction you're going. On a long journey, you know, you may be going to a wooded country, and you indicate that like the Black Hills or anything else, a lot of trees, you know, you just do like that. Then the sun and the moon, you know, those are all signs.
What about a grassy area? You had the trees. If it's just like a grassy or plain area.
You see, you indicate the plains land, grass, plentiful. You know, when you're full, you do this.
What sign for woman?
Long hair.
And sign for man. Not white man, just sign for
Man,
yeah.
Well, I would say that the woman or the man, you know, they're, you know, you do like this. You know, most men, you know, they have some kind of hair on their chins, what have you. And
So the woman is like long hair and the man is hair on the chin.
yeah, like that, you know,
Yeah.
they're you know, it's just they're simple, but you just when you don't use it, it's just like a football official, you know, out there he throws a handkerchief for a foul, and he makes signs out there. It's all the same difference, and a lot of tribes, their signs vary a little bit, but generally speaking, your parts of your body and so forth. You know, your walking, and your vision, and your hearing, and you know, all your hunger signs. Things like this are just very, very simple.
What would be a sign for a house or a teepee?
It's simple.
Yeah. How did the Indians capture the eagle?
As I say, you know, there are different ways. Of course, you have to be in the maybe in the Rocky Mountain area. You know, you could set snares or traps in the rocky places, you know. Put a bait out there and get off in a distance, and if an eagle comes down in there, you snare him with skin snare or whatever you got.
Did they have a ceremony?
Then they have trap, sort of trap doors. And, well, you know, like I say, the spider, you know, he catches his in a web, see? And they have, excuse me, what did you say?
Was there a ceremony the Indian had to perform before he killed an eagle?
I think there has to be a need to kill an eagle. If he wants eagle feathers or something like this, you know, they can. The reason for wanting an eagle decides how you're gonna capture him, and also I suppose that the protection of the eagle is a very valid thing amongst the Indians. See, you don't kill those eagles. You know, just they're to begin with, they're hard to get. They're way up there. Last summer, my buddy and I went up there in the Rocky Mountains. We located an eagle nest way up there in jagged rocks in the Rocky Mountains, and I would say that from what we could see, it looked like a Christmas wreath, you know, with twigs, you know, that were laid up around there, and it's put it in a back recess. My buddy recognized this because of the droppings from the nest, over the side. Then there's a place there where the eagle comes and he sits. He brings food to the mother eagle, I guess, and brings food to the little ones. And you can see on the side of the rocks and so forth all the droppings from the eagles as they sit there. But there's no way in which you and I can get in there without all the modern ropes and contraptions that we can get to. Without those, we couldn't reach his nest.
Now, you first came to Oklahoma to Sepulpa, correct?
My first assignment, I came to Oklahoma, done my first job there in Sepulpa, Oklahoma, but I had been to Oklahoma playing football at Tulsa, against Tulsa University back in 1928, 29, 30, 31. We played at Old McNulty Field, and then we built Skelly Stadium, and I happened to be one of the members of the team that played at Skelly Stadium's opening year. They had the dedication to somebody else, but we always played at Tulsa University on our last game of the football season, which was take us into the first weekend in December.
What year was that?
1928, 29, 30, and 31. In 1928, I played in McNulty Field, which is on 6th Street there in Tulsa. There used to be a warehouse there now. I don't know what's there now. But we played Tulsa University there, and as I recall, it had one corner of the field was cut off by the railroad. On the right-hand side on the east side of the field, if you ran the ball over the goal, there was a touchdown. But if you ran over the final stripe on the west side, that railroad cut it off by probably 10 yards or so. So you shouldn't go that way, so they tell us. If you want to make a touchdown, you have to go to the other side. So if we ran out of bounds on the 10-yard line over here when we ran out of the field, they'd replace the ball down the other corner, see, and then we'd have to try again. But then later on, of course, Skelly Field was Skelly Stadium. And I recall one side of that Skelly Stadium used to be filled with quapaws, Osage Indians, all in their loud blankets and braids and so forth. And they just take up the whole field when the Haskell Indians would come to town to play. See. So that was kind of a thrilling sight to see, all those long-haired boys driving big cars and so forth. They come to see the Haskell Indians play. And what I remember about the Osages was the fact that one of the first, they tell me that Frank McDonald, my athletic director, that in fact I helped when Frank McDonald died, my athletic director. See, part of my story about Frank McDonald, I played quarterback for him, and Charles, our right halfback, was national decathlon champion in 1930, and then he was on the early 30s Olympic team when they had the Olympics at Los Angeles. Louis Weller, All-American by Grantland Rice and Canute Rockney. He's my left halfback. Walter Johnson, Paiute, barrel-chested Paiute Indian was our fullback. See, and he was selected in 1931 to play in the East-West ball game at Shriner Stadium in San Francisco. So I had three well-known backfield men. Weller, All-American. Charles, National Decathlon Champion. Johnson, a fullback. And I was a quarterback, see. They got all the publicity and I didn't. Because that dictated the type of formation we ran dictated that. And my backfield coach would cite that out because he played the same position I did before he became our coach. They played the Warner system in which the quarterback hardly ever, he just called signals and did some blocking and things like that. He hardly ever carried the ball. We'd do all the blocking and things like this, you know. And the halfbacks and the fullback all got the publicity because they made the yardage. That was the Warner system. We were, my backfield coach, Coach Ward, Egbert Ward, and I probably got sidetracked on the publicity part of the Haskell backfield because the only thing we did was we called signals and we blocked the ends and all the quick opening places on the line and things like that. And we didn't carry the ball very much. And so the Warner system is it's not a good quarterback. You know, didn't make the quarterbacks. They didn't put them up in the limelight because they didn't score that much. Occasionally we might intercept a pass or something like that and scored, but per se, you know, we didn't. Our plays weren't designed for the quarterback to carry the balls.
What was your record while you were playing football with Haskell?
In my junior year, we won 10 games out of 11. We lost one game. In my senior year, I think we won 10 out of 12 ball games. We had an extra ball game, but that was in 1931. I believe we played in Soldiers Field, and the thrill of my lifetime in football for Haskell was playing in Soldiers Field. We played for played a Southeast Conference team on a bowl in a charity bowl game. I mean charity football game. And prior to that, we had a lot of campers from the Chicago area and some counselors and so forth. And when they knew that Haskell Indians were going to play a charity game in Soldiers Field, most of the campers from the Chicago area, surrounding areas, you know, counselors, all came to the football game. And my coach, Lone Star Dietz, of the Carlisle fame, Jim Thorpe's teammate, when he recognized that all those campers I had during the summer were there at the ball game and the counselors and so forth, he did me a great turn, and he made me one of the captains, co-captains of that game. And also, our punters were not in top shape, and he had me do the punting in that game in the Soldiers Field. So my football coach, you know, Pop was one of Pop Warner's best advocates, best coaches of the double wing system that was played at Carlisle, Pennsylvania, when Jim Thorpe and my coach Lone Star Dietz, and they played up there, that double wing system.
Where was he from, Dietz?
Lone Star Dietz was half German and half Sioux. His dad was German, and he went out to South Dakota in the early days, and he married a full-blood Sioux woman. And out of this union came my football coach, Lone Star Dietz. William Bill Dietz. Now, that's the reason I use Lone Star. My coach, when I left Haskell and he left Haskell, he went from there to coach the Boston Redskins. Later the franchise moved to Washington Redskins, and they're presently still Washington Redskins. But when Lone Star went to the Pro League, he took some of the Haskell boys with him, and I didn't go play pro ball, but I came on a job in Oklahoma, and he won the Eastern Division, Boston, then Washington, and later on, when my wife and I went to Lawrence, Kansas, on an assignment there, my wife put on the pageant of Haskell, 75th year of Haskell. She directed the pageant at the Haskell Stadium, and we had Lone Star Dietz come back from Pennsylvania. He had just quit coaching, retired from coaching Washington Redskins, but he had cancer, and he was living in Reading, Pennsylvania, and he was spending all his money in hospital bills and everything, and Frank McDonald was still alive, our athletic director. He and I were in Lawrence. I was up back on Haskell campus, and together we got enough funds from the city of Lawrence to fly Lone Star Dietz and his wife back for the 75th anniversary. And he stayed at my house, and he made a talk at the 75th anniversary pageant that night.
What kind of man is he?
He was a good man, a good athlete, and he got his name from his Dietz is a German name, and he got his Indian name from his uncle, who was a full-blood Sioux Indian. Now Lone Star, when he got his name, the way he got his name, he left. His mother died, and he was leaving the reservation. Coach Dietz's dad was going back to Wisconsin to the German settlement, and he took his son with him, William. Was going to take him back, and his uncle said that you're going to leave the reservation now. You're going to leave this country. You're going back to Wisconsin. And said, I'll probably never get to see you again. He said, my Indian name was given to me through the natural process of pinning an Indian name on, it's just kind of like the merit badge in scouting. See? And my coach's uncle's name was Lone Star, and he got it by directing a group of lost hunters by using the stars to bring his lost tribe to the hunting group back to the camp. And so his uncle was Lone Star. When my coach was leaving there as a little boy, he said, I'll probably never get to see you again, but he said, I want you to use my name, Lone Star. That'll be your Indian name. And he just told him to use his Indian name. And then when Lone Star got to the age where he had to go to school, his father, his German father, passed away, and he was up there. He was half Indian, so it qualified him to go to Carlisle, Pennsylvania. And there he met Jim Thorpe and a lot of the great Indian athletes, Mount Pleasant and what have you. And they had these great athletes, and the Lone Star played ball there. See? And so Lone Star, had this name, and I was his quarterback. And he knew I was involved in making peace pipes as a hobby. And he said, someday when you retire and make peace pipes and so forth, since you were born around the quarry, said you're going to be making these. And I had started some, and showed him what I could do. And he said, when you start making peace pipes and so forth, said, I want you to use my name on your artwork. And he used Lone Star on his pictures. I got a picture at home with his name on there, Lone Star. But before he passed away, I received a letter telling me that I can use his Indian name, Lone Star. And I didn't get it through the natural processes of being named, given an Indian name. I got it from my football coach, Lone Star. And so that's what appears on the peace pipes I make, Lone Star, the insignia that I put on the pipes.
And we're almost at our tape again.
Yeah, well.
Well, I've enjoyed this one.
And
I've enjoyed all of them.
Anyway, that's where I got Lone Star.
Yeah.
And I've got of course, if you need more tape, you need to.
Yeah.
Um,
We haven't covered Anadarko yet.
Yeah. Okay. My activities program in the bureau for different schools
Yeah.
and so forth. Of course, I went through the coaching field, and I went through the principalship and superintendency, and then to the supervisory capacity in Anadarko, and I can talk about that, later on. And I've always felt that if you keep students, young people, involved in lots of interesting activities in a school setup, they'll become healthy in their thinking towards education. They'll be coming back, participating in activities and coming back to hit the books. That's always my philosophy of activity. Keep them interested in a lot of activities that kids can do, fit them into their programs and so forth, and have them all do something, And if your activities program is alive in a school system, your kids will be coming back to the classroom every day, see? And that's the reason I was directing activities down there in 5 different schools, and that was my last swan song in my work with the government.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Let me shut this off.
And my daughter up in Bartlesville, and my youngest daughter over here at the Midwest City, they want to go with me. 1,800 alums going to return.
Wow.
All school, from way back there in 1909 to present time. And now I don't know what you want. I brought some sample tools. I didn't bring my, I'll put these pipes. I think you mentioned something about what I used to carve these things.
When did you start making pipes?
4 years after I retired. But the beginning, my granddad was alive, and I learned from him how to handle a saw. I was too little then.
Let me see, today is June 15th, isn't it?
Right.
1989. And this is another interview with Pete Shepard.
Right. I'll tell you what. I've got a bag full of tricks here. My friend Gottfried Holtz, he wrote that book.
American Skin Paintings.
He came over here on a 6 months sabbatical from Zurich, Switzerland, and I gave him the directions, a map of the United States with all the reservations on it, and he took off California and up the coast, Montana back through the Dakotas, and he came up with enough notes and stuff to have a book printed. And skin paintings. I got 2 of them. I got one, that one. I'll uncover some of these. Here's a.
Oh, okay.
See, this is in the rough yet.
Yeah.
This is going to go over the fireplace.
Mm-hmm.
I'm making this for my wife.
Yeah.
I hope I finish it before anything happens to me or to her.
Yeah. Now this is the Catlinite.
Catlinite. See, that hole will be drilled a little bigger, and that a little bigger, and then this will be cut down a little more.
Yeah.
Work it down.
And what kind of wood do you use?
Sumac.
Sumac.
This is a sample. Small. This is called eagle claw pipe. See? That's very much in a. That was a sample that I had down to.
Now is all the wood sumac?
The same kind of this too.
Yeah.
See, it's got pretty meat.
Oh yeah.
Now these came from Minnesota.
Now do you turn your own stems?
See, those are easy to work down. There's see, this is a piece of cedar. See?
Yeah. Do you use cedar for stems also?
Well, you have to split them.
Yeah.
You can't punch a hole through there like you can this
Okay.
one. See?
Like the sumac?
I left this wire in here because you punch that through that soft.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it goes all the way through. This is goes there. Now cedar, you have to split it, put it together. This is sumac, and this is sumac. Put these on. Now I use white pine for some of this. Then you split those.
Yeah.
Glue them back together. There's one that's redwood.
Redwood.
Redwood. I put a little redwood
Yeah.
finish on it. Now old socks are pretty good things to have around. I'll just now this is the beginning. Somebody wanted a horse or a pony. See, this is the way you start it. You whittle it down till you get it shaped like you want it.
What do you use to drill the pipestone?
Electric drill.
Electric drill?
Electric drill. Now there's one on the small side. And I brought a piece of skin along somewhere. Just to show you. Now this is, I brought this because this is some of this I used to demonstrate with to kids, you know.
Yeah.
Now this is what my granddad showed me how to make tomahawk. He'd drill a hole in it, and then I'd put a stick in it. Then my grandmother would take skin and sew it on there for me, see, and put a little. That's what I sewed when I first started, probably at the age of 4 or 5, and it's a little tomahawk, see, in the rough. And I just wanted to show you something that, talking about skin paintings, care of skin is a very important item. Now this one was dragged, see. Dragged for some distance, made those marks on it, see. Practically, this part is used for scraps. But,
Is this doe skin?
yeah. This is,
How do the Indians tan their skins?
oh, they smoke them.
Smoke 'em?
They I'll show you some of this other stuff here. I'll show you some of this because you can take. See, I just use this as a sample for kids or anybody else that you can take a fine tooth deal and cut it. See,
So what's
it'll go through there.
So what's a soft stone then?
It's well, it's workable. This is what I use to for bigger pieces, and this is you cut different angles on the stuff. And then after you get it shaped down to what you want, the Indians used that sandstone to smooth the. See, back in those earlier days, they weren't as finished as nicely as they could be today with the tools. Now that's a sample of the. And then when you get down to the nitty gritty, when you want to shine that thing, you know, and you're satisfied that it's smooth enough, you heat the stone and you use beeswax. Beeswax to rub it on there, and then.
What does the beeswax do to the stone?
Well, it turns it.
Oh, it turns it a
See,
dark.
see like that.
Yeah.
See?
Turns
So
it a dark.
notice the difference.
Yeah, I can see the. Yeah.
Now this, the difference between this Four Winds pipe, that's the one they use in ceremonies. This is more or less
They
an
use the
ornament.
Four Winds pipe. What's the?
Well, that's the one they use in the ceremony where they blow with smoke in 4 directions. See,
You know, which one of these would be a Four Winds pipe?
that one.
This one. Okay, now that's Four Winds pipe.
Yeah, this one would be a 4 Winds pipe.
Yeah.
This is an eagle claw.
It's kind of a ceremonial
Now what?
to animal.
Okay.
You know, there's ceremonies honoring different animals that they make. And this is what you call, when you put an animal on the back, kind of like this.
Yeah.
They're an effigy. That's an effigy pipe. There's you know, you can take any of these. Not that I've got a. See, you can take any of these.
You know,
I get a bunch of them made, and then you fit them in. See. Now that can come near. See, that'd make a pretty pipe.
Yeah.
My daughter has one in her hallway out of this wood. And then you can hang your feathers and your ornaments in here, see? It makes it beautiful.
Now, why the effigy pipe? Well, why would you make an effigy pipe? You know, with the buffalo or the horse?
Well, as I say, you honor different birds like the eagle or the buffalo. Buffalo because it supplies meat, food, shelter, hides. This is the story that I tell with the turtle and the bear. See, the bear is considered oh yeah.
Now the turtle and the bear?
Yeah. I've got several turtles made up and I couldn't find them. I don't know whether I've got them in this box. Now these are unfinished. Kind of like that, see. And this is an unfinished deal.
Now, is the stem important in the pipe? Can you have a different type of stems, or?
When they have a Sundance and they use a ceremonial pipe, a stem has to be so not too long, simply because the person taking the ceremonial steps sits in front of the advisor, maybe on his knees, and he has to put the stem from where he sits, and they light it. See? That's when the ceremonies. That's part of the ceremony. They use the pipe, and it can't be too long because they have to have. Now, I got you a pipe here. Some guy is supposed to come in tonight. He wants to get a pipe to use in Sundance. And I got some pipes down at the exhibit hall. But you see, this will be about the right.
Yeah.
You can look through there. And the Cheyennes, when they're going through their ceremony, nothing fancy, just plain. Plain here. So, did I tell you my
the Lone
Star? Yeah. So, when he comes in tonight, here, I scarred that thing up. Now, he'll probably take that one. See? But I've got, see, I can finish that one. That's same deal. And
Now, would this be a four-wind pipe?
oh yeah, anything that has the front on it. And I don't know whether I brought my elbow pipes. I wanted to show you an elbow pipe. I bet I didn't bring them. An elbow pipe is like this. It's got paint on the bottom.
Yeah. Okay, it doesn't have the front on it.
It doesn't have a front.
Yeah, okay.
Now that, the elbow pipe is what they call a pleasure pipe,
Mm-hmm.
and they're small.
Yeah.
Now, you talk about people that have on the radio today, TV, this guy that cautions people about you know, the copies or the people that come to your house and say they're going to do something,
Yeah,
and they collect
right,
money and go, you
right.
know, you got all these guys. Well, down in Oklahoma, in Scottsdale, I went down there and I was looking for the place where they call the House of Beads, to get some beads. And they told me where it was. That was after I left a couple of pipes at the houses. It's either 5 or 6 directions. That's the name of the curio shop. And this guy told me, he said, well, you go down here at the House of Beads, says they got all kinds of beads. And he said, that guy says he has some pipestone beads. And I'd never heard of them before. So I went down there and looked at some of his stuff that he had there, and then he finally said, well, I finally asked him, I said, I understand you have some beads made from that pipestone. Oh yeah, he said, I got some. And so I looked at them. This is what they were. These were on a string. They look like pipestone, but this is came from Africa or somewhere. They're different sizes, and they had them on a string. And I got 3 of them, and I said, well, are you sure these are pipestone? I said, what else did they tell you about it? And he said, that's all. He said, told me it was Indian pipestone. And you see that stone is kind of, look like wood is worm eaten.
Yeah.
And this is not catalanite. So I finally told him that if you're selling these for catalanite, pipestone, he said that they're not. And apparently they got them somewhere in Africa or somewhere, and someone was had an some on old string.
Yeah.
And brought them there and sold them as pipestone beads. So that's the reason I carry this sample around, to caution people that there is a fake type of stone that now I wish I'd have brought. Now I'm going to show you these. I got so much stuff. Now this is 2 articles that appeared.
Oh, there's yeah.
Have you seen that? I didn't show you a copy of that. Now here's from another deal. If you would like to read those.
Yeah.
Oh, here. I think I've got to. At your leisure, I can leave them with you with the rest of my stuff, and then I may provoke some more questions or
Yeah.
whatever you
Sure.
want to do. Because I won't need them right away. Here's mine. Now before you drill holes, see, after you mark your pipe, you take your saw and cut that, and then you, using electric drill, you have to measure that so it'll hit in there. Now this is
That's the elbow pipe, isn't it?
this is the elbow pipe.
Yeah.
I had ones without the hole drill, but you drill a hole in it, then you take a rasp, something with more teeth in it, files, but you first use a blacksmith type rasp, you know, like they use on horses' hoofs.
Yeah, right.
And that'll take chunks out of it and smooth it down. Then you work it down to about like that.
Yeah.
And then you use a little finer tooth files. But, I didn't bring on something like this that
Yeah.
you can use. Here we are. Ten of these, and then when you get down to your anything in the holes there and so forth that you want to get in, kind of
Rat tail file.
yeah, like that. And boy, I've got and anything that you want to, like getting under things that like this, you use a little, when you get in tight fit corners, you take something like this and
Yeah.
work them down. This is the last festival. This is what
Pete Shepard. Benjamin Harrison.
I can leave that, and you could put it with the other stuff and
Yeah.
read it at your
Okay.
leisure if you want to.
Sure.
Now this,
Pipes on the Plains.
pipes on the plains. Now you can, now Robert Murray was the one that interviewed me there when he was a historian, and John Ewers from the Smithsonian followed me there just about 2 weeks later.
Now, where was this?
Pipestone,
Pipestone.
Minnesota, at the quarry,
Yeah.
the museum. Now Robert Murray was the one that came out with this, and he was the one that I told, you know, they want me to sign their register, and I said, well, maybe you better sign mine first, because I said, I used to camp out here before you had all this buildings and, you know, all fancied up and so on. And so this caught the interest of, well, come on in. They said, we want to talk to you some more. So my uncle and I went in there, see, one Labor Day afternoon, and we talked for, 2.5 hours talking to him. He was asking all kinds of questions, well, what it was like when I camped out with my grandfather there. And then the Taylor brothers, Henry and Joe Taylor, and all his kids make pipestone. And they're all gone. I think there's only one left.
Yeah.
I don't know where he is. Uses and functions of pipes. Now there's You see the punka women, I make some of this, somebody came along, this is kind of like a cigar holder. The punka women use that as a pleasure pipe, you know, they carry those, you know.
Yeah.
And the hole in there is slanted downward on the inside. So you can put the tobacco in there and smoke it like a cigar, see. Now this is exposition. This was 44th annual tribal dancing. Now all this, you see, I was there before they ever printed. They only had 2 quarries that were opened up. And this tells you about, now, a pipe like that, I made one, flat and connecting underneath there, and some group uses that. They put the offering tobacco around there, and they poke it in, you know. And, now South American Indians have one, and I have one at home. It has several mouthpieces all the way around it, see. And they use that down there to, instead of just one stem, one mouthpiece, they have several around there. And you put the offering, the sacred tobacco or ceremonial tobacco in the middle of it, and then they pass it around, and each one has his own mouthpiece. Now, see, this is, these are the Teton Sioux, Arikaras, Yankton Sioux. Now there's 6 bands of Sioux in here. Santee Sioux, this is where we see they are right there. This is Wisconsin. Now this is where my mother was born, right on the Minnesota River. And then they came over and settled here. And I have that Roberts County account in the paper. Roberts County is right up there in that area. Big Stone and Lake Traverse is there, see. And right in there is where I've got my farm property.
Oh, yeah.
And so you hear tales about the medicine you get out of Big Stone. And my grandfather on my father's side, my paternal grandfather used to tell, we'd sit on his hillside house.
Yeah.
He used to take us, my brother and I, fishing, you know, beautiful catfish there, and you know, just all kinds of fish. And in the evening we'd sit there overlooking that lake, and he'd tell us stories about the roots and herbs that come from around the lake, you know, what the Indians did, what kind of medicine they used, you know. Out of that, he said that they had a poultice type medicine, you know, that draws, like if you have a boil or something, you know, you just chew a wad of that and put it on there, and it draws it out. And then if there's any indication of infection, they use some of that, and it's roots that are underwater, see, that he gets from the lake. See. So there's all kinds of medicines that the Indians had, and they say that penicillin, the Indians had a form of penicillin, and now I've never seen it, but they say that that penicillin comes out of decayed trunks of fallen trees or something like that, certain types. Now, whether this is right or not, but it sounds plausible, I guess. Now, I don't know. Now, quarrying. Now this is what. Now this is. This is father and son. Now this is. I had this boy at Haskell. When we went back up that college, he was there in school, And then his dad was working at the quarry, see. This was probably in the late 50s and early 60s. He's dead now, but Raymond still works there.
Yeah.
And he always gets a big kick out of me calling him, you know, and I have to start talking to him, checking up on him, you know. I said, hey, what are you doing today, loafing? You see, this is, now if you would like to keep that and read it,
Yeah.
you're welcome to use that. Now, you talk about, I've seen out to cattle at night, and I plan to do that because I've got some flat pieces that are probably, you can't use it for anything but maybe carving a side view of Chief Two Guns White Calf, whose head appears on a buffalo nickel.
Yeah.
There were 3 Indians, one Seneca and then one from another tribe, that they took a composite of, see. But that profile, if you look on a buffalo nickel, or a buffalo penny, or whatever, buffalo nickel, I
Yeah,
guess
the
it is.
nickel, yeah.
Now that is what I intend to do off of this flat, thin pieces. You know, make a, and I'm going to mark those a little bit, you know, and then put it on a piece of velvet in a box or something. Souvenir type.
Yeah, sure.
But we try to make use of catalanite in all its forms. Scrap leather. Yes.
How about one like that one?
Well, that'll run $40. It's just some tribes will do that. Shine, don't want anything on the stem. That's the only difference. The guy coming after that's Cheyennes. He doesn't want anything on, and no carving. Sometimes I've got some stems there that you take. If you want to make this pretty, you take. Then you can put stripes around it.
Yeah.
Very easily done. See, and if someone wants that for decoration in their fireplace or in their home or anything like that, maybe they wanted something on here, see.
Yeah.
But most of the time people want plain. And after so long a time, now if you wanted this cost you $75 right there. After so long a time handling it so on, you just take a soft cloth and an old sock or something and get the finger prints and stuff off of there. Or if you wanted to, you can heat it and put more beeswax on it and shine it up. The more you rub this thing, the better it is.
Have you seen the pipes in our collection?
I have, I don't know what Joe has done with those, you know. I made some little pipes put in baskets.
Yeah.
You know, I have 2 Indian ladies in there. And one of them knew my first wife.
She did.
She's a Yuchi. Her name was Addie George, and Ann Holder. They're from Sapulpa, Oklahoma. They're Yuchi tribe.
Yeah.
They're Creeks. See, Yuchis, Creeks, and Seminoles, all kind of tied in together.
When would they use the eagle claw pipe?
Or just kind of a
ceremony.
ceremonial type deal. Anything involving honoring the eagle and so on and so forth. You see, the eagle's on the American money, and the Indians made ornamental pipes from all the different types of animals. See, different tribes had different birds that they respected and meant something to it. And but most of now when you take an effigy pipe, if you make an effigy pipe, now amongst the Sioux, this is the bad hombre here. See,
The bear.
yeah, he's the bully. When he's not afraid of you anyway. When he wants his way, according to all the legends and everything, he's all muscle and meanness. And that's why when you put him on a pipe, he faces you, see, because he's not afraid of you, see.
Yeah.
The buffalo is he'll go away from you, see. He'll run from you. They respect him for his food and the hides and so forth. They use it for shelter and so on. And then the horns, buffalo horns, for their ceremonies, you know. You heard of the buffalo dance. And then you hear the bear dance and the rabbit dance. See, different tribes have different specialty dances. And I thought one of the prettiest dances I ever saw was performed by a Wisconsin group up there where I was a counselor, Camp Nebagaman, Lake Nebagaman, Wisconsin. And this Lake Nebagaman, little village by the lake, they had the 4th of July celebration there. And they got some Indians from that part of the state to come in and put on dances. And I was working at a private boys camp, so I went down there. I invited them to come out to the camp to dance for the kids. And they did honoring the flight of the bird, you know, and everything. This guy danced with a feather in his mouth. They got that feather fixed so they had maybe a little weight on it. And he'd kind of like the eagle dance, so on and so forth. But he'd sing, and every once in a while he'd take that feather out of his mouth and he'd flip it in the air, see. And that thing would just sail down like that. And he'd dance under it, you know, catching his mouth. Beautiful dance. I've never seen it since. That tribe of Indians up there. And then all right here in the very end, you know, the jingle dresses, you know. Did you see any of that? Well, the origin of the jingle dresses came from the North Country. See? They had those, so when they dance, you know, you hear those. Now a lot of them use different kinds of decorations for different kinds of ceremonies and dances. So everything the Indian makes, even his paintings and so on and so forth, they put the bird or the animal in perspective according to his characteristics and what they think of that particular animal or bird. You know, so they have the eagle claw pipe, and they have the buffalo pipe, and they had their. I've never seen anyone. I mean, a pony or a horse. Somebody wanted one, so I started that. And this is sample run. See, I'm going to work that down, thin it down a little bit, and. So this is would be classified as a effigy pipe,
right.
honoring the horse. This is too fat to be an Indian pony. Anyhow, that and another thing that I'm making it, like I said, the profile of the Negro Buffalo guy is going to be on cattle, and I don't want to kind of make indented profile picture of it. And then there's even the printers have a box, you know, for the lettering stuff. A lot of people use those to hang on the wall, you know, to put little items in there. And my granddaughter, that graduated from Midwest City High School, she said, Grandpa, she said, you know, I'm out of high school now. She said, I'd like to go with you when you go to your home up in South Dakota and to the quarry. You talk about these things so much. She said, so I was going up there, and she went with me. She went with me, and from the church, top of the hill there, I could see on that knoll going down towards the river, there was a house that my grandparents lived in. See, that's gone. And the trees, the cottonwoods and the plum trees and the elm trees that were right around the house, they were gone. We had a storm cellar or a root cellar. It was gone. That was gone. But from the house down below, just a short distance, was the barn where we kept our ponies. And in the back of the barn was a lean-to type thing. That's where he worked his pipe, and that's where I used to be with him. And he would bury this pipe in the shade back there. See, he'd get it out of the quarry when it was moist and cover it right now so the sun wouldn't hit it. So he'd bring it home covered. Then he'd bury it in the back of it in the shady spot. See, bury it, and he'd put water on it every once in a while, you know, keep it in that moist ground, see, until he got ready to make something. Then he'd go back there and he'd bring it in that lean-to, and he'd make, and in his lean-to, he would, as I recall, the cuttings were there somewhere, you know, the trimmings, so forth. So when my granddaughter and I went up there, the house, the barn, everything was gone, and they were farming that place. See? The discs had run over it, and so on and so forth. But I took 2 steel rods, real pointed steel rods, and had handles on them. I don't know where I got them, but I had them. They must have been a turn-off type thing. You know? I took 2 of those, and my granddaughter and I went over there. I said, now here's where the barn was. Here's where the shed was. Here's where my grandpa used to sit right here. And we start poking in the ground, and we hit something. We dig it out. And I was looking at them just yesterday in my woodshed. I think we found 28 the first time around, pieces. Some had saw marks on it, some had rasp marks on it, things like that. And we picked them up and brought them home. And then the next time we went back, we found more. But in that area, it was digging them out. And all those old pieces would have had to come out of that
Yep.
quarry, say back in 1912, 13, 14, somewhere along in there. That's when I used to go with Granddad. See? And so I have these, and these came out of that quarry, and I'm going to make something fitting out of each, depending on the size and what it looks like. I'm going to make these and fit them into these little slots on the place, and I'm going to leave that for my family, my girls, my granddaughters, and my grandkids. Now these are old stones that came out of the quarry when I was a kid. So I'm going to fix that, and I'm working towards. Then I was going to bring that today, and I've got a slab, Catalanite. I cut out the outline of Oklahoma, and I use this for samples when I talk to kids, you know. Here's Oklahoma, see? And here's American flag, and here's the state flag, and here's your peace pipe. You know, just the other day I was listening on the radio going somewhere, and some radio station has a quiz program. You know, they ask questions and so forth. And the question was asked, some adults, what are name three of the main items on the Oklahoma state flag? And the three people, one lady, and they couldn't get them. One said there was a bow and arrow, and one said there was a spear, and somebody said, well, there's a pipe. Well, he come close, and then they said there was a branch of some sort on there, but they didn't know what kind it was. See? Adults don't know what's on the Oklahoma state flags. So you wonder sometimes how observant people are today.
Yeah,
You know?
that's right.
You know, they just
It's a war shield and olive branch, you know.
they thought, well, to sit here and talk about these things is just a bunch of stuff. It's, you know, it's old fogey, see. But 20, 30 years from now, we wouldn't know where some of these things are, see. People just don't pay attention to a lot of things. And so that is the way that goes. Now your skin paintings, I brought that along because your parfleches, you know,
Yeah.
you talk about the care of hides and so forth. Now, before you tan this, you take the hair off, see, and you let it dry, and it becomes rawhide, see. And the rawhide, they saw them up, lace them, and they become holders of some sort, you know.
Parfleche.
Your parfleches, your bags, and so on. And then in order to pretty it up, you paint it with native paints. Usually there's a fancy zigzag border on it or something like that, you know. And that's where your skin paintings come along. See? And all those designs that you put on a parfleche is meaningful, means something to that particular tribe. So that is
I think you told me the origin of the pipestone. Do they ever make the stems out of pipestone?
I've got one at home. I should have brought it.
Or was there any special reason to have the stem made of pipestone?
Decorative.
Just decorative?
But they're expensive. This guy brought me this pipe. The pipe itself is pretty stone. Real good dark red stone. It finishes, polishes into a good red pipe. And some of it is spotted, some of it's striped and so on, but the dark red stone is cherished above all the others. Well, the Catalanite in that red form, I've got a pipe that's all made from that pretty red stone. And then the stem is also of that pretty red stone. No specks on it, no speckles or anything. And they drill through they have to drill through that, see. And sometimes they'll have, because drills weren't long way back there, they had to use shorter drills, you know, maybe they'll take two pieces and drill this one, and then drill another one, and connect it with a wooden peg, see. Just like George Washington did with his teeth, you know. They said he had ivory teeth. Well, he had ivory, so forth, but they were put together with wooden pegs. And that's where these pipe handles were at one time. Stick them together like that. And this one stem that was brought to me, somebody started to drill a hole in it. And they couldn't do it. They wanted to know. And he was in the United States Marines, and he had this from his family. He wanted me to drill a hole through there, so I did. I drilled a hole all the way through that, and that pipe. And then when I finished it, just fixing that, I charged him $200. It's just, well, it's minimum price for the work that went into it. See, pretty stone, and got it. He took it, and then sometime later he died, and his kids got a hold of it and playing with it. They split that end of the stem closest to the bowl. Well, he brought it back to me. I still have it. One time I saw him here, I've had it over a year now. I saw him one time and he said, well, he said he just didn't have the money to, you know, get it or something. Anyway, I still have it. I'll show it to you. So
Okay, I'd like to see it.
red, dark red, so pretty. And then stem.
Now this one has kind of a speckled. Which is the better, the kind that's just plain or the kind that has spots in it? Which is the best?
Well, it just depends on the individual. I like the spotted one. It just there's a speckled one. I've got a heart that's made from that speckle at home. Boy, it's pretty.
How much is the effigy pipes? How much they run?
You'd say it's too much, but they'll run you about all the way from 350 to 500.
Oh, I can believe that. Yeah.
And then I've got a big one. The buffalo's about that big on it. See, I've got a price on that thing, which is cheap, $850.
There's a lot of work in that. How much do you sell? Just the effigies? Just the?
That would, a lot of work goes on that thing.
Oh yeah.
That run about $15.
Mm-hmm.
And that's cheap for that. And I've got some turtles about like that. They sell for $5 on up. Just depends on size. I've got a big turtle that I use. When I talk to kids, I use the turtle coming on the same path as, I think I told you that. The turtle meets the bear. The bear wants him to get off the road. That kind of thing. See, he's the bully, and the turtle's a good guy. He has a lot of good, admirable qualities about him. And so, I'm a little guy. RL. Who's RL?
I've got that in the gift shop. I have no idea. Well, I think that pretty well covers the pipes, I guess.
Yeah.
Now you have to be somewhere.
Oh, I'm gonna. I usually get to the nursing home.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
Whatever you now you have my tour.
Yeah.
In the bureau. Got off key there. That's all right. Make that with that.
yeah. Oh yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, I think
75 and
it's out of the way, you know. And he's a bully out there in the playground, see. And then I tell him the story about the turtle, the good guy. And he says, well, you're bigger than I am, but I'm not afraid of you, see. Now, I point out all the good characteristics of the turtle. And the kids listen to it. And that's the good thing about the bear and the turtle. The characteristics of these two particular animals. The kids listen, see. And then also your conversion stories, you know, the grandmother is the wise one in every, at least it is in the Sioux family, you know, the grandma is a stable individual. Now, she has more teaching the grandchildren than the mother, see. Of course, the mother, later on when she becomes to be a grandmother, she'll become the teacher, see. It's just kind of a thing like that, you know, that I don't know whether you got one of those or not. I made sample copies of that. It's about the peace pipe. I think there's one. No, there's not one in there. But that gives you a little history of the peace pipe stuff. I think. Now, I'll take these. put them in a sock so they won't get scratched up. Put those in here.
I'll help you carry this out too whenever you.
Yeah, I think.
How long did it take you to make this one? The one that I got?
Oh, man hours are probably if I work at a straight time, you know, it'd be about a week's time.
That's a lot of work.
But like this, now that I've worked on this thing here for a long time. I cut that thing, then I worked it down, and you know, when your fingers get tired, and so forth, you lay it aside. Think about it. Right there. Sandpaper. I had these all together. So they won't. You know, they're I used to put PW on there, and then I thought, well, that didn't mean anything. But if you had, like Lone Star now, for instance, that's my football coach's name. See? I think I told you that his mother was half German and half Sioux. I mean, Lone Star was half German, half Sioux.
Yeah.
Now, his mother was full-blood Sioux, and his dad was full-blood German. And he took him back after the mother died, you know, and the uncle said, well, I probably won't get to see you again. And you go back with your dad, with your father to German settlement. And then his dad died, you know, up in Wisconsin somewhere. And he was half Sioux, so they qualified him to go to Carlisle. And that's where he played football with Jim Thorpe. And this teammate of mine, Charles, his dad went up there. He was a track man. I think I have a picture of him in his track uniform with Carlisle boys. They had guys by the name of Mount Pleasant, and there's a guy who used to work with me, Joe Guyon. And he tells me, boy, he's built. He was my assistant out to Fort Wingate, New Mexico.
Yep.
And he got out there the funniest route. I think he was coaching in Catholic high school in Ohio, somewhere. And he had a family, boy and a girl and his wife. And his wife got tuberculosis. And they told him to take her out in higher altitude. They went out there just over the Continental Divide out there in Arizona. and he got a job out there, working somewhere. And then his wife passed away. They had to put her in a sanatorium out there in New Mexico somewhere. And then his boy and daughter grew up. And his boy went to college back east. He was a good athlete. And he went there, and then his daughter got married. And then Joe was by himself there. And he helped me. Kind of like I was a dean of boys, you know, and then he was my assistant, and he coached along with his work. And he used to tell me that, see, he was a big leaguer too, good ball player, just like Jim Thorpe. But if you remember Red Grange, hearing about him, Red Grange was a great guy, but and then like this Barry Sanders. Now Barry Sanders was good because that initial block was put on by a fullback,
Yeah,
and break him loose. See? Red Grange had a guy by the name of Earl Britton at Illinois that he credits for taking that first initial block on him to spring him, and then his speed, you know, get. Barry Sanders had this fullback at OSU that did that initial blocking and to spring him loose. See? Well, a lot of this type of thing has occurred in football way back in history, and Joe Guyon was a good blocker. See, besides being a good ball carrier, he was a good blocker. They said that he would spring Jim Thorpe a lot of his plays and stuff like that. See? He did a lot of the initial blocking. Well, Joe went from there. Carlisle, see, they were disbanding. 1918, Carlisle closed down, and the remains of the Carlisle students came to Haskell. They transferred them to Haskell, and they tell a story that when they came to Haskell in Lawrence, Kansas, they came from the railroad station. They said when they marched into the Haskell campus there in Lawrence, Kansas, they were singing their Carlisle war song or whatever they had, see. And well, then going back to Joe Guyon, he was such a good athlete that he didn't transfer, but they picked him up. And he played for Georgia Tech. And he's on the all-time backfield for Georgia Tech, Joe Guyon. And he was my assistant out there. And all the kids liked him. Boy, he good athlete. He'd take that softball and make it look like a pea, you know, and he'd hit that thing, you know. And the kids liked him because he was very jolly, very muscular, and so on. Type of personality the kids likes. Well, anyhow, Joe was my assistant there, and then later on, they moved him to another school, and then of course I left there and came back to Cheyenne Arapahoe School. But Joe Guyon, a lot of these Indian athletes were like that. You know, other schools would pick them up. Now they had a guy by the name of Montplaisant, was a quarterback there for Carlisle. And then there's several Indians from this state that went to Carlisle. See? Big time athletes up there. And there's history behind that school, and of course Haskell. Everybody knew what Carlisle was, and everybody knew what Haskell was back in those days because they traveled all over playing big time football, independent football. See, but you know, it just those things don't go on forever, I guess.
no, I think $75 is a good price for this pipe.
You bet.
Yeah.
Now, my my uh, my cousin, I got a bunch of these from Oklahoma. Some guy brought them to me. See, they have the sumac out there in the pastures and fields. And he cut some, brought them to me, and I gave him some stone for it. See?
Yeah.
And
If you need some more, we have a lot of in our farm back home.
see?
Yeah.
You can punch a hole. You can take a clothes hanger, straighten it out, and put it right there in that soft spot. Take a pair of pliers, you know, with those cutting things, you know, the flat thing, you know, and just keep poking that thing, and it'll poke it out, and then it comes out there. You can take your wire and heat it and burn it. Do that several times with a hot wire. Burns all that sediment out of it. So that's the way you operate those things.
Now, what kind of stem is this? Is this a cedar?
Let's see, that's an ash, isn't it?
That ash?
No, that's not cedar. Now this is sumac, you can tell that. This is cedar. And I've got some white.
Now, how'd you get the twist in this one?
You just cut that. I use a cardboard knife, you know, with one of those. So you can see the marks on it. You mark them out with a pencil, like this, like you do this one.
Yeah.
And you start cutting it down. Then you revert to a file. You do that with your.
Now, is that stem finished, or were you gonna?
It's better to leave it like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I painted one. You know, I made one for Richard Thorpe. Thorpe boys. I made a pipe to go in with his medals. And there, in this, the boys and their sisters didn't agree where to put the medals and so forth. I don't know where they are now.
The gold medals?
Uh-huh.
They're in the Capitol building on display.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, they're underneath his portrait in a case.
I didn't know where they were.
Yeah.
They were arguing about they were going to put it. The girls wanted to. His daughters wanted it up there where.
In Yale?
Yale, and then the boys wanted it down here. See. Well, I got one like this. See. A little bigger one. Not that twist in it, but kind of like that. Put the colors, Olympic colors in there. The 1912 Olympics. It's red, white, and blue kind of design. And they didn't know where they're going to put it. I just kept the thing, and they argued about the thing. And somebody wanted to buy the bowl, not the stem, because it had the Olympics stuff on it. But later on, somebody saw the Olympic stem on there, see, and just bought the stem itself. And old George Wint, you know, he used to be head of the wildlife department here. Now he lives out there west of Contra there, and he bought it. He wanted it. He saw it, and he didn't take a pipe bowl. Well, what he did was he had a bowl. I think he bought a bowl from me, and he was going to make that fit into it. See? So I think he did. I haven't seen it since. But,
How much do you charge just for your stems?
oh man, I'll tell you, there's one. I've got some bigger one. One looks like a spear. See, this part of it looks like a feather, so on. Oh, I don't know, I never did put a price on it. It'd vary from the different types. I made one that looked like a spear. You know, the head of the spear is here, and that fits in there. And then this part of it looks like a feather.
Yeah.
Like that. See? Well, you can do anything you want to it.
Oh, yeah.
Just,
What
and
is
this
more,
wood is,
what's more important, the bowl or the stem? Or are they both important?
well, they're both important. Of course, the bowl just depends on what you're going to use it for. You know, if it's a ceremonial type pipe, and the design on some of them have horses' heads on them.
Yeah.
And here not too long ago, they were talking about I think it's the Yankton Sioux group. They came back and they said that they're requesting the setup up there at Pipestone. They said they claimed that was their quarry to begin with. See, the Yankton Sioux, and there was some argument about that, and they were questioning about the type of pipes that were coming out of different individuals, you know, that make. Somebody had some here at the festival, but those, you know, there's a boy over at El Reno. I sold him some blank pipes, you know, just block pipes. I didn't. Well, that little blank. I have some scraps about like that. I got a whole box of them. And he'd come and, as he has money, you know, he'd come and pick out some of those things and make different things. And he'd make something of his own ideas and sell them to somebody in Arizona. See? So, as I say, now a lot of these stones that come in, now somebody by the name of Fletcher, I saw him the other day and he said his dad, someone gave him a big piece of pipestone from the Black Hills area. Somebody had this, some Indian had it. He was up there and he gave him a piece of stone. And they didn't know what to do with it. I mean, they weren't working it, they didn't know what to do with it. And he was going to bring it to me. I said, yeah, I'll take it, and maybe I've got something else if you want to trade. So now you were going to take a look at that.
I probably won't have time to look at this. I'd like to some other time. Well, let me keep it, and then I'll look at it, and then yeah, I'll put it with the rest of
Is
the
my
stuff
name
here.
in there?
I don't think so.
My other one's got my name in it. Yeah, I've got a pen here.
Oh, okay.
I'll put it on the hardcover. So, $1702 Ridgecrest. El Reno. Yeah. Yeah, this is, hey. Who's that? Chief Joseph.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. You want me to leave that in there?
Yeah.
This is, tell them, I'll put PW on here, on the corner. Tell Chief Joseph you got his picture.
Okay. Oh.
What's this? Gas is down there, but costly to tap. I don't know. I guess I use that for a while.
I'm gonna put this right up here on the shelf. I don't know exactly where it is.
Yeah, well, I guess hey, 4 o'clock, by all
Yeah.
means. I'm gonna have to hurry.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, today is August 24th,
Yeah.
1989. And my name is Joe Todd, and this is a follow-up interview with Mr. Pete Shepard at the Oklahoma Historical Society. I think this session I'd like to go into your employment with the... Now, are you with the BIA?
That's right. Bureau of Indian Affairs.
When did you first begin working for the BIA?
Well, after I came out of school, I was job hunting at the beginning of the 1929 Depression. So I entered the job field by going to a boys camp in Indiana. Worked for a YMCA camp for summer months, and then during the winter I came back to Kansas, and I went to school over at Chillicothe Business College the following winter because I didn't have a job, but I did get another scholarship to play in college sports. I went to Chillicothe Business College. Then the following summer I was employed in a private boys camp in northern Wisconsin, east of Superior. They're on Ashland Road, about 26 miles. Private boys camp, and I really enjoyed that. And during the tour in the summer work there, I met Mr. Bear, the Sticks Bear and Fuller Company, whose son was in my cabin group. And he was instrumental in helping me get my first civil service job, in spite of the fact that personnel was cut 10%. The following few months after I saw Mr. Bear, he contacted the people up in Washington in my behalf, and I got my first civil service assignment at Uchee Boarding School in Sapulpa, Oklahoma. I might add, before I came to Sapulpa, I was temporarily employed back at my old school at Haskell, because I had a period of time there in which I was unemployed, and Haskell picked me up to work on school records, attendance records, and so forth for a period of 2 or 3 months until my Sapulpa job was formalized, and the job opening occurred there in 33, and I came there in the fall of 33.
What were your duties at Uchee?
Uchee Boarding School, see, I was, my title was Boys Advisor at the time. That was a title he had. Then later on, he changed it to Guidance and Counseling Directorship, and that was the title that we had in the bureau. But my first job there in Sapulpa was $1,200 a year, and which, well, in 6 months, they gave me a little promotion to 1,600, and then that's where I met my wife. She came in as a teacher in the grades 1 through 4 on the campus. And this school, the Uchi Boarding School, was a school which probably the government should have continued in this setup, because I thought, since I was started in the government boarding school in South Dakota, I could see, and then transferring from the government service, government school, I went into the grade school, or a little country school, 1 year, and then transferred to public school in my 3rd grade. So there I was exposed to the purely government school setup, and jumped to the little country school, the little red schoolhouse. And then from there, I went to public school, and I stayed in public school, and graduated out of public high school there, see. Then from there, I came down to Lawrence, Kansas, back into what was called at that time a junior college for Indian students out of high school. And we were temporarily dislodged there because the powers that be in the Bureau didn't pursue the credentials, the qualifications for a junior college, and they didn't get it set up or authorized as a junior college accreditation program. So we practically spent 2 years there, which wasn't accredited in anybody's educational ballgame. But several of us were going to move from there to a college that would accept our credits and so forth, and we are our supervisors, our athletic director and coach and everybody contacted Kansas University, and those of us that were football and athletic program, we were permitted to enroll at Kansas University, and we'd go to their classes, and then some of their professors would come down in their open periods and come down and teach classes on our campus at Haskell. So we worked around that until we got our work accredited, and I was given I had enough hours in physical education, and we were accredited with a physical education degree out of junior college, and it was signed by Dr. Fogg Allen, who was head of he was a famous basketball coach at Kansas University, and he was director of the physical education program. And those of us that attended his classes and received our first so-called paper degree in physical education. See, then well, that was our deal there at Lawrence.
Now the Yuchi,
Boarding school.
are the Yuchi Indians a separate tribe?
Yuchi is a branch of the Creek Nation.
A branch of the Creeks. Okay, that's what I wanted to.
Yeah. See, they were part of the Seminole and the Creeks, and Yuchi Boarding School was so named, I guess, I don't know before, I guess following the small community schools that were created on in the Indian Territory.
Yeah.
And they had seminaries. You know, they had one in Tahlequah, and they had Armstrong and places like that in that Choctaw area, and Chickasaws and so forth. They had their own private schools, and this program is what I'm going to make that remark about. If the government had continued that program, they would bring the orphans and half-orphans and needy children and kids in troubled areas. They brought 115 students that qualified on the Yuchi boarding school campus. And the first 4 years they remained on the campus. And they had two teachers. One of them was my present wife and another lady there. And they taught the first 4 grades. And they taught them to read and write, and those of us who were employed there, you might say we taught them how to dress and taught them how to manners, and well, we were like parents. We replaced their parents, which some of them never had. And then after the first 4 years on the campus, they were ready to go to the public school, which was closest to our campus in 5th grade, at Woodlawn School. And from Woodlawn, they would go to Washington Junior High. And then from Washington Junior High, they would go to Sapulpa Central High School, see. This program brought the kids from wherever they were found. We put them on the campus there, and we helped them learn the first reading and writing and arithmetic and all this kind of stuff, and then we taught them how to dress and how to behave, and we schooled them into the outer world, so to speak, and then they went into public school. And if all other schools were like that, I believe the whole Indian nation would have been a lot better off, rather than to be confined.
That's right.
And then after they grew up, they didn't have that opportunity to practice what they picked up from another culture.
I'd like to get some information. Is there, I've heard good things and bad things about the BIA. I've heard it referred to as the Great White Father in Washington and all this. What's your opinion, or would you reflect on the BIA? Is it good? Is it bad? Good points, bad points? Well, how has it changed through the years?
Well, after I worked for the BIA for 30, 34 years, 36 years, I guess it is, actually. I felt that there was some real good things that happened in the Bureau. If they were only continued from one result of an election, you might say. You know, and every time they had a new president, or they would have to appoint new people in his cabinet, and then they picked up new people there, and then you know, the Bureau lost a lot of good programs that way. You know, some person would come in and they would try to wipe the slate clean and set up a new program, and thereby losing a lot of valuable teaching that already was in progress. And I felt that if the Bureau had continued a lot of these good programs and build up on it from one presidential era to the next, and we would have probably come up with some very, very valuable programs and results from it.
Do the top offices of the BIA still change every 4 years with the new president, or are they permanent now?
Well, as far as I know, that some of the top executives are changed pretty regularly, but the people that work in certain departments, education and health and agriculture and fish and forestry division and so forth, that were offshoots of other branches of the government, and I felt like sometimes they suffered from, you know, they were just a branch of another larger group. See.
When was the BIA organized, and why was it organized originally?
Well, it started way back there in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, and I think this is probably the time when all the so-called uprisings and problems in the early contacts of Indian and another culture. There was some young captives placed at Carlisle, Pennsylvania, and there, this was a program under the War Department. And since the War Department, they weren't probably prepared to tackle the job of educating so-called young uncivilized Indians that they had in their compound at Carlisle Barracks.
Yeah.
See, they had a lot of these forts and places in the United States where they captured Indians they thought were bordering on renegades and what have you, and put them in these compounds. And I think that they had a group there, and a lot of them were from Seminole country, from from the western states, and they were young enough to be in there, and they felt that maybe they were young enough to be taught a new way of life. But the War Department wasn't set up to do that, so they turned that chore over to the Interior Department. And the Interior Department came up with the idea of another offshoot of what they call Indian education. And then they decided that Carlisle would be turned into a boarding school. And people that had a background of education were placed in there in charge of these schools, and they brought teachers in to teach the Indians how to farm and all the reading and writing and sleeping on beds, eating out of plates, and using knives and forks and all this kind of thing. You know, all the things that they felt like the uncivilized young Indians didn't have. See? So the boarding schools started in that period, but it continued only at Carlisle until 1918. And then this was abolished, and then other schools. And one of the earlier schools that involved Indians was kind of a mixed group at Hampton.
Where's that located, Hampton?
Well, I think it's in Virginia.
Virginia, Hampton, Virginia. Okay.
Yeah, I think somewhere in there. And there was, in that school was a mixture of other races, and largely the blacks came in there. And there was a kind of a mixed student body that went to school there, because I used to hear about some of our older people talking about they went to school with blacks at Hampton Institute. So that was probably some of the first attempts at getting other cultures together on the same campus.
At UT, were the students permitted to speak the native language? Were they forced to speak English?
It was recommended that they need to talk, English and so forth, but the older Yuchi, the Creeks and the Uchis and the Seminoles, they retained the Cherokees. Well, just like Sioux and anybody else, the older people wanted to hang on to their native tongue. And they had mixed emotions about the younger ones forgetting their native tongue. And so they had mixed emotions about these government schools were forcing their kids to talk English and do a lot of things that the older people didn't approve of. Well, we all felt like that if we're going to live with other people, that we need to learn each other's ways.
Yeah.
And this is, for an example now, we're sitting here talking about some of the things that happened years ago that probably some of your people didn't have any knowledge of the background of how the different things started with the Indian people in a new culture.
If the students spoke the native language, were they punished in any way at UT? If they spoke Creek
Oh no!
or similar?
Oh no! No!
Okay. I remember some of the older ones I've talked to, they were.
Oh yeah!
They were caught.
I got my my mouth taped with a piece of paper for talking Sioux in a English setup in my first entry into the Indian boarding school, and but that was a short period of time.
Yeah. Is Sapulpa one of the towns of the Creek tribe? Aren't the Creek, instead of like clans, or they have a town system?
No, Sapulpa was just it's like any other town,
Yeah. Okay.
with probably some of the creeks
Yep.
Some of the Indians around there probably moved to town, and I knew of several Indian families that lived in Sapulpa, but I wouldn't consider it a town that grew up with ideas of promoting another Creek Nation or Seminole or Ute group.
Did the students have to work at school? Like, was it a boarding school?
Well, I think it's just like the Army. You know, when you go into the Army, you had to learn a lot of things about camping and care of your clothes, and you had to shine your shoes, and you had to make your beds, and you had to learn to obey commands and follow instructions and so forth. You see, the government school kind of followed that same pattern of educating Indian children at the onset. See, they came out of a kind of a barrack situation, and this carried on into their, in boarding schools today, in colleges, universities today. You know, they have rules and regulations that you have to follow, and sometimes we have, in today's world, we have so many problems with college campuses and university campuses because of the infiltration of the elements that bring in another world, like your drug traffic.
That's right. So each student didn't have a certain job they had to do,
well,
chores each morning or whatever.
Well, they had to make their beds, and,
Okay.
and you know, then each child had a maybe what they call a detail assignment. You know, in order not to get too down in the groove about a certain job that you had to perform every so many, say in a month's time or something like that, they make out a new detail assignment. For instance, a youngster, you fit him to a job like he can police the campus. He's maybe small enough and big enough to meet that assignment, so he keeps the campus clean.
Yeah.
And then the older ones will do the heavier type of work, you know, maybe like polishing floors, and maybe some of them are detailed to food preparation and laundry and the bakery and the farm chores and stuff like that. We fit the students according to the age group to a certain job that they can do, see? And thereby expecting them to learn. It's a learning situation. See, it's not a command type of thing. And even today, you know, I was to a funeral yesterday, and I met some of my students there that were there, and my mind would flash back there. There were some of my athletes, some of my students that I had in a farm program there that were assigned to 4-H programs and cattle raising and branding and dairy work and the harvesting and stuff like that they learned at Cheyenne Rapo School. I mentioned Cheyenne Rapo School. I've been to other.
At Concho?
That's right.
Yeah.
So I mention that because that's the closest and probably one of my last, second to the last, or maybe third to the last assignment I had in the Bureau.
How long did you stay at Ute?
14 years.
14
Oh, well,
years.
no, I'll take that all back. You said Ute boarding school. I stayed there possibly from, well, I think 3.5 years, something like that, 4 years. And then I was transferred to Tahlequah,
Mm-hmm.
uh, Sequoia boarding school. That's Tahlequah, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
I was assigned by the government to transfer over there because UC boarding school was a boys' school, and the government decided that there was an opening over there in a co-ed school at Sequoia, Tahlequah, Oklahoma, that they suggested that maybe because of there was some employee there that had to move out of the school setup,
Yeah.
and his position was similar to mine, so they asked if I wanted to go over there, and they thought it would be they recommended that it would be a good assignment for me since I needed to be in a co-ed situation. So I moved over to Tahlequah, and I stayed there just a little short of 1 year because my wife, we had our first daughter, and we were looking for a housing situation which Sequoia didn't have.
Yeah.
Living quarters. At that time, they asked that all the employees live on the campus, and they didn't have a suitable living situation. So our first superintendent that we had was when came to Sapulpa was a man that came out of Genoa, Nebraska, which was a boarding school, and they closed it, and then he stayed out and pursued his doctorate at Wisconsin University. And then he was reassigned to UG boarding school, and that's where we met him. And when we met up with this housing situation, shortage of suitable housing for my family, by that time, this superintendent was reassigned and went out to Fort Wingate, New Mexico, just east of Gallup. And he heard that we didn't have suitable living quarters, and maybe we were kind of maybe looking for a place to land. And he heard about it, and he wired into Washington and wanted us to come out to Fort Wingate, New Mexico, to his school. So we went out to Fort Wingate, New Mexico, and stayed out there 3 years until Pearl Harbor, and then I came back to Oklahoma. Okay.
Were you involved in the CCC Indian Division at all?
I knew of it, and I had an opportunity at one time during the service, my service period, early in the Bureau. In fact, before my Sapulpa job, I had a chance to go to one of Roosevelt's conservation programs, and that was, I guess it's called ECW, Emergency Conservation Work or something like that, at Meta, Topeka, Kansas, north of Topeka. There was a little government set up there, agency there. And Dr. Roclod, by that time I got back to Lawrence, Kansas on my second round, Dr. Roclod was a Winnebago Indian who had a doctorate, and he and his wife came from Wichita to head up the Haskell program. And they were there when I was awaiting my assignment in Sapulpa, Oklahoma. And this job opened up at Meta, Kansas, ECW program that Mr. Weber had a chance to move out to another state or something, and And Dr. Rookcloud offered me that assignment. He said, if you want to, you can go out of here because you'll be under this office. But since the government already, this was the second attempt at placing me in Sapulpa, Oklahoma, see. The first assignment was delayed because of some internal problems they had with the head man at Sapulpa. And I had to go back up to Lawrence, Kansas and await my assignment till the job situation cleared up in Sapulpa. Then I came back for my first assignment. But working for the government, sometimes they have to iron out some of the cross wiring and assignments. And, the transfers and openings occur here and there, and then they have to fill these jobs.
I'm trying to get some information. I don't know, but why do I have the idea that I've always heard bad things about the BIA in the past? Why is that?
Well, you hear bad things about a lot of programs. The government program, the Washington picture involves a lot of programs out in the states, and the government programs affects a lot of programs that happen in Indian areas. States that have a large group of Indian population, like the Navajo and the Pueblo and the Sioux and the Cheyenne, Arapahoes, and Cherokee Nation, Iroquois, where there's a large group of Indians confined to a certain area, the government sets in programs out there. And it is true that I saw that from the heads of different organizations, like your education, there were some people in the outfield that were made superintendents of agencies and so forth that cared less about what happens to the, say, the Sioux or the Navajo, the Cheyenne, Arapaho. They were in it because they had a friend that assigned them to a post. See? Well, thereby you have a little stigma attached already to a program which possibly had some good points. And any program that you have can be contaminated by so-called bad apples, and if you've got some good, sincere, earnest people that are assigned to do a job, you can point out that that group's going to do a pretty good job, and that area is going to benefit from his presence and from the program they bring in. But the BIA has had a name sometimes that it's not all that bad. As I say, the Bureau, now I worked in it, and I saw good effort, and then some bad effort as a result of bad appointees.
But I guess it's the old cliche that you hear about the bad, you don't hear about the good.
That's right. That's right. And right now, you can ask any Indian that has attended a boarding school back there years back. They look around and right now they see you and said, when I went to Haskell, or when I went to Chilocco, or when I went to Sequoia, or Fort Wingate, or Albuquerque Indian School, or Lawton, Oklahoma, we thought that was we looked at it as if it was you were in a penalty box, so to speak.
Yeah.
But now at this stage of the game, we turn around and look where we came from, and those were the best days we've had in our life. Now I've heard that many times from our students at Shine Rapport. You know, they said we were poor, we did this, but you guys came in there and you had a program. So you kept us busy and you kept us fed. And you did a lot of things for us. And right now we have families of our own. And they say, we tell our kids, boy, you should have been attending the boarding school where I went when I was a kid. I learned a lot of things. Simple things, but maybe meaningful things, you know. The way to live, the way to make a bed, the way to cook, the way to greet people, and so on. They said we were poor, we had a lot of activities, and at every whip stitch we didn't go to a movie. They didn't have movies like that. We brought movies to the campus on Saturday nights, and we brought volunteers from around the neighborhood. I just talked to one yesterday, or day before yesterday. She said that she was from Iowa originally, and she was married somebody and lived in El Reno. And she was telling me, I didn't know that, just clear blue sky. She said, you know, when Shine Rapport School was on its last legs out there, so said, I volunteered from our church group here in El Reno. I said, and we went out there every Sunday and talked to those kids, had Bible school, Sunday school lessons and stuff, and said, we volunteered because we saw the need, and we saw that what we did was appreciated, and so on. So I think it works both ways. There's some that look at a boarding school or the BIA, but where the bad citation comes in is people that have been discouraged.
Yeah.
I mean, have maybe worked in a bureau and got fired, or maybe you know, they've had some mishap somewhere. It happens to you and everybody else here. It just depends on how you appreciate your assignment and employment and so forth. If you hit some rough spots, naturally you're gonna leave this post or any other post with a bit of a bad taste. And how much you talk about that on the outside is what you hear.
That's right. How many different places did you work for the BIA? You started in Sapulpa and you retired at Anadarko?
My temporary assignment there is Haskell. That's where I attended school. Then I came to Sapulpa on my first assignment. Then I went to, after about 4 years there at Sapulpa, I went to Tahlequah for 1 year because, and I moved there because I requested a transfer or get better living quarters. And then I went to Fort Wingate because the superintendent out there asked for Imogene and I to come out there. And we were there 3 years, and then Pearl Harbor happened, and then we came back to Shine Rapport School because I thought by that time we had two children, 2 girls, and I thought if I went to the service, I want them to be closer to their home because my wife's 3/8 Cherokee and her folks lived in Stillwell. So with that in mind, I came back, and then of course by that time I was 28 years old, and when I volunteered, a group of us from Shine Rapport Employees Group, we volunteered to come in to, and we went to Oklahoma City to volunteer, and they sent us all home, most of us home, because they said, well, you're 28 years old, they're not enlisting 28-year-olds, and you all go home and take care of your family. That's what I was told. That's how close I came to being in the service. But having been at Flandreau boarding school, And having been at Haskell under the War Department at that time, I mean, the War Department, the there they were still clinging to the old Army type thing, you know, the drills, early morning drills, and all the bugles, and you had to march here and march there and so forth. We were still under the military system. And I remember coming to Haskell that we had to drill every morning at 5 o'clock in the morning on the football field. And then also on Sundays we had dress rehearsal. The girls and boys, you know, they'd have to pass on the parade grounds. And but we weren't there too long before they took out the military system, and then we went to the present, you know. Well, then, let's see, I think you said something about Fort Wingate, and then
Yeah.
Cheyenne Arapahoe. Then from Cheyenne Arapahoe in 1955, I went back to Haskell, Lawrence, Kansas, as a guidance director or a so-called dean of men, and my wife went back up there as a reading specialist. She was an English major, so we both got our master's work at University of Oklahoma. And then when we went back up there, she attended Kansas University and worked on her reading specialist assignment and worked on her doctorate. So she was in the reading specialist, and I was in the it was still guidance and counseling base, but I was the guidance director there. And I would say that in my work, you might want to know what I did not only on the boarding school campus, but in my background, I went through a lot of maybe early training, Sunday school classes, Boy Scouts, hunting and fishing, actual. And when I was in school, I went private boys camp, YMCA camp, so forth, helping other cultural groups in, say, learning situation in a summer camp setting. Well, I had that experience, and then I learned to meet people. Well, when I started working for the government and working with Indian boys and girls, I transferred what I learned. Since when I went to boarding school at UT boarding school, I had Boy Scouts. Yeah. I had a Boy Scout troop there, and we went in the Creek County there. Well, we had we put on a Indian ball stick game. Our scouts did at Henrietta in a Scoutorama thing. Well, we had harmonica groups, and we just had lots of things, and we joined in not only on the campus but in our communities. Now we helped also while I was there at Sapulpa UT boarding school. I helped with the 8-man football program in the educational program of the Sapulpa educational system, and they came out there, and we participated in 8-man football. And incidentally, the guy that was the head coach there at Sapulpa High School played against us, and we played against him at Oklahoma A&M. And the only thing he'd always say, he'd always recall it. They had an undefeated season, and said the Haskell Indians came from beating Texas Tech down in Texas and came back up here and beat us knocked us off the undefeated program, says, and went back to Lawrence, Kansas, and this was a guy by the name of Hayden Trigg. He was one of the stars of Oklahoma A&M then, see. And he was coaching there, and he came out to ask me if I could help him in the public school coach 8-man football, see. Yeah. And which I did. See, this is scouting and all this kind of thing, and then Sequoia. See, every school that I went to, I advocated that you got to keep kids active. You got to have something interesting going on so they can come back to the classroom next day, see. Yep. And this was always my, sort of my philosophy. Well, anyhow.
When did you retire then, Anadarko?
Anadarko?
Is that where you retired?
Right.
What year did you retire?
I think I retired in 60, let's see, 70, thereabouts. See, from I went to high school from Cheyenne, Arapahoe, was up there for 55 to about 62. Then I went from there for an 8-month assignment to set up a new job at the Fort Sill Indian School, Lawton, Oklahoma, and left my wife and kids there attending school in Kansas, and teaching there. And then that fall, after 8 months, they brought my wife back down to El Reno, Oklahoma, CNA school, to a special assignment, and they brought me back from Fort Sill to Concho. This is my second tour up there. See, I was superintendent. They brought me back as a superintendent of the Cheyenne Arapahoe School then, from Fort Sill. And I worked there until a new setup came up, and there was a division of kids there. We kept through the 8th grade, through junior high, on the campus, and then the government says that take your high school and put them downtown, transferred them. And at that time, this is another mistake that I thought the Bureau made. Now I have some points that I thought where the Bureau made mistakes, and this is one of them. The first one, you might say, was that if they would have not concentrated all the Indians on one campus. I can say that because that's the way I went. I went to an all-Indian school, then to the little red schoolhouse, and then to the public school, see. The transition into a new world, see, so to speak. And if every boarding school was treated that way, and not try to take the older group, the high school group, to take them down to another high school. But if they would start from the grades, first grade, let the little first graders grow up with those kids downtown, see. That would have been the answer to the Indian, problems that I could see now.
Why were they kept segregated like that?
Well, it's you people up there in Washington that came up and set that up. We didn't do that. You said that. Well, if we do this, we do this to you. We promise you we'll make we'll do this for you if you'll do that. See, live out here on a reservation and conform to this. We'll do this, and in that you said we'll educate you as long as the grass grows and the water runs and things like that. See, now that was the white man's promise to the Indian. We didn't ask for that type of thing, and this is like my granddad used to say. Well, I remember this just as clear as if it was today. My grandparents had to be in that bread line, food line. They called it the government issue day. And there, my granddad, my grandparents, and I would get in line there, and the non-Indians, the government employees assigned there, we'd go by there and they'd put food in our flour sacks or buckets or whatever we had. And they said, don't go hunting, don't go on other people's land, and so on and so forth. You do this. Well, right then and there, my mind always goes back to one of the late governors of the state of Montana. He came to talk to us, and you see, during the Bureau, every school that I was connected with, I would go out into the community, like your towns and so forth. And I like it at, well, say, El Reno. I started in the Kiwanis Club. I was in the Kiwanis Club in El Reno. Well, another friend of mine who's since passed away, he and I started the Junior Olympics in the town of El Reno. See? It's not just, I wasn't just concerned with the Cheyenne Arapaho campus. I came to El Reno to help them with the Kiwanis program, Kids Day, and things like that. And also, I joined the church in El Reno, and I still belong to that same church. But I served so many years as a deacon in the church, and I didn't sit on top of the campus in the government situation. I said I involved myself, and I collected Red Cross for Ann Garner there in Canadian County for several years on my time off, and my wife took up the census on her time off. All those farms and so forth, she'd go around there. We volunteered service that way. See? Yeah. And well, then at Haskell, we had the older group, Explorer Scouts. We had one of the best Explorer Scouts is connected with the Kiwanis. See, when we went to Lawrence, Kansas, I transferred my Kiwanis membership back to Lawrence, and there again I was connected with students on the campus, Explorer Scouting, and we won 3 top awards in the state contest with our students there, and we had the businessmen in Lawrence coming out there, and we'd go downtown, take a program down there. So wherever these government schools are, and based on my training and based on what I did when I was in school, we would incorporate some of the activities of the campus to the town, or vice versa. See, so and then while I was there at Lawrence, Kansas University, I'd send 100 kids up there to sell Cokes and hot dogs and so forth on football games, and Kansas relays and so on. And I had find jobs for through the Kiwanis Club. The businessmen would call if they needed a carpenter or a painter or someone to do their lawn. They'd call my office out there on the Haskell campus, and our kids would have jobs in town there. And you see, it works both ways. Appreciation of the area where your schools are, and if you set up a good connection with the local citizenry. Now, like my police chief there and the athletic director at Kansas University, I'd bring them out there to talk to the kids out there, see, like your forester people and so forth. And we'd bring them on the camp. Will Chamberlain was there to talk to our high school
Yes.
kids, and also a lot of the great actors, Gail Sayers,
Yeah.
Billy Mills. Some of these kids, Billy Mills, of course, went to school at Haskell and then went to Kansas University. Well, wherever the schools are, we try to tie on with the local activities and so forth. We had a rodeo club there. We competed against K-State and Oklahoma State, and we put on a rodeo there on the Haskell campus one time with some of our kids that have grown up on ranches and in the cowboy world. And that year, our kids, we cleared $2,000 on our first rodeo we put on there at the campus. And not only that, but I said, a lot of these people had to, well, Jay Harwood, he was president of our rodeo club there, and he's Indian health director out there in California right now, and his hobby is calling rodeos. And he made it to the top, the World Series of the rodeo world. He came here to Lawrence, Kansas, in Oklahoma City, when the national finals were here. 3 times he was a ring announcer there. He came off his main job, and he'd come and call the rodeos here, see. And he's out in California. He still calls on weekends and times like that. He'd take time out and call rodeos, see. And it all started at Haskell, Kansas, see. No one recognized that he was a cowboy or interested, but he came from the Blackfoot tribe. He's a handsome Blackfoot Indian. Came there, and he married an Oklahoma girl, so that tied him to Oklahoma too, see. Well, on his regular assignment, he went to the health program, and he was a business major, see. And he went into that public health thing, and he was in Albuquerque for a while, and then out to California, and he still calls, to this day, he still calls rodeos, and, it's a hobby.
Yeah.
And I met one of the cowboys that was in that group there right here at Red Earth 2 years ago. He came from Montana. I was out here, and he said, well, Mr. Shepard, you see, on this Haskell assignment, Floyd Mansell, he was, not long ago, he was put on the Hall of Fame at Tahlequah, and he was one of my counselors. He lives down at Bernalillo, and Albuquerque, see. And right now, see, he had a master's degree in guidance and counseling, and he was one of my counselors at Haskell. Well, Floyd was a state champion in Arkansas, 160-pound weight, and then he was Golden Gloves champion here in this state.
Yep. And
then he was my counselor up there in Lawrence, Kansas. Just a fine young man, see. And he married a full-blood Navajo girl, see. And out of that union, they got several kids, and he retired out of there, and now he's mayor of a little Bernalillo, and he lives there, and he was our director with our rodeo club there, and I was his assistant because he was in my group, and I didn't have time to continue to work directly, so he was the director of the rodeo club there, but we were both connected, and this guy that Chuck Reelberg, one of our cowboys, Montana Crow Indian, handsome Crow boy, he was sitting there and invited, and I saw him, or he saw me and yelled at me, and he said, hey, we're trying to get our old cowboys together. He said, we're going to have a reunion. He said, you know where Floyd is, Mansell? And I told him, I said, yeah, I know where he is. And he said, we're going to let you know. We're going to have a reunion of the old cowboys that we had at Lawrence, Kansas. See, we still, see, we create friends. We create something worthwhile. We tie these friendships together. And this is the way you didn't have people, that were sincere in their work lots of times in these boarding schools.
Mhm.
And, you know, you have some people in there that want a job and want to get their paycheck. And that is about the extent of their love for
Yeah.
their job and their human counterparts, you might say. Well, anyhow, uh, you've got to have people interested in not only the job but interested in people.
Where was your best time with the BIA? What area did you enjoy most? What period? Was it Sapulpa or Anadarko or Fort Wingate?
Well, I would say I enjoyed all of it, and the degree in which I enjoy different schools is probably in a different category. You know, it's just like reading a paper. You know, your sport page. Now, in Lawrence, Kansas, when I went back there, I had a lot of good experience back to my old school. See, I played football there and was one of the students there at one time, and then I went back there. I was guidance director, and I knew what they wanted, and I knew. I look back at some of the things that were confronted with when we went to school there. See, but if you want to get to any group of people, good food, good healthy living is a must. Kids like to eat, and if you can keep them fed with good food, lots of good activities, and lots of activities which make friends. See? Now this, for instance, in Haskell, went back up there, and some of the activities are promoted in today's colleges. So far, you got co-ed dorms, you got co-ed this, co-ed that, so on. Well, back in the boarding schools, we didn't have that when I first came in. See, and later on, we kind of blossomed into the outer world, and we did things together. So when in Haskell, when we came in there, they had Valentine's Day, you know. Well, they had an election. They wanted to elect a queen, and I immediately said, "Let's have a king. Involve both sexes."
That's right.
And that's the way we began to look at things in the government program. That's why I think I got my assignment as activities director. That was my title at area office. See, I went down there from my last assignment at school, or I went down there as area director for school activities and stuff. And then when I ended my career, I received that, you know, that I guess you read that book and so on. But I got some nice friends and so forth. I saw some of them yesterday at the funeral. Some of my coworkers that were there. But I would say that in all, there's some areas or some schools very memorable. Like when you work out there at Cheyenne Arapahoe, you think about worthwhile activities like your 4-H connections and your scouting and so on. And when you think of the Navajo situation out there, there is entirely a different cultural. We learned a lot by working with the Navajo parents. We were in, as employees, we were in another cultural area, see? And we saw what they had out there in that Navajo area, and why they do things like they do out there. See, their basic food was sheep, and they became herders, you know, round about, and They spun their yarn and made Navajo blankets. They made do what they had. See, nomadic group. Well, that was another world besides the Sioux world, and Cherokees had a different world, and Utes had a different world.
Would you explain the book?
Explain the book?
Yeah, did you write the book, or
Yeah.
is this your book?
Uh-huh.
The story behind this book. What?
Well, when I retired, it says in that one book, my swan song was this. See?
Student activities.
Now, when you come into a school, say for instance, you got in and if you saw this, it might give you an idea. Now, there's some artwork. And if you're interested in art, that might, and then you see, I'm working on something with the college right now. September 1, we're going to come up with this cluster historical. Say, even at my retirement, I've been retired for 20 years, and I'm still active. And September 1, we're going to set up this cluster thing, and I called the Cheyenne Rappos, and they're going to take 2,000, 2,500 out of the bingo money and put it in on this space. And what we come up with is going to be engraved and etched on that granite.
Yeah.
For the 5-county area is going to be involve the railroaders, Fort Reno, reformatory farmers, and the cowboys and the Indians, all that made that 5-county area famous. And each one of them will have a space, something depicting why this group was famous for this area. Now, we're going to sit down and decide this by September 1. And I called the chairperson the other day, and I said, "Now, this is my last go around." I said, what I want to know, I said, are you interested? Oh yes, we're really interested. We want to, because I said, you were here first. Your Cheyenne Rappos, your people were here first, and you deserved for the world to know that you were here first. So therefore, if you're interested, I said, you're the only group I've contacted. I said that if you're not interested, somebody else's money can put this up. But if your interest is not behind it, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
So if you're interested, your money's behind it, the interest of the Cheyenne Rappos is behind it, it's going to mean something to the outer world. So it's in the smoke signal. Now this is the idea of this book.
Student activity.
You got students. You're going to send them to school. What do you want them to be? What do you want them to do? What kind of contacts do you want? All right. So you send them smoke signals. See? Now there's students, and you send a message to the superintendent, and then you send a message to the tribal council. See? That's the idea. See? All right. Then you write a letter to the student, and the superintendent, and this is your intention. This is what makes your school tick, in my estimation. See, now your tribal council is having a meeting. Everything should, from the school to the tribal council, they should be consulted. There should be a tie up there. All right. Then what kind of hobbies? Now, when I went to school, uh, you know, there were some things that I learned. What was my hobbies before I came to school? Making peace pipes. See? I learned that from my grandparents before I ever went to school. All right. Uh, at school, you get all these, learn all these things: horseback riding, knitting, fishing, and all this kind of stuff. See, we're going to involve your kid in all this activity. See? And these are the clubs that you can belong to. See, and what you do on a rainy day. Now, I learned this at camp, summer camp, in Camp Crosley, the YMCA camp. Kids came to camp. Their parents had to prepare rainy day clothes, something to keep your feet dry, raincoats, rain caps, swimming activities that bring so much. Well, you got all these ideas. You know, you tie your parents in with the kid that they send to you. See? And what do you want them to bring to school? See? Now at Haskell, when we had an exhibit there on the 75th anniversary, we had display cabinets, see, glassed in, and I borrowed those from Kansas University. They were unused. They were in the basement of their library. And someone told me about it, and I asked them, and they said, "Oh, sure, go ahead and use them." See, I would send trucks up there, and they brought them in. Right down that gymnasium, we put showcases with all glass. This way, this way, this way, see, all up and down the gymnasium floor. And then in order to get the kids involved, I said, "All right, now, all you kids from the Billings area, see, the Blackfeet Indians, see. Yep. Now this is yours, see. You decorate it. Contact your mom, your grandparents, your dad, your uncle, anybody. And we want it to be good. Everybody's going to come to see it." So the Blackfeet tribe and the Sioux and the Crows and Navajo and so on, we grouped those by group effort. I said, "This is yours. See. You need one, you need two. But put something on there that speaks for your tribe." See. And boy, they brought the stuff in there, beautiful stuff, you know. They put them all in this, and I got pictures of all that. See. And so when the 75th anniversary, Imogene put on a pageant there at the stadium and told about the first beginning of Haskell. Showed Jim Thorpe coming in. Showed him leaving at age 15 to go to Carlisle. And they showed the history of Haskell in that pageancy. And they go to the gymnasium and they see this exhibit. And I had all the students that went there that became famous as artists. Dick West, for instance. Yeah. I had him come up. I came down, I drove an elongated bus myself. I came down to Bacone and picked up all his artwork and took it back up there. And we put it all up around the balcony of the gymnasium. And then Lone Star Dees, my football coach from Pennsylvania, brought pictures down. And then we had a lot of other artists too. We put all their works on there. And we publicized all the people that were connected with Haskell at one time or other, their artwork and anything that they did. See, all right. For instance, rainy day games. You know, what can we do inside? See, now this, you're teaching prospective parents. They're there now, see, in school. What do you do on a rainy day? When you become a papa or mama or what, your mind goes back over here. Well, we learned this at school. We're trying to connect Then play school, play safely, see. We connect the hospital and dental, all this kind of school transportation. Right now in the Oklahoma City area, you're talking about shortage of bus drivers. Dope, they cut off all the dopesters.
That's right.
And you're thinking about school safety and all this kind of thing. This is current stuff. See. It goes on today. And you got all your signs and so on. There's a lot of things. There's so much in a person's life. Now, for instance, now you in the matter of Indian Sign Language, when you don't use those things, you know, they become dormant a little bit, you know. And well, history, music, arts and crafts, any of that can be dormant. Now, my artwork, if you call it maybe craft work, my peace pipe making, you know, all the time I was in school, I never touched it. After I got a retirement, went into retirement, 4 years after I retired, I started making pipes again, see, and you know, that kind of thing. You got a pipe from me, didn't you?
Yeah.
All right. I sold one up there the other day to a banker in Colorado Springs. I knew him, and he always wanted one. He came to my cabin the other day when I was up there. Then there's an artist up there. He's a pottery man. Well, he has a doctor's degree in medicine, but he got tired of that. He went and he started making pottery up there. And I know where he lives. And I went over there and didn't see him, but his wife was there. And beautiful. He wanted something relaxing, see. And he got him a cabin out there somewhere. They can eat and they can sit there and watch deer down there behind their cabin, see. Quiet. Said he left California because it was about to run him crazy out there. Well, I bought a piece of pottery from him for my daughter. Well, he in turn, I'm going back up there a week from today, to Colorado. And I didn't see him, but his wife said, "You bring a pipe." He said, "He wants one." So I'm going to take him a pipe. Well, he's just going back to this kind of thing.
Yep.
If you're a good musician, you're going to continue. I play the harmonica, you know, the old moth organ. I
Yeah.
can still play the thing.
Yeah.
I get out once in a while and practice. I got Indian flute. I play a little bit. I do crafts. And I do a lot of history. I told somebody the other day, I said, what do you do to keep busy? They said, well, I said, I do a lot of historical stuff. I said, that maybe entails going into people's attics and fighting the cobwebs, stuff like that. I said, you might find some interesting things to talk about. You can't sit down.
Nope.
And, you know, because you get stiff in that old rocking chair. Well, then you had to, in order to did you read this?
Yeah.
In order to
Now, what is it?
well, it's a human interest story. It's called Potawatomi Good Samaritan. Well, now you don't read this in the book, anyplace. I heard it from Bill Majikton, an old Potawatomi Indian that was on my committee there when I put up that the art display in Haskell when I was on staff. He came every morning. He and Dr. Kennedy was an early day coach at Kansas University and helped at Haskell. And Mr. Birch
who started the commercial business department at Haskell in the early days. He was still alive there, and I was fortunate enough to have those three guys from way back there come every morning to the auditorium there. I had a big coffee pot there and had rolls and stuff there, and they'd come out there and they'd sit there. And out of that, they talked. They brought pictures. They brought old time pictures, and they brought tales that you never read about. See? And out of this came, you see, C.E. Birch knew Bill Mashikton, and they're all gone now.
Yeah.
Well, he told us story how the Potawatomis in the fall of the year would go hunting out towards the foothills of Colorado. See? And right here, Nicodemus, Kansas, was the end of the trail for a group of blacks that were freed from slavery. They told them to go west, and they came to Lawrence. They didn't know how to pioneer. They didn't know how to do anything like that, see. And because of the people there in Lawrence, so they say, didn't want them to stop off there. They fixed their wagons and gave them food and medicine and so forth, and they shoved on. And out here at Nicodemus, Kansas, they stopped out there, and that was the end of the trail. Their wagons had broken down all that rough rocky roads and no roads. A lot of people were dying, and that's the end of the trail right there. And they were sitting there with winter coming on, the cold winds blowing on, and the Potawatomis came through there and they found them. See, this is a human interest story. See? And Bill Mashikton said that his old-timers told him that, well, most people are not like us, but they are human beings, and they need help. So they shared their food supply, built shelter to protect them against the cold winds, and so forth. Then they went on, and then they had to check on them again coming back, and they gave them half their meat, and showed them how to cure the meat, and so on and so forth. And they saved that group of blacks from becoming extinct. And out of that group came this great black athlete that came to K-State, made All-American, and then later on returned there as a counselor to the black students there.
Is that Gale Sayers?
No, Gale Sayers was Kansas University.
Okay, that's right. Yeah.
This is, let's see, what was his name? Can't think of it right off the bat. His name's in here somewhere. But he, I can't think of that name. I just, well, anyhow, I sent him a copy of this. And he sent me a nice letter back. Said that he didn't know that the Indians had saved his ancestors. Burl Joe Schweitzer is the way Switzer is the way this, our coach here, you pronounce his name there. Burl Schweitzer, he was a great athlete. And he was there in K-State when we went to school there and played football there at Haskell. Because our teams played baseball against K-State, Kansas University, and Oklahoma, and they used to play baseball against each other. See, a lot of people, you didn't know that. A lot of these people don't know that maybe, where's Haskell? See, a lot of people say Haskell's over here in eastern Oklahoma.
So the town of Haskell,
Yeah.
but Haskell's at bottom.
Yeah.
Is it still open, Haskell?
They got new superintendent. They had quite a problem. Now, you asked me where that fit in. I've tried to explain that this little booklet, if you look at it in the proper perspective, it tells you that you as a father, uh, there's something worthwhile going on when your kid goes to school. Now, if you know he's learning good health program by eating, dental care, and getting a lot of good activities and so forth, you're happy that he's gone to school. Yeah. And that's the way all Indian parents are. They say that, well, we didn't have that. We want my son, my daughter to go and go to that school because they've got worthwhile things going. That's the idea of that book.
Do you play, what type of songs do you play in the flute? Is that a fair question?
I just play at it. Just like, well, there's only one, there's only one song that I know by heart, and that was my granddad used to sing it all the time when we were behind a team of horses drawing a sleigh, and the horses would lope. And he wouldn't start running them, he let them walk for a while. Then after they kind of loosen up a little bit, they'll begin to trot a little bit. See? Then after a while, they would maybe just gallop. They call it loping, and they would do that on the trap line. And we'd go along the river. He knew where the traps were. And the horses seemed to respond to his singing. That's the only song that I know.
What song would he sing? What was it?
Well, it's I call it riding song, kind of. And I don't know what title of it was, but I can still remember the way he'd sing, and he'd start out. See, when he'd start singing like that, the horse would respond, see. And the louder he'd sing, they would respond, just like today's kids, The louder the music, the more they get wild, see. Mm-hmm. Well, your horses, your animals respond the same way, see. And I call it the riding song because I've heard that song before. Early morning, around Indian camp, up at Siston, South Dakota, is where my dad was from. They had teepees, beautiful teepees, all the way around. And all their brush arbors and the unsightly things, you might say, are in back of the teepees. The teepees, the pretty teepees were around in a circle. And that's what I say, that I get disappointed, I get disgusted with Anadarko powwow down here. You see so much stuff that, your people come from the east, tourists from the west or where, mm-hmm. And they come up and they're advertising these things, there's a big powwow and so forth. Well, they come and see clothes, old dirty clothes hanging on the barbed wire, and their old brush arbors and old open bed stuff just laying around it as you come into the powwow ground. When I was a kid, the old Indians didn't have that. They put all their nice teepees up here and their brush arbors and their eating places were all in back, see, where people couldn't see. And your buckets and your wash tubs and so forth were in back, see. But they put their best out in front. And around there would come the riders in the early in the morning. We didn't have radios. We didn't have anything that we could turn on. But we had riders, horseback riders coming. Somebody with a good voice would announce. He'd come so many teepees and he'd stop. And he'd announce what was going on, the day's happening, see. And then right after that, why, he'd start this singing. You know, just like that, you know. They'd go on for a ways. This kind of announces that they were coming. And at a certain spot, they'd stop again. And he would make some more announcements. And sometimes the guy was like Willard Scott, you know, he'd crack jokes and so forth once in a while, tell funny things, you know, that happened during the night, you know, kind of a early morning crier, you know, telling what happened during the night, you know. Like maybe somebody's horse kicked somebody's dog or something like that, you know. They tell funny things like that, you know. And maybe during the day, somebody's gonna tie the knot, you know, get married or something, you know, or maybe they have a feast for somebody and somebody's inviting somebody or something. And they'd announce that because they didn't have newspapers and so forth. The town crier sort of thing. And in the evening, too, they'd come around the same way. Evening announcers, you know, when something was going on. And they had what they call council rings, you know, maybe, as I recall, had 3 of them within this circle. It seemed to me like it was, I don't know, maybe it wasn't that long, but it seemed like it was about a mile of teepees all the way around in it. They call it Long Hollow. It was a valley kind of a thing like this.
Where's it located?
This in South Dakota,
Okay.
northeast South Dakota in Roberts County. And well, they had these beautiful setups and so forth, and then they had their teepees and their center poles and so forth. And it's just like 3-ring circus, you know. Somebody's going to perform, some group's going to perform up here and some over here and so on, you know. And so that's what I recall about the early day powwows. And now today, when I go, I went the other day to the Anadarko powwow, and they set it up a week, and half your exhibit building for your arts and crafts was empty. They didn't have amusement park. They didn't have a place there where you can get a piece of good fry bread or you know, Indian tacos, so to speak. You didn't have all that. And a lot of people that we used to go see and say hello to, you know, some old friends and so forth, they weren't there. The crowd was sparse, and wow, my buddy and I went down there, and I said, oh, hell, I said, let's go home. And didn't stay for anything because it was a dismal setup. Anyway, if they're going to have, now, my daughters and I, one daughter was born in Fort Defiance, out of Gallup, and she was saying the other day, said, well, Daddy said, maybe next year, why don't we plan to all go out to the cabin in Colorado and time that where we can go down to Gallup for the Gallup ceremonial. See, says, and want to see that. Well, I said, well, I don't know. I said, my wife, your mother, and I said we went out there and we saw some wonderful programs out there when we were working out there. But I said, right now the TV is. The other night, did you see that Navajo picture? It was a picture on alcoholism or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
And the Navajo people, they're out there in the reservation and so forth, and hardly any jobs and things like that, and life must be discouraging and so on and so forth. So when they get a few chips, they want to forget the world for a little bit, and they buy stuff. And
How many? Now, when you play the flute, are these songs that you've learned over the years, or?
oh no, I didn't have a flute.
Are you
I've got
saying-
one flute. I could play little bits of the on the flute, you know, just to tell, just to have people listen to the beautiful tone that comes out of the flute. See? And I listen to flute music. There's a Zuni Indian that plays, and I have a tape of his flute playing. It's beautiful. Then there's Navajo, Pierce Nakai. And in fact, I asked somebody at Red Earth there, or somebody named Nakai on there. I said, I worked out in Navajo country. I said, I had a student in my group. His name was Nakai. And I said, his first name was Pierce. Why, I said, that's my dad. He was right here, Red Earth. And we got talking, his eyes just brightened up there. And I think he's up in years, you know. Of course, I'm older than he would be, see. But he's out there, he's involved in the council or something out there. Anyway, this Pierce Nakai, this was his boy that's plays the flute. This wasn't him. They knew this Pierce Nakai that I mentioned. Well, it's this boy that plays the flute there. Beautiful. And you see, there's a connecting things between people that write music and so forth, and the way people act and behave today, see. Now, the young people are listening to a lot of things different than what you used to, or what I used to listen to. And we're in a different world. Well, right now, sometimes we're talking about the society of the Bloods and so forth, the kids, the rowdies that are infiltrating into these communities and so forth. Well, they're listening to a lot of things different. They're listening to Satanism and so on and so forth. And the Indians, I heard this yesterday in a sermon at the funeral. And the preacher said that, Indian preacher, he said, it doesn't matter how smart we get in this world. He says there's somebody smarter beyond that. And, you know, he was demonstrating you take kids today, they're looking for something. They think they found it here and they found it there and so forth, but maybe it isn't so. In the meantime, they're sticking their feet in blood or drinking blood or what have you. All right, they're listening to different things. The Indian listens to the Great Spirit. doesn't call him God, but he calls him the Great Spirit because someone had to be responsible for what we have, where we live, and what we have in this world we live in today. You know, the influences, the weather, and the stars, and everything had to be created somehow. See, well, the Indian, Pierce Nakai, he'll stand at the edge of the Grand Canyon. He'll look down, you see. And you stand there at the Grand Canyon, you look down there. You're awed by what you see. And you have different feelings and so forth. Pierce Nakai, he gets different feelings. Far different than yours. He hears echoes. He hears different things coming out of that canyon. See? And you stand there and, oh boy, that's deep. I'd hate to fall off here, you know. And you just wondered how long this here and how much water this would hold, and why old what's his name couldn't jump across there. Your thoughts are different. Pierce Nakai stands there and or any Indian, and he hears noises. He hears the echoes, and he hears the wind, and he hears a lot of things. He's closer to nature. See what I mean?
Yep. Almost out of tape. Another session? I'll keep on going as long as you want to talk.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Right now, you know, we have over 8 hours on tape already.
Is that right? Well, as I say,
Let me shut this off. Thank you.
you know, buy a lot of meaningful historical things from the Indians, you know. Well, they just wouldn't buy them; they'd loan them money, see, for it. And then sometimes they didn't retrieve it. So now Blackfeet are all after that. You know, some of the historical things, you know,
Artifacts,
some
probably a lot of
artifacts.
artifacts. Yeah.
See, a lot of them went up to Canada,
Mm.
and you know, there's, for instance, there was a whole wonderful collection up there at Pipestone, Minnesota. Over a period of time, Indians had pawned their different items, you know, and maybe they passed away and
Nobody
left it. All that stuff, somebody with a lot of money from Canada came down and bought the whole store out, you know, and transferred it into Canada. There was a lot of historical things, you know, that the Sioux people in that area had in that guy's collection, and it all went into Canada. And there it is. That's the way a lot of it up there in the Blackfeet country, all of the border towns, you know. There's a lot of that stuff went into Canada.
Got it real cheap.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, right. Some of them went up there maybe for a sack of flour, like say, maybe somebody needed.
When was this? When did that happen?
Well, over a period of time, you know, from the time the like when the fur traders, you know, I had an occasion one time to accept an offer or reject it, and I didn't condemn it, or I didn't reject it. I just didn't have the right time to do what he had in mind. There was a Jewish furrier from Chicago that had a boy in summer camp up there in northern Wisconsin. And it just so happened his boy was in a cabin with Joe Zeller, professional football player, and he was my buddy. And so when the father's this boy, the furrier from Chicago, came to camp, he had in mind for his cause, since he was in a fur trading business, making fur coats and buying furs and stuff from Indians. He saw me, and he thought that immediately he said, well, if I have him on my side, he would make the Indian connection, see, with the Canadian Indians and the fur traders and so forth along the border. And Joe Zeller, the big guy, you know, he was imposing. He was a professional football player, and was a foreign descent. He was a Polak. And we were good friends, and so together he proposed to us that maybe he would set up a trading post up there, a small trading post where maybe we can cultivate the area, get Indians to bring their furs to us, and then we in turn would ship them to Chicago to his fur trading, fur buying establishment. And it didn't work out. In the meantime, we were considering, see, Joe Zeller, after professional football season's over, he would come up there and we'd spend the winter up there, see, and I would be up there contacting Indians and making it a closer connection in the buying process. So we were thinking about it, and in the meantime, what stopped us from going into it was this furrier. I can't think of his name right now, but he had a storage where he stored all the furs and stuff underground. And back in those days, they detected there was something going on there, and about a half a block away, there was an old empty building and so forth, and they tunneled under the street, and they almost got to his first storage place underground. And they someone detected something like that was going on there, you know, and they caught those people, and then well, that put a stop to our looking in his direction for that job, you know, on the border. So I was connected with that type of thing, you know, fur trading. I guess it was lucrative, you know. But I never did get into it.
Mr. Shepard, I think today I'd like the children's stories.
Children's stories, good. You know, we're, I guess, in the final stages of this recording, and possibly this time or maybe another session. But I was thinking about the stories that are very illustrative in the eyes of the Indians And as you grew up, they geared their stories to your age. In Sioux, you know, we say fairy tales for little kids. In Sioux, we say intunka, fairy tale, intunka. And that's what the Sioux talked about. And sometimes from one group to the other they'll say intunka copy. They put an extra syllable in there. So when we were small, grandmothers and grandfathers would tell stories, you know, about birds, and most of the time it was from one area of the bird world to the you know, the birds that were considered good, so on, and they would point out many of the characteristics. Now, for instance, the eagle. Now, the American people, you know, they thought it was great too, so they put the eagle on the money, on the bills and so forth. Well, then the birds that were considered the scavenger type, the owl, for instance, and then those were considered like the hoot owls, the bad omen carriers, you know, and so forth. Well, then there's the owl, the timber owl, and other types of owls that were considered kind of in between, you know. When you hear the timber owl, it means certain things to the Indians. See? Then when you hear the hoot owl, it means a bad omen. Maybe they're going to hear something bad, see? And some sad news or something. See? Well, the eagle and the good birds, you know, the birds that sing and so forth. See, the Indians they didn't have schoolhouses, school buildings. They didn't have books and so on and so forth. Nature was their field of education. They studied from the ground up into the heavens and to the peaks of the mountains and the origin of the water, rivers, and lakes and stuff. And we talk about it today, you know. Every day we hear that something about that. But you take, for instance, the stories that I heard from my grandparents were the stories that of birds that we put in our thinking caps as the ones that had a decided influence on Indian lives. And to begin with, the eagle, for instance, they used the eagle feather. See, the eagle was one of the most meaningful things amongst the Indian people. The eagle meant something because he was a big bird, a strong bird, and so forth. And when they told their children about the eagle, they pointed out all the good things about the eagle, so because the eagle fly the highest, see? And that's why he's respected. See? He's up there building a nest where he's safe, and we get safety suggestions from our elders with the things they point out amongst bird life or animal life. You know, the animal stories, for instance, the bear. The bear was considered as the bully, as we call him on the school grounds today. You know, you have these big guys and running over the little guys. See? Well, the big guys that are doing that, running over the little ones, we call them bullies out there. See? Well, amongst Indian life, when they referred to somebody as a bear, he's a bully. See, he's just all muscle and you know, just runs over everybody, and he's stubborn and what have you. You see, their stories were illustrating the good things about animals and pointing out also the bad things. And whichever way you want to look at it, you know, there's good things that are happening. And then I take, for instance, the turtle. Now, the stories I like best in growing up was the stories that my grandmother told, you know, and said that grandson said, you know, this little creature has many, many wonderful characteristics. There's a lot of good things about this little turtle. And said, to begin with, he just doesn't run as fast as the rest of them, but he has his mind set on his goal in life, or goal for the day, or whatever. And so he sets out. Said he's slow, but he's got his mind set on the goal, and he proceeds. And says, not only that, but my grandmother pointed out that the turtle was given a shell for protection. Said the Great Spirit created a shell over him for protection, so that he can pull his feet and arms and legs in and pull his head in and stays under that protection. And so in pointing that out, it meant to us that in life, in the pace we set, we're going to meet a lot of obstacles, a lot of dangers. You know, the wolves and the coyotes and what have you will cross your path and maybe toy with you, trying to kill you or something. Well, they're pointing out dangers, but the turtle was created. He used what the Great Spirit gave him, that armor. He'd crawl in there and he'd sit there until the danger passes, and he goes on, and in due time, why he'll reach his goal. And grandmother would say, well, you know, he set that goal, he set his pace, he used what the Great Spirit provided for him for protection, and said, in life, you're going to meet some crossroads where you may have to use your imagination or the knowledge that you have of wildlife and so forth, and what the Great Spirit provided that little creature. They pointed out the good things about all the animal life. So she used to say, in your life, you'll be like that little turtle. And if you are, you'll set a goal, and you'll head that way and use what the Great Spirit gave you for protection when you encounter danger en route to your goals. And this is the type of story they told, you know. I mean, you know, it's just. Then there are stories they told in series. Back when I was growing up, they had silent movies. They called them serials. You know, they would take a portion of the story and make it exciting. See? Just an exciting period. They'll cut it off and say, well, we'll tell you that later, tomorrow night or next night or so. They come to an interesting breaking off point and they leave you hanging, see. And so you're anxious for tomorrow night to come to finish the story, see. Well, they have stories about the spider. Now, the spider is another series of stories that I like, because it points out something that the Indians used as an illustration, that maybe the spider should be pointed out as a focal point in one's life. That if you like a spider, now the Sioux call him Unktomi. Unktomi is a spider. And in actuality, the Unktomi can be an insect, which he is, or if you say that guy's an Unktomi, it means that he's two-faced. You can't trust him.
Trickery.
Yeah.
Tricky.
Yeah. And so this is the Unktomi series that they used to tell us. You know that there are many, many stories attached to the Unktomi. You see, even other species of wildlife dislike Unktomi because he's always a trickster, and he's always thinking that he's going to trick somebody into making the wrong move, and he'll take advantage of it. Now that's Unktomi. And Unktomi is if someone calls you Unktomi in Sioux, they mean that you're two-faced. When you're face to face, you smile and you're happy and very agreeable and so on and so forth. But you better not turn your back, or Unktomi will get you. See, this is the idea that Unktomi portrays in Sioux life, you know, the Sioux world. And I think it probably has ventured into other tribes too.
The Cheyenne have a lot of stories about the spider, but they call it white man
White man.
because of his trickery.
Yeah.
Lots of things going on. Now these types of stories, did they have a type of story that they told in the daytime and then the nighttime, or did they just tell the stories all the time? Is there a certain story for the nighttime and then a certain story
Well,
for the day?
Usually in our tribal group up there, now Charles Eastman, there was 3 Eastman brothers. David was a farmer. John Eastman was a Presbyterian minister. And Charles was the one that they sent to the missionaries, recognized that he had the ability to consume, you know, ideas, give ideas, and so forth. And in other words, they recognized his intellectual ability, and so they sent him to medical school, white man's college, and then pretty soon he went into medical school, and he returned to his people as far as I know, he was the first authentic Indian, a doctor, an Indian with a white man's degree as a doctor. See. He came back to the reservation and he treated his people and so forth. And in the meantime, he wrote down a lot of things that influenced him in his young life. And some of the things that influenced him into the field he went into later on in life, see, that he was going to set a pattern for the younger ones to follow. And so while he was practicing his medical profession amongst his people and everything, he wrote some books. And there's one that he wrote called the wigwam tales. Uh, Living in a teepee at night, they had a fire in there. And the setting was just ideal for storytellers. People were in there, and they would take turns telling stories around campfires. And now this is what he told about. He told about Unktomi and how Unktomi made the certain species of the duck world. He told them not to open up their eyes. And see, this is trickery. Unktomi saw a bunch of ducks swimming one day. He came by pretty close where he knew they would see him. And he put a bundle of grass or something on its back, just to provoke questions. And he went by these ducks, and the ducks recognized him and said, "Hey, Unktomi," said, "come here." And he heard the voice. He knew where they were, but he looked in the opposite directions. He said, "No, here we are over here." He said, well, he knew where they were. So he turned, and he went down there, and they said, "Unktomi, what do you got in that bag?" He said he had a bag of tricks. They said, "Will you show us some of the tricks you got in that bag?" He said, "Well, I really don't have time," but he was coaxing them on into encouraging more questions and so on, consuming their time. So, well, he looked them all over, and he said, he thought, well, boy, he said, I'd sure like to have some duck to eat. But he couldn't catch them, see. Well, he had to get them somewhere. So he told him that, he said, if you'll build a teepee right here, build a teepee right here, and said, be sure and put those stakes close together on the bottom. Close all the flaps, smoke flaps up the top. And said, he told them to build a certain time. The Sioux, their doors to the teepees are round. Well, he told them how to build it. So the ducks got to work, and they built this thing, and then they said, I've got in this bag, says, I have a lot of songs too. He said, I'll sing some to you. You build this teepee and you get inside, all of you get on the inside and make me a place by the doors. And so he goes in there, and the ducks all filed in there, Indian style, going around in a circle. And he talked to them, and he said, well, we're going to start singing. But there's rules you have to adhere to. And that's, said, in order to get the beat of the song, in order to get this song closer to your soul and your heart and mind and so on and so forth, he said, you'll have to close your eyes. Close them real tight. And then when I'll start singing. And then he says, you start dancing. And he said, you start dancing around. So, and he said, remember that the name of the game is don't open your eyes. So he started singing. And the ducks started. In this particular case, the wood duck. Well, he was the only one that hadn't. I wanted to come close by where he was sitting and singing, and he'd reach over, wring their necks, beside him. And he got several. Pretty soon he got a hold of one that had a tough neck or something and made him squawk. Well, the rest of them opened their eyes. Well, he told them before time, said, dance with your eyes closed. He said, if you open your eyes, said, your eyes are going to be changed. You're going to have red eyes. Well, when he made this and squawked, the rest of them opened up their eyes, and their eyes turned red, and they became the wood ducks with red eyes. And that's Otomi. By the time they said Otomi, they caught up with this trickery there. Uh, he had told them to make a pallet by the door. By the time he got his ducks sacked up, and by the time they discovered that, he closed the door, and he had some rocks and stuff piled out there, you know, and he closed the door in order to make his getaways. He took his ducks and he ran off with all his ducks, got what he wanted, and he left the ducks over there. And he told them, well, those that opened up their eyes going to have red eyes. So the wood ducks were the ones that got the red eyes. See, now that's a kid's story that you know, a fairy tale type of story that we told about Otomi. But Otomi was involved in many stories. They'll tell you one story like that, and then tomorrow night we'll tell you about something else. And it just goes on and on, you know. And that's how we grew up. That's one of the stories. Otomi and the bear and the turtle and the eagle.
The deer. Did they ever have any story of the deer?
The deer, right. The all the other types too, the elk, and but deer mostly. You know, you hear about them, you know, because later on in just like Joe asked me one day about what do you say about what do you call a certain animal by name, and I couldn't think of it right there. I think he asked me about the bear or something like that, and manteau is what we call bears. Well, then there are other animals that the Indians have never seen. For instance, elephants. They never saw any elephants, and tigers and things like that. So anyhow, there are many things that were provoked by the actual meeting of a situation, or the meeting of
Can you tell me a bear story? A short bear story?
short bear story.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure. You know, the bear, as I say, is Sue's considered him as a bully and
Right.
always trying to get his way. See, well, the story has it that the illustrative story that my grandmother used to tell. Said that we want you to grow up with the good qualities that the little turtles got character, got made use of all this, what the Great Spirit provided and everything. Well, then the bear. So they tell a story that the turtle had a goal for the day, and he was going along that little pathway that he reaches the neighbor turtles. He was going along there and met up with a big old bear. And the bear saw this little turtle and said, "Little turtle, get out of my way." And the little turtle looked up and said, "No," said, "I'm little and you're big. You can just step over me and go on your way. But I'm not going to." See, one of the true characteristics of the little turtle is that he's brave. See? And he said, "You can step over me and go on, and I'll go on my way." See? But the bear says, "No." See, he's a bully, strong-headed, and he's going to have his way. So he told the little turtle, says, "Now, I told you to get out of my way. And I'm not going to step over." He said, "I just want you to get out of my way." The little turtle said, "Well, you're bigger than I am. But I'm not afraid of you. See. And just as he drew back, the turtle pulled in and got under cover of the shell that the Great Spirit provided for protection, and sat there. And that old bear tried to grab that little turtle, but he couldn't grab a hold of him. So with one swat, he knocked him off to the side. Knocked him off the side, and the bear went on. The little turtle, after danger passed, his head came out, feet, legs, arms came out, and he proceeded on his way. And that's the type of stories that they told. The bear was always the bully. He's always wanting his own way, and he used his stubbornness and his muscle to get his way. The little turtle had other qualities that he used to get along in this world. So that's the story that I remember most.
Okay. Now let's say if a child was afraid, was there a story to tell them? Like if it was afraid of the dark or afraid of animals or just about anything that they was afraid of. Is there a story that they could tell the little child?
To offset
Yeah,
the fear.
right, to offset.
Okay.
fear
Oh
or
yes,
whatever.
and then they've got, you see, on the other end of the spectrum is that they used, for instance, they invoke a little fear into the type of story they would tell children in order to keep them out of dangerous places.
Sure.
Like the dark. When it's nightfall, you can't tell what lurks out there in the darkness. And they would tell stories, provoke a little fear, and maybe not so much fear as respect.
Respect.
For build respect for danger. Say, darkness provides a lot of danger. Thin ice provides, it's dangerous. Cliffs and loose rocks. And
Animals that
animals, yeah, animals that are dangerous. And then not only that, but they're for instance, out in the forest, there's certain types of things like pine needles and so forth that will ignite quickly if they build a fire. So, well, the Indians told stories about falling off of cliffs. You don't know what's down the bottom of the lake. You don't know how fast that river runs. And they pointed out those things through the stories.
Can you tell me a short story about an eagle?
An eagle. Well, I'll tell you a true story.
Okay.
And
that'll be better.
And this happened not long ago. There's many, many stories that I've heard as growing up, but this story actually happened after my grandparents had passed away for some years, and my mother had passed away. And I had my own family, and we were up in South Dakota, and up in the System reservation up northeast corner of South Dakota in Roberts County. That's where my father left some farm property, and I was going up there, and they had moved the agency sometime before that, and I'd heard about it, but I didn't know just what area or where it was located. They said it was southwest of System, and was rolling hills and maybe a few little small valleys and so forth, and they had built an agency out there. And so I came over the hill from Watertown, South Dakota, heading for Siston, and I saw a highway turn at the foothills there. I was going north and east, and then I saw this road heading straight north. It looked like a well-traveled road, so I proceeded on that, going north. When I hit the past a grove of trees and so forth, I saw building a store, like one of those little country stores, you know. They had the one gasoline pump in front, and had a grocery sort of in front of the building, and there was maybe a half a dozen cars parked out there. And so I pulled in there. Just as I was pulling in, there was a car driving slowly, and I went by it, and I had Oklahoma license on my car, and I pulled in there, and this other car, driving slowly, followed me in there and drove right beside me. And so I got out of the car, and I said to this lady, she had noticed that I had an Oklahoma license plate, because she was looking at it as she walked around the car. When I got out of the car, I turned around and I said, "Toka Ninichi." I asked her what her name was, right off the bat. And she looked at me in surprise, because I got out of that Oklahoma car, and here I was talking to Sue. And she said, "Danikota." And I told Sue, I said, "Yes." I said, "Huh." That means yes in Sioux. Well, so she told me her name, and I said, "My name is Pete Shepard, Peter W. Shepard." And she looked at me in awe and surprise. She said, "Peter Shepard," said, "I haven't seen you since you were a baby." And says, "You're Minnie's little boy, Minnie Shepard." And she was a good friend of my mother's. And so she grabbed me and she hugged me, and she just so surprised. And then she said, "You know, something told me that I was going to hear good news, or see somebody, or some special thing was going to happen, because last 3 days an eagle was flying over. He was just flying every day over where I live." And she said, "This is the message that they're bringing me." Said, "And here you are." So, with that, she said, "You're going in the right direction to the agency." I said, "You're going to go down there." I said, "You're going to have a little time out there." I said, "I'll run home and I'll bring you something." She brought me 2 eagle feathers. I still have them. See, you talk about the Indian people, they consider certain things as sacred, you know, like your pipestone, catalanite. They call it the sacred stone. And all Indian tribes respect that peace pipe. some call it calumet, some call it pipestone. I grew up having that stone called as pipestone. Well, white man gives names to everything. And the geologists, every time they see a specific strata of rock or certain rocks around erupting volcanoes, volcanic ash or something, you know, and the geologists give names to all the special kinds of rocks that they discover on the face of the earth. Well, when the geologists found out that famous artist George Catlin had discovered the use of this little red pipe the Indians were smoking. He lived in it and he made pictures. He was an artist and he wrote about them and he made pictures of all the Indians that he would meet. And well, what he did immediately, they showed him where they were getting this little red stone, very carvable in it. It's kind of semi-hard, semi-soft, or whatever you want to say, between two quartz layers. At one time was clay. See? The compression made it a little harder, but it was still soft enough to carve. Well, the Indian says that they found this rock and they found that they could carve this stone and they could make different images out of it and so on and so forth. And they said that was a gift from the Great Spirit. Out of this, the pipe came, the peace pipe. And is respected, and even the non-Indians respected, because from the quarry, the pipestone was given the name after the one that discovered the Indians smoking this little red stone pipe, and that was George Catlin. So geologists, for want of a better name, they call it Catlinite. That's the terminology they had.
Did the Sioux have a name for pipestone? A Sioux name for it?
Well, it was called pipestone.
Pipestone?
Yeah.
Back to the stories. Did the Sioux, did they have any kind of stories for the children to deal with the moon, the stars, the sun?
Oh yeah, very good.
Could you tell me a short story about the stars, or the movements of the stars, or the sun, or however?
Oh yeah, they have stories that, for instance, your Milky Way.
Right.
I think every Indian probably has a story about the Milky Way. See, it's like your the main highway to heaven. You know, like your Interstate 40 across the country, Interstate 70 or something like this. You know, way back there, the Indians had trails all over the world they lived in. And you have highway markers. You're celebrating the Highway 66 just recently and reestablishing the route through Oklahoma. Well, the Chisholm Trail became a kind of a landmark in historic time. Then up there just recently, in one of the papers just this past week, came out with some people were reestablishing a trail that the Bannocks used to come over the mountains, came over into Yellowstone, Wyoming area to do their hunting, see? And then they would return. Well,
The same trail.
Yeah. There was a pass in which they came through, and the first, I have a book that was written by a ranger. He was a professor at Kansas University, And he worked for the government during the summertime. He would go to Yellowstone. He was a tall, imposing ranger. And he would lecture to tourists up there during the summer, so on and so forth. And he had the assignment early in the game, when he became a forest ranger, to reestablish what they called the Old Bannock Trail. The Bannocks came over from the west slope, somehow through a pass, came over, did their hunting, so on and so forth, and they would return. And so they asked him if he would take on this assignment of reestablishing, which he did. And he did it by the visual possibilities where this might be. And he established a fire ring somewhere, charcoal, fireplace. And when he found that, then he would establish that as a campground where they had been. Then he would start off in a direction he thought where the pass was. And he'd walk for a day. It's like Indians taking their time, just walking at a certain pace. And in a day's time, he'd reach a certain spot, and this is where he would maybe camp out. And then for some period of time there, he would circle that area until he found another signs of a campground. And this is reestablishing that Old Bannock Trail. And he wrote it up, and the dangers that he encountered while he was doing it, and so forth. And I treasure that book because he gave it to me as a personal thing. And just last week, well, maybe it was last Sunday, I read where some group was trying to reestablish something like that.
Do something else. Well, it works, it might work. Well, I've heard the Cheyenne talk about the stars so much. They tell stories about, like, the North Star, the Milky Way, like you were saying. They used to tell one about something about the seven brothers and just using the sun, the moon, and stuff. They would tell a lot of stories about the wolf animal. Can't recall any of them offhand like that. Even the horse. If it's just any animal. The fish. I guess every little animal that they had encountered, it had a story to it. And they used to say, I don't know how to suit it, but they used to say that if you tell a ghost story in the daytime, that it was bad. That you told a ghost story at night. And that's what I used to hear, when I was little. With them, well, like the stories you're saying, to beware of the dark.
Oh, yeah.
Don't go out in the dark. They would tell. Well, not real scary stories, but there's something there. That you shouldn't go that way.
They pointed out the dangers, in other words.
The ghost story.
Not to be afraid, but point out, that there's dangers in everything,
And the mouse. They used to even tell stories about the little mouse. The little mouse.
Well, the story, the stars were used as a guide. Now, I can tell you a real personal story about the North Star.
Okay.
Well, not necessarily the North Star, but it was used. The North Star was recognized by the Indians as a star that maybe held one position and all the other stars revolved around it. Like the Big Dipper moves in the spring and in the fall. It's tilted one way, then the Little Dipper, and then like the Milky Way was a trail into the spirit world. Well, they had stories like that. Well, anyhow, uh, when I was playing football on the college level, uh, we played with the high school team, and we holding out all right. Anyhow, we had a football coach, William Dietz, and he was half German and half Sioux. Dietz is a German word, it's a German name. But he had a father that came into the Indian Territory in Dakotas, and he married this full-blood Sioux woman. And he married the Sioux woman, and out of this union came William Dietz. He grew up, he was half German, half Sioux. And then his mother died. And the German father was going to leave that part of the country and was going to take his son with him back to German settlement up in Wisconsin. And he was getting ready to go, and Coach Dietz's mother had passed away, and he was really mourning that situation, you know, and was going to leave. And his mother had a brother, and he was given a name in the way Indians attach names to people, you know, to their deeds or whatever. Was a citation for that person to carry for the rest of his life. Well, he called him Lone Star because as a young hunter, there were a group of young hunters out there, and he was the leader. And during a early storm, while they were out hunting and so forth, they got confused and they got lost and what have you. And they just were lost for several days, nights. And so he used the North Star as a guide. And he traveled by night, and he got these young hunters back alive and back to camps. Well, the old chiefs recognized this as a great feat, that he did use the star as a guide to bring a hunting party back to camps. And so they put him through his ceremonial series of ceremonies and so forth, and they attached his name, a Lone Star, to his name to use the rest of his life. And when William was going to be taken back to Wisconsin, he told him, he said, nephew, he said, you're going to go back with your dad to the German settlement somewhere, and says, I'll probably never see you again. So with that, he said, we can't go through this process of giving you the name and so forth, but he said, I want you to use my name. He said, I'll probably never see you. He said, in your growing up, he said, if you have occasion to use my name, he says, you use it. William Lone Star Dietz is the way he signed everything, see. And that, I played quarterback for him, and before he passed away, he came from Reading, Pennsylvania. He was already full of cancer, and he came back down. He coached. He left us, coached the Boston Redskins, which are Washington Redskins now. See? And he won the Eastern Division, and he retired. And he was sick, and in 1959, brought he and his wife. We brought them back to Frank McDonald, our athletic director. We collected the money, and he was already sick and been pretty bad off. And we brought him back. We flew he and his wife back to Lawrence, Kansas, and he stayed at my house. And this is what he said. He asked me, he said, what are you going to do when you retire? And see, I played quarterback for him. And I said, well, I'll tell you what. I said, you know, when I retire, I'm going to carve stones. Like my granddad and I used to camp out at the quarries. I said, I'm going to carve pipestone. So every trip I make up here, I'm going to take pipestone back to Oklahoma, and I'll just keep taking it piece by piece. And then when I retired, and I didn't start in on it till after I was retired, 4 years. See, I started working over here, see, the Historical Society, and helped out over here. And then in the meantime, I decided, well, I'll reactivate. So I bought my rasp and chisels and files and what have you, and got me some fine tooth saws and so forth, like a meat saw and blades and stuff, you know. And I started carving. And 4 years after I retired, see, and I've been hitting it off and on for the past, say, 16 years. And so Lone Star, before he passed away, I got a letter that said, when you start making your pipes and your shoe, and it says the quarries on it, Lone Star, he signs his name like this, see? And so when I make a piece of pipe, I put on my insignias like this. Lone Star. That's my insignia I use on pipes. That's the true story of the star.
The star.
It's a guide, it's a name, and then, you know, how. Now his uncle got it the proper way, of attaching an Indian name to for performing a noticeable deed by saving those hundreds and so forth. Lone Star, he was too little when he was leaving, and he told me, said, when you leave, said, this may be the last time I'll ever see you, said, or last time you'll ever see me. He said, use my name, Lone Star. So that's how he took it. He took it to Carlisle, played football up there with Jim Thorpe, so on and so forth. And then he went into coaching, and he never lost sight of the fact that that Indian name meant something. And he'd always talk about it in our coaching circles and so forth. He always said, my Indian name is Lone Star.
Do you know a short story of a wolf?
A wolf.
Yeah, any wolf story?
Well, coyotes.
Coyotes, that's a good one.
You know, they tell about the cunningness of the coyote, but the wolf, for instance, is kind of on the side of the, you might say the bear. The wolf is mean and the coyote was the cunning one.
Yeah.
And
You will need to get. Yeah. Okay, sure.
So the wolf, you know, uh, you have stories that characterizes the wolf as the mean guy. See? Now the bear and so on are on probably on the same pattern. They use them as an illustration of the mean side of animal life, or the mean side of how what Indians thought about it. A coyote is more or less the Olddomi type. He's tricky. He'll steal. He'll do this. And all the tricks in the trade. Now the Indians, when you follow them, for instance, the fox too. Fox will do the same thing. You'll see a trail of the fox, and if he thinks you're following him, at one end he'll jump over here and change his direction, or he'll jump over here sideways. And the trail ends there, so when the trail ends, you look around in the circles and see where he landed, and he takes off in another direction. See, now that's trickery amongst coyotes, fox. You know, they all know how to cover their trails, and you know they. So man has learned that animals use. You know, they're given, the Great Spirit provides them to sniff. He can determine one animal from the other, and he can smell danger, you might say, and so on. So the Indians have made a study of that, and not less than a month ago, the supervisor ranger of Yosemite National Park on today's show recognizes. He said today's people, you know, in astronomers and people that study plant life, and the rivers and the terrain of the land we live in and so forth, and where certain floods would occur, you know, so on and so forth. He said, long before we had all this scientific stuff, he said, the Indians, in nature's great space, that was their classroom. See? They knew they could predict weather pretty accurately. They knew where the floods would occur. They knew, you know, where the buffalo would go in the wintertime and where they'd go in the summertime. And they studied animal life, they studied plant life, and they knew where to get paints, certain paints, you know, that nature provided for their costumes and for their putting on their faces and what have you for ceremonial purposes. And they knew where the good drinking water was. And they knew where, like Palm Springs, for instance, an old Indian discovered that spring out there that when he got in it, his arthritis, his pains all went away. See? And this guy was pointing out that we don't respect the Indian enough. The knowledge. Of course, the younger Indians probably are more like white people now. You know, they just day to day. You know, they go helter skelter. But back in those days, you know, the old Indian made a study of certain stars and the way the water flows and the way the wind blows, where to winter out, where the grass is the best, where nature provides medicine out of the ground, you know. And they knew where to go. And I heard a story where there was a certain kind of red paint, maybe a kind of a rust color or something, you know. They couldn't quite find the right paints for painting, putting on parfleches, you know, the rawhide bags and stuff. That's the Indian Samsonite. Anyway, well, and then the Indians came up with cradle boards, you know. I've got one at home. They've got a deal right here, you know, where they put the sunshade over the baby. Not only that, but if the cradle board fell, it was a protection, like the bunker on the car. See? Now, in the car seats, now we had car seats long before that. These cradle boards, you know, they were for safety's sake. You'd strap them in, you know, and lean them up against a tree or lean them up this way for a child to take a nap and so on. These are restraining things that, you know, for the child's safety. See? And we got car seats made for babies now. We got these fancy bags to carry to the airport, you know. Well, we had it in rawhide form, you know. We had different bags. We had matching bags, you know. Same size, put it on the horse, you know. Balance the deal. Now, you see, they studied not only astronomy, not only the way the winds change in the spring of the year, the fall, where the snow's the heaviest, and all this kind of what nature provided. Well, anyhow, this ranger had said we don't give the Indian his proper due. But I can agree why we don't, because there are not that many old Indians left, see, that could tell you what they used to do.
Do you know a story about the skunk?
The skunk.
Yeah, any skunk stories?
Oh, they tell stories about the different scents, and you know, the mink has a certain odor and so on. You know, they get the old hunters way back in there. You know, they if they smell a skunk, you know, there's certain other animals wouldn't be around there. They know that, you know, well, and of course, your animal, your insect life was the same way, you know, the bees and so on and so forth. You know, there's certain areas, you know, where the mosquitoes are, and even the fish. I listened to something on TV this morning told about in California, there's certain streams that brought clean, fresh water there, and then certain places where the water was trapped, you know, and became stalemated and so on, and it affected fish life and affected bird life and all this kind of thing. You know? So, in Nature's Handbook, the old Indian studied it, and he could tell you all kinds of signs that he gets from nature, you know.
Do you know if there's any stories about where the sun came from, or the moon came from, or the stars all came from? Do you have any stories about that you know of?
No, not any specific stories, because at one time, you know, beginning of life, you might say, the white people thought that the earth was flat at one time, see. And as astronomers and the guys that developed these high-powered telescopes, all the scientists, astronomers, and so forth, you know, they helped determine the shape of the world, determine the various things we live with today. You know, there are the Indians were the same way. So they told stories how they thought the world began after the flood. You know, and certain tribes have certain versions of that they were might be the first one, or it might be the original group. You know, that started.
Yeah.
You know, they're all.
Okay, that's about all I have to ask you. But I would like to ask you one thing. I hear so much today, more and more, and I've heard it the last 2 years about sovereignty. I've been wanting to ask you, what is your opinion of sovereignty? I hear these tribes talk about sovereignty. They want sovereignty. Do you think that could ever be accomplished so quickly as they want it?
Uh,
I mean, they want to be themselves, but do you think they're ready?
they want to be. You know, in other words, what you're pronouncing there is
Self,
sufficient.
self-sustaining.
Yeah.
Yeah, self-sustaining. I'm
Sovereignty.
talking, yeah, sovereignty. I'm talking about the governments, everything.
Yeah.
Sometimes I look around and I wonder, Pete, are we ready for that?
Some groups are.
Do you think some groups are? Okay, that's my opinion.
Yeah.
Some groups are.
Right.
What about those that don't? I mean, that don't want it. I mean, I believe that you have to ask them if they want sovereignty, not just give it to them. I think, you should ask each tribe individually, do you want sovereignty?
To become a sovereign nation, they have to be pretty well informed on many facets of living together, and you know.
Total control of themselves.
Yeah, not only control themselves, but to be neighborly. You know, you have to learn to get along with other people. You know, you can't be in a shell by yourself.
That's true.
And you've got to live with other people, and you got to recognize their powers and their benefits to you. And I think, it's a two-way street. However you look at it. Now, if you're talking about discrimination and prejudice, those are facets of life that I don't think can ever be solved.
Now they're ongoing.
There might be soft pedal in some areas. There might be a stronger thing in here. So long as you have the KKK in their hoods and everything like that, the difference between that group of people covering themselves in these Ku Klux Klan hoods and so forth, and the blacks, you'll never get them closer together than they are. See, it'll be an ongoing thing, and I think some groups soft pedal these things by propelling themselves in the eyes of the world. For instance, someone asked me the other day, said, why aren't there more Indians in television? Why aren't there more Indians in newspaper and so on and so forth? Well, my answer to that is this, that the government, when they came into the picture with the American Indian, I always say that people came over to this country to get away from something over there. The first group was the Mayflower group. They came over there to get religious freedoms. Well, we Indians sit here and we watch them come in. Religious freedom. Well, they might get freedom over here, but the religious groups, the Protestants and the Catholics, are still fighting over there in England and in Ireland and in there. It's never ending over there, see. And they come over here, and we have the Protestants and the Catholics and the Jewish people and so forth. And then pretty soon, in today's world, there's different groups trying to promote. They're looking for something. See? They're looking for an answer to something, and all these cults begin to pop up here and there. This is the way to go. See? So there's poison in the world, you know, keeps bubbling up here and there, you know.
That's true.
And so when you look at it, some Indian groups are going to propel themselves to the forefront. Now, I'm thinking about this. Just last Saturday, I went to the Creek Nation reunion at Okmulgee. That's the best Father's Day I've had in my 81 years, I would say. Now, my immediate family had always given me a wonderful Father's Day picture, see. But to have a Father's Day like I did this past week was enormous. It's undescribable, you know, the way I felt. My first school in the BIA, Uchi Mission, Uchi Boarding School, Sapulpa. And I recall when I went to that meeting, I stayed awake several nights before, trying to think of these names here. I'm trying to remember the different ones. And the first guy I met came up to me, came up with a big smile. That was Philip Kuhn. He was held captive in a Bataan march. And he got a big citation after he survived that, came home, and then he re-enlisted in something else and got his big citation from me. And here was Adam Wiley, 3 Wiley boys came. They all came over there, and they all pretty well off because they were dressed nicely, and one of them was in some kind of real estate later on, and Adam retired as a major from the Air Force. These were orphans, half orphans, full orphans, a bunch of kids that I had there. See. Jonathan Fields used to be one of my counselors there, and there was Curtis boys. There was 3 Curtis boys. There was Alexanders, and there was Arjos, and some I went to school with, and some I played football with, and so on. Those names, their namesakes, and their dads, and their uncles, and so forth. Well, these were kids that I encountered at Sapulpa, Uchi Boarding School. And my wife, they named her, they said, how's Miss Shepard, and so on and so forth. We had 115 kids there, and that, all boys, at Uchi Boarding School. These kids were picked up here and there, you know, half orphans, full orphans, not in school and so forth. They brought them there. And the first 4 years, my wife was one of them, and another teacher we just taught them the first things in the educational picture. Then from the 5th grade, they went to public school. Junior high, they went to public school, and then from junior high, they went into high school. And out of that, Adam played football at Tulsa University, his brothers, so on and so forth. See, we gradually infiltrated our Indian kids into this mainstream, see. And I'll tell you, all those kids that I saw there, I was just proud as punch. All of them had made, well, some of them died, you know, of course, like we all have to die, you know. But they were living examples of what kids can do, you know. And they were, I was just, it was like my boys. There was 3 brothers here, and there was 3 more over here, the Curtis boys, and the Harjos, and Williams boys, and I can still remember them. They still, as soon as I saw them, as soon as they started talking, I can picture them as a little boy, see, that we had there, starting them in the school. Some were outgoing and so forth, and that's the way they lived, and then I lost track. See, this was 50 years ago.
That's a long time. What is your opinion on, I suspect you've read about the U.S. court ruled on the Native American church in Peyote here 2, 3 weeks ago in Oregon on 2 Indians. Did you read about that?
Oh, yeah.
What's your opinion about the Native American church today? They're having a hard time to survive, it looks like, again, but they've had a hard time since they've started, haven't they? There's
Oh,
so
yeah,
many
yeah.
things that are ongoing against them, and it's amazing how they manage to keep surviving. The church itself, the Native American church.
Well, see, I interviewed a member of the First American Church, the Native American Church, Glen Lungma. And this first authentic group
Mm-hmm.
was located by Washington and on down. It was out there at Calumet. First unit or chapter, whatever you call it. And Glenn Lumwath was a member of that. And I got a tape recording. It's here in this place. But I read about that. And you see, the peyote, and just a couple of days ago I told somebody about that, how it started. Tonkawa woman was the one that found the original peyote button. She got lost and weak and exhausted and confused, lying out there in the semi-arid desert of West Texas somewhere. And in that weakened condition, and her mind, going in circles or what have you, and she heard voices. I guess the Great Spirit told her to feel in the sand, and these little peyote buttons came up and said, chew those until there's enough moisture in there. And then she chewed that, and it revived her, see, to a certain extent where she could kind of wobble into the camp. She wobbled into this foreign camp because she couldn't find her own group, and they apparently didn't miss her because they left her. See? And she went into a Comanche camp, and she made them understand, and they saw that she was in a condition that warranted some help and everything, and the voice that she heard while she was on that sand told her to pick up some more of those buttons, and she had those in her hand. And she went into the Comanche camp, and this voice told her to chew on that. She said it'll revive you. See? And she went into this Comanche camp, and they heard the story. So they did the same thing, and they found out that by chewing on this, there was a certain revival type feelings that they got out of chewing this. Well, anyhow, that's the story that I got from Glenn. And then you see it spread. They boil it into a tea and so forth, and then the religious groups, and they still practice it in Canada. And then Washington, just the other day, said it was, you see, the Indian, they had this peyote religion, but it wasn't, you see, the white man is now fighting drugs. And in order to soft pedal that type of thing, they threw the Indian peyote religion in there. And the Indians actually didn't abuse this type of thing. So there were certain groups in there, and they had a ceremony, and they respected that, and they used it as a cure for the sick, and they had ceremonial type things, for returning veterans and so forth, and so on. Well, this drug world is rampant. It's just flooded all over. There's no meaning to it. It's just an individual thing, you know, where so so you see, they threw the American Native American church purity religion into the hopper with the
That's
general.
true.
See,
That's true.
the Indian didn't abuse that. See, now if they leave them alone, and you know, they would keep it under certain
Control.
circles, and you know they respected it. It's just like anything else, you know. The purity button was placed here on earth for something. See, the Indian gets his medicines from nature here and there. You know. It's like he gets many types of roots, herbs, and so forth that he used in his medicine bag. See, the medicine men knew all this, and they used it, and they respected it. So anything, you know, you can you can overdo it, you know, and it becomes meaningless. Only it might reach a stage where it becomes dangerous.
Anything, that's in anything.
Yeah.
Okay. What's your opinion on, you read a lot today about the remains, you know, you get a return of the remains, all the skeletons, the bodies that they're going to return into museums, you know, and all the displaying of the bodies of old Indians. What's your opinion on that? Do you think that they should be returned or kept and studied some more?
Well, I'm sure there's mistakes in every area.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes, you know, we know that any bones that you find buried somewhere, you know, it may not be a burial ground, but there are certain things that point out burial grounds, and that's the little ant. You know, the ants up in the burial ground up there in Wyoming. I saw this with my own eyes. The big, huge mounds that the ants, you know, ant hills are called. And they're really, sometimes they're 2 or 3 feet high, maybe bigger in some space, but the ones I saw were somewhere ranging maybe the 2 feet range in height, you know, and the circumference of an ant hill might be 4 or 5 feet, something like that. Well, some people out there, the ranchers, have found that looking at these ant hills, they found these little colored beads. And then they found out that maybe there was an Indian burial ground there where they buried beads, shells, and different things in there. Of course, you might say this, that now these burial grounds would have to be after beads were imported in these countries. Now the Indians didn't have beads. They had shells, and they had seeds that they used.
Bone. Some type of bone shell.
Claws and teeth, and elk teeth, and so on for ornamental purposes. But you see, way back in the 1400s, they discovered beads around Augusta, Georgia. And that points out that the pioneers, the settlers, and the people that explorers that came over in this area of the country, you know, they carried with them things that they could trade, or you know. And they came over to this country, and over around Augusta, Georgia, they at one time, before that time, they said there was English trading posts there, and then also that there was a military set up there, see, a fort in that area. Well, there wasn't anything there done because if the trading post was there and the fort was there, the inhabitants of those two areas probably had beads and so forth, and when these trading posts and forts and so forth disappeared into the ground, they don't know whether they got burned out by the Indian or whether they somehow they just vacated it, and whatever they had went into the ground. See, just like these ant hills, you know, the ants bring the beads up. Well, there was a way back there a guy by the name of C. Story. Was a government worker, and at night he'd go around and look for Indian arrowheads. See, and he was looking on the ground. They call it about 20 acres of ground that was plowed up, and they dug all these. He was looking for arrowheads, and found out that there was. He discovered little colored beads, and so he got so intrigued that he started. He hired everybody around those plantations or small farms and so forth. He hired those people to come and follow the plow. So they call it this 20-acre patch that produced these beads that the Indians got and dig these beads. And then he hired all these people, and by the time they collected all these beads and everything out of that patch, they had over 20,000, 25,000 or something like that, beads, and they separated these, and they weren't all the same size. They weren't regular size. They were all different sizes and shapes and different colors. And they strung these, and this is what the Indians had. Now the white man found out that the Indians liked these colored beads for decoration, so they went back to Yugoslavia or wherever they came from, and brought more beads back. See? And they used these as trade. See? And they take a string of beads. These became trade beads amongst the Indians. You have a deer hide, some kind of hide, and I'll trade you these beads. Trade beads. That's how you read in history of the trade beads and so on and so forth. And these beads were not all the same. Some were different shapes and different colors and so forth. And I have a set of those. But anyhow, that's the story behind the beads.
Okay, well, I want to thank you again, Pete, for talking with me.
Well, we'll, we're still, on that tape, we're supposed to talk about my tour in the BIA.
Oh.
But maybe we can do that another time.
Okay, that'll be fine.
Now, see, we talked about stories, legends, and tales.
Yeah.
And
the bear, turtle, eagle, wolf, the stars, moon, and the child story about things that fear, and not fear. That's what Joe was wanting to know about, basically.
Yeah.
So next time we can.
Now, the final chapter, I think, of my taping, I think we're approaching that. And I look at it this way, that one's tour in life becomes a regular road map of what he's done, where he's been, and so forth. And we're approaching that. And, then your memoirs, your autobiographies and historic notes and the reunion papers, all this. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Oh, okay. Well.
Where is the bathroom? It's down the hall, isn't it?
Yeah.
you guys have anything you want to see, particularly in Washington? And he said, what I want to see, he said, I want to look for George Washington's wooden teeth.
George Washington's wooden teeth. That's a good one, isn't it? But they're all rotted.
We're doing next 30, 45 minutes.
And nothing really, I'm just chasing my correspondence.
I'm going to be...
He's the mayor of Palm Springs. See, I went out there when I left Concho in '55. I went back up to Lawrence, Kansas. Governor Docking appointed me to represent the Indians of Kansas in this governor's Interstate Indian Council. There's a story about that. I don't know whether I told you or not, but we went out to one of our meetings out there at Palm Springs, and that's when I found out that the richest tribe, the richest group of Indians in Oklahoma, that was 1960, was Agua Caliente Indians, a part of the Mission Group, and they owned that area there, Palm Springs. And they
would be pretty well.
Yeah, you see what they did there. They had one of the old gentlemen went out. He had arthritis and stuff, you know, and see, they put the Agua Caliente Indians out there in that area because it's kind of semi-desert area, you know. And he didn't have anything to do, so he was just walking around, you know. And he found some water out there, springs, and he got in it to take a bath. The longer he stayed in it, the better he felt. His arthritis, rheumatism, whatever happened, and you know, he got better, and so. And then he told his, you know, tribal members about it. You know, he said there's mineral water there, I guess, and it made him feel good when he took a bath in it. Well, that's why they call that Palm Springs, you know. And then as soon as you see the Indians were placed there because kind of undesirable area, you know, so they put the Indians there. And when they discovered this mineral water and the beauty of the desert out there, then the white folks tried to buy it back, you know, I mean, try to get it away from them. And there was a smart member of that tribe, McManus was her name, and her mansion kind of is up there on the hillside, the mountainside there. She was the smart one. She said, well, they put us out here in a semi-arid desert because it's undesirable for you know, people to live there, you know. So they put us out here. Well, this old Indian found out this mineral water. There's a lot of good things about it, see. Then they wanted to buy it back. And she said, no, we're not going to sell it. So they kept it, and then all the rich boys, you know, they started to see the desert area as a place to play golf and so on. And then the Fifth Avenue shops in New York they have to lease everything. See, they didn't buy it. So the tribe gets the lease money, you know, for all these high-powered companies that set in stores and stuff there, you know. And then the movie people moved in, you know, and all these golf courses and the Agua Caliente Indians as a result, you know. At that time in 1960, every child that came into the world, immediately they put $136,000 in the bank for that child. And
They're the richest Indians in the
They're
world.
still the richest here.
Yeah. Uh, so that is the way the thing went on. This is our team that. No, there's Lone Star Dietz. Played for Carlisle.
Turn around this way.
The what?
Turn around this way so I can see it.
Oh,
Yeah, like that.
yeah. Just yeah, this is the 1928-31 football squad. It's changed some, but these we have several people in here that have made good. They've turned professional football players. He went to New York Giants, and there's Charles. He was decathlon champion in 1930, and then he was on the United States Olympic team later on. He's my buddy. I came down from South Dakota with. And Oliver Dufin, John Levi's brother-in-law, and he was later head of the printing department there at Haskell. See? And there's Costill. See, the Costill Rupert, and this is Victor, and that's Rupert. And then there was another Costill boy. There was three of them. I can't locate him, but later on he was head of he was in California University. Rupert Costill had charge of a big printing establishment out there, and he died just not recently. And they wrote to me, they wanted to know what his Indian name was when he was playing football. And but I didn't get it out there too soon enough, you know. And, here's John Crow. He was at one of our centers. He was later Commissioner of Indian Affairs up there, following Bennett, Bob Bennett. See, Bob Bennett was one of our schoolmates there at the same time this team played. See? And we have a variety of Indians here. There's Creek, Harjo, and there's three Barlows in here. Now, he was later with the police department at Albuquerque, and then Joe Barlow is head of oil company in Lubbock, Texas. See? And then there was another, I think Amos was in here somewhere. But you see, all these guys, after football, after Haskell, all made good. A lot of them got their, well, most of them got their degrees. See, some of these boys went from here to Texas Tech to school. Now the Barlows went, and then there's Dumas Freeman. He was at one of our centers, and he went out to was coaching Boise, Idaho, high school and so forth, and he made quite a name for himself out there as a coach. And Lone Star Dietz, our head coach, was Jim Thorpe's teammate, and his name is Dietz. It's a German name. His mother was half Sioux, and I mean full-blood Sioux, and his father was German. Then when his mother died, he went back to the German settlement with his dad. And then since he was half Indian, he went to Carlisle after his dad passed away, see, in Wisconsin somewhere, and got on the same team as Jim Thorpe. So, and there's your old Pappy right there. See? I played quarterback for him. Bud Hendricks, Haskell Murphy, Wilson. Now, see, this guy graduated from Nebraska University after he left here. He started working up there and got his social work degree and everything, and he was a social worker, see, old Wilson. And he was good enough to be offered a membership in or they recruited him, you know, the baseball New York Yankees. they have a farm team in Kansas City, and Haskell used to have a baseball team and play the spring workout type of games, you know, in Kansas City Blues. And they saw him play with Haskell at shortstop, and they wanted to sign him up. And he wouldn't sign because he said, I can't play ball every day. Had bad knees. Well, anyhow, there's Louis Weller right there. He was All-American. Knute Rockne, the famous Notre Dame coach, saw him play one time and then read about him the rest of the season and put him on his All-American team. Bobby Holmes transferred after Haskell quit big-time football. He went to Lubbock, Texas. And there were several that had a chance to go, and I had a chance to go to Lubbock, Texas, play for Texas Tech. But I didn't go, and some of these guys did. Barlow went to New Mexico University after that, and he went to Lubbock. And then John Prim, right here, he went to Lubbock, and he got his engineering degree out there. And Charles Bernard, right here, Charles Bernard was electrical engineer out of Texas Tech. See, Jug Miles, Osage, didn't have a jersey big enough to fit him when he came up to. He weighed 335 pounds. Big man right there. And so Ward, he's still alive, my backfield coach. I went out to see him just not too long ago. Well, anyhow, Laurentino and the Costos are all members of the California Indians. Now, there's a representative group of tribes from all over the United States on his team, see. And this bunch here, we played for, 1928 to 31, 1929, the Depression started, see. And we all played the Southeast Conference team at Soldiers Field for a benefit game, this bunch here. And, you know, so I was doing a little research on what these guys did after Haskell. And you talk about an Indian team, you know, sometimes you hear about these Oklahoma football team now, you know, a lot of those guys never finished college. And a lot of those guys, you know, fall by the wayside. So they're good athletes and so forth, but they don't pursue anything after football. So you talk about these Indian people right here and Indian football team, and they all led a worthwhile life after Haskell. They all most of them got their degrees, and as I say, now there's Caddo, Harry Smith, and Louis Weller. They're Caddos and they're buddies from down, and I think Harry's still alive. And there's only a very few of them that are alive out of this group. But, that is part of that.
Okay.
That's the reason I brought that.
Today is April 5th,
April 5th.
1990. And this is Joe Todd and John Sipes, and it's a follow-up interview with Mr. Pete Shepard. We were discussing about the stories that you tell people, the different types of stories. Could you just tell us briefly the different types of stories that you tell?
The type of stories we used to tell, I heard from my grandparents, and their stories is kind of like fairy tales, and they talk about different birds, different animals, and so forth. And you know, the type of stories we got was making the young people respect animals, the creation of, you know, wildlife and everything like that, and so on. And then we have stories in which one type of animal is you know, kind of a bully. The bear, for instance. The Sioux consider the bear an animal that's not too smart. He's just all muscle and you know, kind of a mean customer. And so they use him as an illustration in school setups or any groups, you know. If there's someone that acts like a bully, you know, they say he acts like a bear, see, all muscle and maybe lack of brains or something. Then they compare, say for instance, the turtle. My grandmother used to say that they use that as an illustration to children. The turtle has many qualities, you know, it's very desirable. And she used to say, grandson, if you when you grow up, if you just remember the turtle, the turtle in daytime makes up his mind, you know, comes out of hiding, he's going to do something, and he sets a goal for himself. He wants to go that direction or that direction, see? And so he starts out. And my grandmother said, now, this little creature, he's slow, but he's made up his mind. He set his goal today, or this year, or for life, or something. He sets a goal, and he goes after it, slowly but surely. And he said the good Lord put a cover on his back, you know, for protection. And so he said when he walks along towards his goal, it's just like you will meet a lot of obstacles in life. See? So the little turtle comes along there, and the animals come along, and the coyote and the wolf, and so on and so forth, and they want to bat him around, you know, maybe eat him or something, you know. And but the good Lord made protection for him, a cover, so when he meets problems and serious situations, why he pulls in his legs and pulls in his head, and he sits there. See? Like when he meets a bear, you know, and they try to get to him, why he sits there. The wolf or anything else, he sits there until danger passes, and then out comes his legs, his head. He goes on until he reaches his goal. And said, there's a lot of character to this little creature, and said, when you grow up, he says, just remember that we want you to be like a turtle. He says, set a goal and start forward, you know. It says, when danger comes along, the Great Spirit has given you the qualities and the knowledge how to protect yourself. So when danger goes by, you go on and reach your goals. Now that's kind of a story that they tell.
What's the C word for turtle?
Turtle. Let's see, just a minute. You caught me there. Turtle. Kea. 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 You know, it's I guess it kind of represents the cover and so on. So, and he pulls his head in and his legs underneath there, you know. For protection is that shell. Sort of place to hide, see. And so they named this little creature Kea.
What's the word for bear?
Bear is I can't recall you caught me there. And I know my Sioux language. See. I don't want to say something wrong. Well, anyhow, it'll come back
Yeah,
to me.
that's fine.
And,
You mentioned that you have stories to teach the children respect for animals. Could you
Yeah.
tell us a few of the stories?
respect for animals.
You know, you just said that.
Yeah, right.
What are some of those stories?
Well, you take the turtle and you take certain birds. Now, the eagle, for instance, flies the highest and so forth. They have a lot of respect for the eagle. And now, the eagle feathers and so forth, you know, you can is used by the Indians all over as a symbol of greatness. And when an eagle flies over, it means something to Indians. You know, it's like my kinfolks up in Sisson, South Dakota one time. I stopped to ask for directions up there, and she knew I was Indian, but she saw my automobile license from Oklahoma, and she said, I asked where the agency was. She said, well, you're on the right road. She said, you just go down here a couple of miles and turn left, and the agency is over there. And so when she got through explaining where the agency was, I said, Dokadanichiapi. I asked her, what is your name? And she was surprised because she saw this Oklahoma license and so on. And she said, you're a Sioux. And I said, yeah, my father was from here. I said, he's from the Sistan group, Wahpekute, leaf shooter. And then I said, my mother's Santee Sioux. And I said, my mother's Minnie Shepard. And at that time, she just grabbed me and she said, oh, my Minnie Shepard, one of my dearest friends, she said, and you're her little baby boy. See? And so, you know, she said, she started, tears came in her eyes, and she said, you know, I knew something was going to happen because the last 3 or 4 days that an eagle's been flying around my house way up there in the field somewhere. And she said, that meant something. And said, here you are. Said, this is it. So she gave me 2 eagle feathers just that day on that account. I went to the agency, and then she came back, and she went home and got these eagle feathers and brought them to me. See? And I still have them over at the house. But they show a lot of respect. And then there's a lot of animals and a lot of birds that are you know, disliked because they maybe show a little you know, the wrong things in life. You know, they're a bad omen, so we used to say, you know, like the hoot owls and coyotes and things like that. You know, when they come close to your house and they howl, the coyotes, and then the hoot owl, if he comes to your house and hoots around there, you know, bringing bad medicine, bad omen of some sort. So they label all animals, and some are good and some are bad, and some mean a great deal to the American Indian as a whole, and the eagle is one of them. So
Do you have an owl story?
an owl story. Oh yeah.
Tell me.
The owl is the hoot owl, for instance. When he comes to your house and is around in your area, and you can hear him, he's bad omen. And I heard one time John Lovejoy and his wife, Hannah Lovejoy, 2 old Sioux couples, you know, they said they heard a hoot owl in the middle of the night. And John was a heavy sleeper, and Hannah slept pretty lightly, you know, and she heard this hoot owl. And so she woke up John and said, why don't you go out there and to chase that hoot owl away. So he got his gun, got his shotgun, and went out. It was kind of moonlight, and he saw an object up there against the trees up there. So against the skyline and against the moon, and so he leveled down on it and shot the old family cat on the tree. And you see, the cat was going up after the owl, see. And so Hannah, you know, she got mad at John. She said, John, said, here you killed our best cat, see, and so on. And she said, well, told me to go shoot the hoot owl, and says, and I saw him up there in the tree, and says, I thought that was him, so I shot him. So that is, they're, you know, the Indians consider that bird.
Is there any stories on the Cheyenne side? I've heard my old great aunt, she was talking about crow, that they never did eat the crow. It was kind of a guard
Taboo?
for the king or something. Yeah, a taboo or something. I couldn't recall. Is the Sioux, were they the same way with the crow?
Oh yeah, they didn't consider him as a
Bird
food
to eat.
food type world, and now they didn't, you know, like the geese and the turkey and the grouse, like we used to call them prairie chickens and so forth. You see, the quail was not well known amongst the Indians way back there. You saw the grouse, and after the pheasant was introduced from China, you know, they put them in the northern states and so forth. And you see, some of the Indians didn't know what a pheasant was until it was brought into this from a foreign country. The Chinese people had the pheasants, I guess, or some group, you know, and they brought them over here, you know, and they put them in places where they began to, well, that was a game bird. It was kind of like a prairie chicken, you know, and the Indians used prairie chicken and the turkey, but not the crow. And there are other birds that other people eat, you know, but not the Sioux.
What do, I've always heard them talk about a water bird. What exactly is a water bird? Do you know?
Water bird. Well, I presume that they saw the crane and all these little birds that whistle, you know, whatever they feed along the shoreline, you know, and they're little water birds. Birds that hung out around the water, the lakes and streams and so forth, and they feed off maybe insects and things like that that maybe float ashore.
You know, they always talk about the water bird when they talk about peyote meetings and stuff. When they talk about the water bird, they have little paintings of the water bird to represent a peyote. So I always wondered what exactly was a water bird. So that's clears that up. I've heard a lot of the Cheyenne stories, and my great aunt married a Sioux from Rosebud. And he used to tell a little bit of stories, and I never did hear him talk much about the buffalo, what it meant to the Plains Indians as a whole, but that was the whole source of food.
Yes, for the Plains Indians. See the deer and the wild turkey and so forth. That you see, my Sioux people originally were up in the Iroquois areas, the Great Lakes area, and then the Iroquois Nation. They kind of expanded and they ran the Sioux out of the Great Lakes area. See, and they came out, and then they came out of the lake area, the forest area, and they became Plains Indians. See, when they came out of the woods, and they had to that's when they became acquainted with the buffalo and stuff like that.
Antelope.
But while they were in the woods and so on and so forth, some of the Indians ate bear meat and the wild turkey and the deer, animals that they found in the forest areas. See. And as they came out of the forest areas, out of the Great Lakes and so forth, became Plains Indians. Well, then they had to resort to what they could find, like rabbit and deer and antelope and things like that they found out in the prairies. Buffalo. Buffalo became the main source of food and clothing and type things like that.
Do you know any type of a connection or a story to, I've heard a lot of stories they talk about up in South Dakota, Bear Butte. I've heard a lot of stories about Bear Butte, talking about animals, how they were involved. I didn't really know, how the stories went. Animals connected with the Bear Butte. Do you know anything about any type of stories?
Thank you.
There? It's
No, I
near
don't.
Sturgis
I don't
or
know the.
something.
I don't know the connection between Bear Butte and other. Because the Indians as a whole were acquainted with the bear. See,
Yeah.
and sometimes, you know, they named. Well, this is like the English people. They name highways and streets and states, counties, and things like that. After animals and so forth. But the Bear Butte, that it could have been derived from, where the bears hibernate sometimes. Around and they might say that's where the bears hibernate in the wintertime, or in the areas, wooded areas around a butte. And then of course the Indians used the buttes as they see it. That, like you hear the twin buttes and so forth. As landmarks. Highway marks, so to speak. Across the nation. Now they use rivers. And they use now the Black Hills, for instance, is named like the Black Forest over in Europe, see, over near France and so on. It's a dark green evergreen, and off in the distance it looks black, see, and that's the way it is up in South Dakota. So they say the Black Hills. Well, it's black with a dark green type of fir tree.
So they call it the Black Hills.
And there's a lot of hills and a lot of places named after animals. The whole state of Minnesota, for instance, a lot of the towns are named after Indians and Indian events and so on. Like Stillwater, for instance, they tell a story about Stillwater, Minnesota, up there. If you ever looked on a lake, you'll find there's some place on that lake it's just water's real smooth. Next time you get to the lake, you look for a smooth place, maybe out this way, maybe out that way. See, and they say that maybe it's just the wind currents and so forth that causes this smooth place on the lake. But the Stillwater, Minnesota, was named after Susan. They were telling a story that, you know, a lot of these names come out of imagination. See? They said that they were told that you shouldn't drink out of this lake, and some Sioux didn't obey the warnings and so forth. And they said he leaned over in the lake and he drank this water, see? And because he didn't obey the warnings and so forth, when he drank that water, he said his head turned to fish. See? And as he turned to fish, his body grew to be a fish, and the only place for him to go was to slide into the lake. See? So the story has it that Stillwater was caused by after this legend that he didn't heed the warnings, and he turned into a fish, and now that big fish is lying on the bottom, they say. That's why that water is still across that lake. Now that's the story they tell of Minnesota. And there's a lot of towns, for instance in Minnesota, Shakopee, Minnesota. Well, that's a number. It denoted something that happened that happened to be 6. Wancha Nupa Yamrito Zapta Shakta 6. See, that's the way they count. So something happened that involved number 6 in that area. See, so I don't know whether it was 6 people that came there and settled there, or anyway, it became the town grew up and they called it Shakopee, Minnesota. And a lot of towns are like that, and a lot of towns are named like that in Oklahoma.
Back when I was in high school, I took my gray aunt to some powwows up in South Dakota, and you were talking about buttes and eagle. We went to one powwow, Eagle Butte. It was south of
Eagle Butte,
south of McLaughlin. I think it was. That was named after a bird that would be Parmley. And there was another town was named after a bird that was on the reservation. Can't recall right away. Do you know any stories about the badger?
Badger?
Yeah. Have the Sioux got anything that they talk about the badger? How it's the underground people?
Yeah, they dig straight down.
Yeah.
Now how far down they go straight down, we don't know. But the badger, I know its claws are out like this. Just dig away. Anyhow, I don't know the particular story about the badger, but there's a lot of stories about the moles and digging underground and so on. They have little stories like that. Now I was thinking about. You asked me about the bear. It's Monteau. Monteau is, we say for bear, Monteau. It took me a little while to think about that, but one of my mates, and he's dead now. Monteau Allen was his name. They liken him to a bear, see. He was kind of burly, and he was always pretty stout individual, see. And he was built like a bear, see. So as a kid growing up there, he was about 3 months younger than I. He was one of my playmates. And then there was a guy 3 months older than I, and he's still alive. And Andrew West, and he became a priest, Episcopal, and he served people out there in the western South Dakota. And he retired and he's home now. He's kind of sickly right now, and he's in the nursing home at home. But Andrew was 3 months older than I, and Monteau Allen was 3 months younger than I, and we were schoolmates and playmates and so forth. And old Andrew and Leah Robb and I started the so-called kindergarten at Flandre Indian School. So when the last time I went home, I saw Andrew and I said, "Hey, I said, the school we started up here is still going strong." And, they try to close all these schools. Your Wilson was out there, when we had all this cattle programs, swine programs, and dairy and wheat farming, and everything was going real good. See, and all these boys learned how to put the seed in the ground, and they harvested, took it to Yukon, bring it back in flour, and then they took it to the bakery and learned how to bake bread. See? Well, and then they'd raise animals and so forth, and they'd exhibit them in Fort Worth, Kansas City, and Denver, and Oklahoma City livestock shows and so forth. Well, we had a real good going thing, and then pretty soon the government says you're in competition with private enterprise. So instead of getting your own milk, sell your dairy herd and buy your dairy products from somebody that's already established and so on, and quit baking bread out here and said just buy it from Rainbow Bread Company or something like that, and quit farming. See? And this cattle program was eliminated, the swine program and so forth, and they just choked the thing out, and they said, "Don't wash clothes out here at Contra." Send it to Crystal Laundry in El Reno. See? And everything we had to buy, and there was no learning process left for those kids out there. I was there, and I was sick and disgusted with the whole program, but that's the way it was. See, they just snuffed it all out. But Everett was out there when he was working the farm, and he learned to do a lot of things, like the rest of the boys in the high school. The girls learned to bake bread, and they learned to cook, and they had home economics and so forth, all derived and based on what Cheyenne Rappos had out there. See, right now there's nothing going on. Just
Did you ever hear any stories? I used to hear a lot of stories that were talking about when I was small, there was always talking, how they would sit out on the porch in the evening when it was hot and cut a watermelon and they would talk. And I couldn't understand the Cheyenne that much, but my great uncle, him being sued from Rosebud, Michigan, he would tell some stories, animal stories. There were always about horses, the horse. Seems like the horse was always in the stories, and he had heard. So that must have meant a lot to the Plains Indian, is the horse.
Well, the story about different animals, they the beast of burden, and they say they had to travel, Of course, they had to have the horses first, We didn't have horses until the Spanish people brought it in, and then the Bannock tribe.
Which tribe?
Bannocks and the what's the Chief Joseph out there? Nez Perce. The Nez Perce was the one that developed Appaloosa.
Quality horse.
Yeah. They, over a process of years, crossbreeding and so on and so forth, and that's the true Indian pony.
Yeah,
A lot of people think the spotted pony, the white and the brown or black. They thought that was the Indian pony, but the Appaloosa was first. They raised him because he could go a long distance. He had a lot of stamina, and he was built for running long distances and what have you. And the Nez group. Now I got this from when I was at Concho. We had a program there that we put a lot of kids that were half orphans. We had some kids from Nevada, and we had some from Navajo country. We had some, from Wyoming, other areas, that the social workers had sent to Concho, because they were full orphans or half orphans, and we had them in school out there. And we had this one boy from out there, Nez group, located in Nevada or somewhere in that area. And I had this boy. He was very homesick, and he just seemed like he was not with us most of the time. He wanted to be home. He missed his mother and his brothers and sisters. And he missed his dad because his dad died. And that was the reason he was with us. We tried to make him feel at home, and I have proof in this particular case there. He would feel so badly that I worked out a deal there where I would call a social worker out to his home, and I'd say, get this boy's mother on the telephone, and we'll let him talk. See? Maybe he'll feel better. See? So we'd work that out on a long distance phone. And so this social worker out there would tell the mother, that to write letters and so on, and they would correspond. And around Christmas time, sent him a package. This boy's mother sent him a package, and they found out, living in a dormitory, he opened his box, from home, and he had it. He opened one package up there, had a top coat, and he was a little boy, see, and his top coat would fit me. It was big, and the kids teased him, and kind of made him feel badly, and then of course there was a lot of other things she sent. Instead of sending him money and maybe trusting us to buy it for him where he was, why she sent a package, and none of the clothes fit him. I have that top coat yet in my cleaned, and pressed, and hanging in my house right now. I bought it from him, see, and I took him down to J.C. Penney's in El Reno, and I got him a coat that would fit him, see, and I bought him clothes that would fit him, see. We got all this other stuff that was ill-fitting, and so we tried to make that boy happy, and then we got him on a listing out of Albuquerque. There was a organization out there that was looking after orphans and so on and so forth, and getting sponsors from all over the United States, people that had children that are growing up and gone, left the nest, and they were in a position to sponsor somebody, orphans or half orphans or something, and he got a letter. He was on that list in Albuquerque, see, and he got a letter from a couple from Georgia, And they said that they wrote him a nice letter, and they said, your social worker sent us a picture of you, and we understand now you're at the Cheyenne Arapaho School in Oklahoma, see? And we want to correspond and write to you every week. So they started that. And this mother would send the nicest letters. It said now in the springtime, summer vacations, and if you wish, we'll send you money and we'll show you how to get down here, and said you can work with my husband. Says he's a mechanic and so on and so forth, and you can work with him and learn the little things about the trade, you know, and so on. And in other words, we're going to do for you what we can. See? And then they said, you know, you ought to be proud of your heritage. So they sent him a picture of a Appaloosa horse. I have that picture in my house right now. If you ever come by there, I'll show them to you.
Yeah, I'd like to see
That Appaloosa horse. And it was too big to put on the wall any place, you know, because open dormitory, you know, other kids would tear it down. See? And so I got him a billfold. And I had Bill Wyrick. He lives in El Reno, you know, and he does photography work. And he reduced this picture of this Appaloosa to a pocketbook size and put it in the pocketbooks. So that little boy could have it in there, his name and so on, in that billfold. And you see, this is the way we worked with Indian kids, half orphans, full orphans. Sometimes they say that, you know, the people in the bureau and so on, some of these schools, and it's true that some don't have any compassion for kids, you know, and so on and so forth. Well, I'm a little different. See, I grew up half orphan, see, and my dad died before I was 4 weeks old, see, and I knew what it was, you know, to grow up without a father. And so when I started working, why, I always had a feeling for kids that had to grow up without one or both parents, see. And so that is the way, and I've got that picture, that horse, it's in a little frame like that, see. And I got that top coat still in my house. And in return for all this, you know, and I've always wondered whatever happened to that boy, see.
Do you, you know, I grew up and I went to school, Clinton, Oklahoma, where it was predominantly white and few Indian students. And, I've always felt, I didn't think about it then, but I've always felt now, if the school systems would, well, if they would try to accept the fact that Indian students, you just can't teach them history and say just a little bit about it. You know, you've got to lean more to the culture that they grew up in. I guess that's you know, what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
But I think that there should be just a little bit of a change in that.
They ought to be proud of their heritage, in other
Right.
words.
Yeah, and teach more of it in schools. You know, but not just push it on them, you know, but, you know, teach more than what they teach. Because you know, like some of the battles that the Cheyenne fought, they might have had that much in the page. Just a paragraph. When it happened, the date it happened, who was involved. You know, a chief was here and there was a fight. And I don't know, I guess what I'm trying to say is we have a lot of Indian students that are dropping out of school at an alarming rate these days. And I've always tried to wonder what was the cause of it. Could it be the school systems themselves, or could it be maybe they're going against two cultures? Maybe they're caught between two cultures, you know, modern society, or what is it? Do you have any opinion of what that might be, the cause of the alarming rate?
Well, I think I grew up in in a certain cultural period, you know, when there was a lot of transition,
Sure.
and see, the government itself is responsible for a lot of things that, you know, they said they were going to teach the Indian, and as long as the sun came up, you know, and the rivers ran and all this kind of thing, you know, and the old Indians stayed with it. They, like I was saying a while ago, our older people instilled a lot of this background history through stories and through folklore and through customs that we had, see. And the white man comes in here, and at one time they wouldn't even permit Indian children to speak their own language. See. They said, "You're in a white culture now. You learn to speak English." And I've had that shoved down my throat when I was kindergarten. See. We don't want you to hear. We don't want you to be talking your native tongue. See, your Sioux language. We want you to learn to talk English. See.
In
That
school,
was,
this is in school.
yeah, that was in school, see, preschool. And so I've often told this story, and I said that that teacher, bless her old heart, she was doing what she was told and what she believed in, I guess. She had the first graders and second graders in the same classroom. See. And Andrew Weston and Leah Robb and I sat in the corner there with little kindergarten stuff, you know. They'd say, "Here's a pencil, and here's a block, and here's paper, and here's a pencil." Now you sit there and you name these things. See. And that's probably our English lesson. See. And so we don't want you to hear. We don't want to hear you talking Sioux. So with that, she turned and started working with the first and second graders. And here we sat over in the corner there, and she said to learn to talk English. So I said, "Here's paper, pencil, here's red, here's block," so on. You know, it's like she told us to say it. So I was doing what I was supposed to do. See. And then pretty soon they came and got my attention with a pointer. You know, tapped me on the shoulder. You know, and said, "No. You're talking too loud, see. We want you to keep still." And so they took a piece of paper, put paste on the end of it, and put it over my mouth, see, like this. And there I sat, you know. After she said, "Learn to talk English, and we don't want to hear any Sioux, but talk English and name all these things that are in front of you, see." And this I was doing, see. Irregardless of who was around, I was doing what to, and here we were, the three of us sat there, and they said we were talking too loud, disturbing the rest of the people, see. So they pasted our mouth, and there we sat, see. Well, you know, the older first and second graders over there, they looked at me and had my mouth all pasted up, see. And just, you know, just a natural reaction. They'd laugh at me, and I had my mouth pasted, and I said, and I found out that if I wet my tongue and wet that paper, you know, it got soft, and I'd punch a hole with my tongue, like that, you know. So when the kids would sit there and laugh at me with my mouth pasted up, I punched a hole in that paper, you know, and I'd stick my tongue at them, see. You know, getting back at them, see. And it was something that I learned young and laugh at. You know, people would make fun of you, you know, and you had to come back and do something, you know, to retaliate, see. And young and laugh, this I learned in the beginning. But you know, my wife never did go to government school, and I did. I started at Flandreau, and then pretty soon they said, "Well, you should go to I think the first, second grade, they had, on the corner of the government grounds, Mile Square, up in Flanders, they moved a schoolhouse, little schoolhouse on the corner. We call it the Little Red Schoolhouse nowadays. We had a little country school there, and they put a teacher there, see. And she taught us over there the first grade and the second grade, because we were apart from the big group, you know, so we wouldn't be embarrassed. And the reason for that was, too, you know, my mother and Andrew's mother, they were instrumental in getting us out of that school because there were some older kids there, you know. And during the noon hour, they'd put boxing gloves on us, see. Yeah, and take us in, because we were little, you know, just barely, and they'd make us box, see, entertaining the rest of them during noon hour, see. Well, when my mother heard about it, and Andrew's mother heard about it, this we don't want, see. If you're taking our children, you know, and making them box in front of them so the rest of them can have a lot of fun, you know, and so on, watching them and so on. This is not what we think ought to be done, see. So that's the way it took all of us little folks out, you know, and put us in our own size school over there in a little red schoolhouse, and we were taught there first and second grade. And then from the third grade on, I went to public school, see.
Off the reservation?
Yeah, it's downtown, see.
Yeah, downtown.
And so I told my wife that, and she, of course, she went to public school right from the word go. And I said I started in public school in the third grade. And I said I had the opportunity to grow up with those kids. See. Well, when we got to high school and so forth, like Charles and West Haver and Robertson, Milton Robertson, there was 4 of us Indian boys on that football team. Well, Lord, we were on a high pedestal the time we got to high school, because we were all, you know, pretty good athletes, I guess, and we had a state championship team there, you know, and we were held in high esteem, you know, on the plateau, you know, and so forth, because we grew up with those kids, see. My wife and I said that, this might sound like we're biting the hand that's feeding us, you know, working for the government schools and so forth, but I said, you know, I heard my older people say that if we're going to be a part of society, you know, the people here, you know, we have to live with everybody, see. My granddad farmed with Scandinavian people up there in Minnesota, and the Bohemians, and the German people, and all types of nationalities settled in there, the early settlers. Well, my granddad farmed with those people, and he learned to talk their language, part of it, you know, like French, and Swede, and Bohemians, and so forth. He'd always say at the table, now this is what the Swedes say, you know, and he'd name things on the table, you know, in their foreign language that he'd learned, see, farming with those people, and they accepted him up there, you know. He was a farmer. He farmed just like the rest of them, see. And they used to take carloads of hay into the Twin Cities, you know, and then he used to tell me that they'd bring back in bulk. They get barrels of apples for $1, flour for $1, and so forth. They'd take their hay in to trade it in, you know, and then bring a hay rag full of groceries back to wherever they lived, you know. And that's the way my granddad started. See. My background was like that, and I settled in the Flandreau area there, and the 25 Indian families in there that moved in there and lived just like anybody else. They all had about 40 acres of land apiece, you know, homesteaded. And we raised enough off of that, and I grew up, you know, working in the garden. You know, they had rhubarb, and they had beans, and they had potatoes, and they had corn, and squash, and everything. They had everything that they could raise on that 40 acres, and that's the way I grew up, see. That is my background. It was a non-reservation setup, and it's still that way. See? My dad is a reservation Indian from Siston. See? Uh, you know, he was from Siston Reservation, and he was under the rule of the government up there. See, Flandre was a non-Indian reservation, and there was a school there that was established by missionaries, Stephen R. Riggs and John P. Williamson, white missionaries that serviced that area, and so they named that school at Flandre Riggs Institute to begin with. See, and then later on they changed it. And John P. Williamson, the missionary, started the Presbyterian Church on top of the hill. This Presbyterian Church is the first Presbyterian church in the state of South Dakota, still active today, and it's on a national record, national register for historic places. And see, Stephen R. Riggs, John P. Williamson, the missionaries were very instrumental in my people going the way we did, see.
Sure.
And so here you take a reservation out here, and I've experienced that, you know, through my dad, you know, how they lived out there on the Siston Reservation. And so I saw two avenues for me to travel, see. And so I went that way, but I still retained my Sioux culture, my grandparents, and in fact I got a lot of the foreign influence through my granddad, because he grew up with so many nationalities up there. You know, he was 15 in 1861 when they had the Minnesota Massacre up there at Mankato, and they hanged 38 Sioux chiefs up there. And he told me all about it. I was sitting on his lap there, and he was telling me about what the interpreter had said, you know, and all this kind of thing. And 1861. And he and his parents, you know, then Lincoln had told them to round up these Indians and put them in the compound because they had broken the treaty. They didn't break the treaty. It was over hunger. The Indians were hungry. Lincoln said, "We're going to feed you out of that warehouse." And he was spending all the money on the Civil War, see. And so I still talk about this type of thing, you know, when I'm asked to talk to groups and so forth. All wars, now in order to tell kids today that all wars have a decided effect on wherever you are, it'll have a decided effect on the economy, or an economy, if it's up, you're all right. If it's down, you're suffering from some of the things that you don't have now that you used to see. And so Lincoln was spending all the money down here in the Civil War, and he forgot to put food over here in the warehouse. And the Indians were starving. And so these Indians up there, these two young Indians, they were out looking for food, and they couldn't go outside. Now, Lincoln told them, said, "You can't go outside of that area. Said, don't bother the settlers, don't bother white people, and you can't go hunting. Said, we'll feed you out of that warehouse." And he spent all the money on the Civil War, and he forgot to put food in that warehouse. And the Indians were starving. So two of these young Indians went down somewhere and looking around, and they saw an early settler's home there, and they saw chickens out there. And so they said, let's go ask for some eggs or chickens or something to eat. You know. And they went there, and the settler's wife was there at the house, and her husband was out there plowing or breaking ground or something close by. And they went there, and they told us, they were trying to say we want some eggs, but they didn't know how to say eggs. And so one of them said, you go out to where the chickens stay and get an egg and show it to us, and so we would say, well, how many we wanted, you know, eggs. And they couldn't speak English. Well,
this one boy went out there and got some eggs, and he reached under a chicken and a hen, and they all fluttered out. It was a setting hen. See, all the chickens all flew out of that, making a lot of noise, and this lady's husband was close by and saw all this commotion going on, and he thought that those young Indians were molesting his wife. So he had a gun on his plow or something, and he took this gun and shot one down, see. He shot one down right there, and the other one got away, and he went back and told him, see. That was Little Crow. Little Crow led the uprising that night. They went out and burned the settlers, and just retaliated that night. And you know where my Little Crow is buried? They had him in the museum, see, up in Twin Cities. And Jess Wakeman, one of the great grandchildren, the last thing he did, he lived in Flanders. The last thing he did, he went to the highest court he can go to and got those bones released, and they reburied him. Here's my family plot at Flanders, and they reburied Little Crow's bones right there. He was the one that led the uprising in 1861 in Minnesota. And I'm supposed to tell this story Saturday to some student that's wanting to tape it. And now that's a true story, and that's the way I grew up. But my wife and I have always said that I was there at Concho, and I said, don't take these high school kids, my voice wasn't hurt. Don't take these high school kids, take them out of here and put them to El Reno. It won't work. Take the little ones, put them in El Reno. Let them grow up with them, see. This will work a lot better. Well, and when they moved, they said, no, we're going to move the high school. They closed the farm. That gave them an excuse to close the farm because there was nothing for these high school students to do. They moved them all downtown, and one boy and one girl out of that whole group of Concho kids that went to El Reno High School finished school there. The rest of them dropped out. And I told Jink Simmons, the coach there, I said, now, I got Scott Harrison, I got several boys in there that, Lamont Yellow Eyes. I don't know, you probably, Everett might have told you about it.
Everett knows.
Well, Lamont was the only one, I think, finished the high school football season. And every night, I'd get in that Ford bus, and I'd go down there and do practicing. I tried to keep Concho kids into that program, and I said that Jink Simmons, the coach down in El Reno, I said he won't play these boys because he has to cater to the white boys downtown, the football, the lawyer's son and the doctor's son and the businessman's son. They have to play, see, and Concho kids. And I preached this to this, I belong to the Kiwanis Club there in El Reno, and I said, whenever we have anything out there at Concho, I said, you as a civic club, I said, I want to see you out there, see. I said, these kids, they don't have a father or a mother or somebody close at hand to come see them play football or basketball or box or something. See. They don't have anybody, their parents. And I belong to the Kiwanis Club there, and the Kiwanians ought to come out there, take the part of the parents, you might say, and adult approvals is what these kids need. So I said, you ought to come out there. And some of them did, and some of them used to come out Sundays on, if they have a time, they come to our Sunday school from town. Well, this is what I pushed, And I told that Kiwanis Club, I said, now I joined this club here, and I said, I'm going to help you down here. So Harvey Dozier and I started the Junior Olympics down there. He's a Kiwanian. And then we started the Kids Day parade in El Reno. And we worked, that was my contribution, see. And we'd bring Concho kids in there. We trained them, to run in the Junior Olympics and be in the parade and stuff like that. We tried to, I tried to bring those kids in so they can associate with another culture, you might say, and compete on a friendly basis and so forth. And we used to come down there and we'd win all these relays and things like that, see, down there. But I used to tell my wife, I said, "Now, you didn't go to public school." LaDonna Harris, Senator Harris's wife, Comanche, she never went to, and she was, I had her on my committee at the university, and she was
Which university are you talking
OU.
about? OU.
See, I went down there and did all my administrative work and all the advanced work. My wife did too, and got all her advanced work above a master's degree. We got our master's degree down there, and then so on. Well, anyway, we tried to. I told LaDonna Harris, I said, LaDonna, I said, she was on my committee, and I took them down to the area office. One day they gave us a day off to pursue our assignments. So I had the government school and how it operates and so on and so forth, the underprivileged group. See? And there was a priest from Oklahoma City that head of a Catholic school. Then we had superintendent of the girls' training school to come see, wayward girls and so on. Well, and then we had a lieutenant from St. Louis Police Department that had, he would talk about the, that element, that he finds as a detective so there was 5 of us selected to give a special report, because I was head of Concho at the time, and so they decided that, so LaDonna was on my committee, and there was a home ec person and this lieutenant from the St. Louis Police Department. They were on my committee. We got in a Volkswagen and went down to area office, and they went to interview different people in that area office for our committee report. And but I finally convinced LaDonna that there was a place in the world for a government school if it was run properly. I said, you get too many people coming in these government schools. It's a civil service job, and so on and so forth. A lot of people that come into these places are really not interested in you or me. See? They don't care less. They care less about your shine, history, and your background, and so forth. They care less about my suit people, and so on. So we have a lot of people that enter the Bureau of Schools they don't have any compassion, any heart for teaching Indian kids. They're not sincere. Not all of them. There's some very good employees in the Bureau, and the kids today probably, the men and women today will turn around and remember these people. Now a lot of kids come to our house. I know Imogene was at home. She's in a nursing home now. And I said, there's a lot of kids that come to El Reno and so on and so forth. They'll come in there and they'll sit down and talk to us for a while. And some of them even, I said, I know two sisters, or two girls. They weren't sisters, but they were at Concho. And they have families. They married to Sack and Fox and so on. They lived around Shawnee, see. Meek's girl was one of them. They came back and they had their own families, and they used to tell Imogene and me, said, they said, we were poor and we didn't have anything, but said, you people made it worthwhile out there at Concho. They said you had something going on all the time. They had boxing, football, track, and farm program. You had a lot of entertainment, donkey basketball. They said you kept things going and it kept us interested because we didn't have any money to, to squander here and there. And so you guys made it interesting for us. And now they said, we tell our own kids, no, when I was Contra, we was poor as Job's turkeys, church mouse or something, But, we had a lot of fun.
Sure.
There was something going on all the time, so that was the way it went. Did we wear something now?
Cheating was by herself Well, how y'all doing?
Oh, we covered the waterfront there. We talked about schools, we talked about Indian culture, and we talked about government schools, and we talked about how we looked at things from the outside, how we looked at the white man's world. See?
Well, I knew John could do a better job than I could.
There, you know what, I went to the funeral parlor yesterday, and I got one of these guide sheets, preparing for the final road, or something, and I think somebody ought to, or maybe you've got one, see, a format for the things that you want to hear in history, things you want to hear in education, things you want to hear in the Indian graduates of what they're doing. Maybe it might be in medical field, or it might be in sports world, or it might be in education, and so on and so forth. I think that if you develop a guide sheet of some sort, that we can. Now I can talk Sioux. Now it took me a little while to think of the bear, Monto, and Kea is turtle, and Zitkata is bird, and Wombly is eagle, and we just have all kinds of things, and sometimes some of my Indian people up there, when I get home, I talk Sioux, and they said, and I call up there at the office at home, and some Indian girl would be on the telephone, and I'll say something to her in Sioux, and they don't understand it. And I'm sure that you have some Cheyennes, probably they quit talking, learning their own language, their own tongue, and so on. And as far removed as I am, and as long as I've been removed, I can still talk Sioux. It takes me a little while to get things kind of squared away, but I'll go home there, and when I get with the Sioux, it just comes back to me.
Is there an old language as opposed to a new language for the Sioux?
It's like in your establishment, you don't talk English like the English people do. See, yours have changed.
Well, what I'm referring to, I was talking to Bill Carty, and he said there's an old Comanche spoken by the old people, and there's a new Comanche spoken by the younger people, and there's a difference.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Is that the same way with the Sioux?
It's like your English. The Englishmen over in England, they don't think you talk very good English. See, the way they talk it. See. Yours has changed. See, every time you go to another area, see, you talk. There's people in the South talk a little differently than the people in the North Country. See, and so well, for instance, Sioux. I was telling him that my grandparents and my granddad and his parents ran off into Canada during when Lincoln said round up those Indians. A lot of them went up there, and there's a lot of Sioux up in Canada still. But there was a George Eastman, the son of Reverend John Eastman. He was a American League ball player, and back in those days they used to, after the ball season, they used to get a bunch of them get together, and they go to these towns and different places to barnstorm, just to play ball, and
earn a little side money. Well, he said they went up in Canada, and he made it a point to write a letter to his mother uh, and mail it wherever he was on Sundays, and to establish when she would get that, you know, when it was mailed and so forth. And then by the postmark and so forth, she'd know where he was, you know. And he was up in Canada, in a little town just across the line there, barnstorming with other league players, you know. They get together, you know, play ball with the town team, you know. And they were up north of Montana, and said he was going to on Saturday, I guess it was. He was going. Well, there was a lot of Indians sitting on a curb, some little town somewhere, and so being a Sioux, you know, he slowed down and walked slowly and listened to them. And he said he understood some words that they were saying, Sioux. So he went and mailed his letter, and then he came back, and he got his cigarettes out, give him cigarettes, you know, and lit up, you know, and then he sat down and talked. And they were surprised and said, he said, I heard you talk, and he said, you're Sioux. Yeah, they were Sioux, but their tongue had changed, you know, their language had changed, because being away from the mother stock, it had changed, you know, they said things a little differently, see, and that's the way some of that works out. And
Well, like my grand uncle being, he's a Rosebud Sioux, and you're, what would you say, assistant?
my dad was assistant Sioux, and my mother was Santee Sioux.
Okay, I've heard him teach some Sioux to me, you know, while I was just small, and would be eating, and he would teach me a little bit of Sioux, you know, like salt, Minisquia, Wajapi,
Was up his gravy, yeah.
Wakalepi, coffee, I
Coffee.
think, and different words he would
Yeah.
teach me.
See, we say minikata,
Yeah.
hot water, you know, and then you know when you add a little coffee to it, it becomes, then they like Missouri River, you know, it's muddy. Sometimes for a joke they say that looked like Missouri River, it's all riled up, you know.
And one word that I'd never forget that I had a hard time saying was aluminum something.
Black woman,
Uh,
Hasapa is black, skin's black.
He taught me so much and I would forget, and then here would come my great aunt and she'd talk Cheyenne to me, then I would get I would get it thrown together. And she would say, no, don't throw the Sioux words in there with your Cheyenne. And, you know, he would teach me Sioux and she'd teach me Cheyenne, and I'd get it all bundled up and get it all confusing. But she died and he's still living and he's old, but I still recall some of them old words. He's teaching me this and that.
Yeah,
It's all the same though, basically.
Right. You see, I was telling Joe that my Santee Sioux talk with a D.
The D.
Yeah. We say Dokia Da. Oglala say Dokia La.
No, that's interesting.
They have that L out there.
Right.
And so when the Sioux, when Santee Sioux, you know, when we see a Oglala Sioux, you know, and they start talking, you know, fast, we have to slow them down, because
they talk fast.
we say sounds like they're ringing a bell. That's what the Santee Sioux say about the Oglalas, you know. And then sometimes we describe people by the way they talk, you know, like Iashija means Germans. then you know, they describe the way they talk, and then sometimes they describe people by the way they dress. Uh, my granddad used to describe people by the way they dress because he'd say, "Sky" means Episcopal, wearing white, ska. And then, you know, they named the black cloak, you know, for the Catholics. And they had to manufacture words. See, the Sioux didn't have a lot of words until they met another culture.
Mm-hmm.
Now, like they don't have word for pie.
For pie?
Pie, yeah. So, the Sioux had to invent a word to make pie. You know, they put fruit in there and then cover it. That's the way they describe pie. They say that you put this in, then you cover it, see, to describe pie. And you see, a lot of that, they, it's just like any other nationality. You know, you have to invent words. It's just like your code, or you know, it's just you had to like your sign language, for instance. Now, if you don't practice sign language, you know, you just can't.
Yeah, that's
See, Joe asked me about the sign language one time, and you know, I forgot some of the signs. You know, you can see, you know, when you fork tongue, and you know, you make signs, and it just signs are just plain signs to make the other guy understand.
yeah,
See?
that's all.
And that's all there is to it. See, and you know, like they say, my Sioux people, I don't know how they say it, but I saw one guy said, pine, hair, ska, white hair. So this is the way he'd say, pine, and he didn't know how to say white hair, so he snow, see, you know, like that. See. Yeah.
Like, I believe my great uncle was telling me the Sioux called Cheyenne Shahila. People in foreign tongues. Shahila. Maybe I'm saying that wrong. That's been some time ago since I thought. But if he's around me and he talks these little words that he taught me, I can pick them up again.
Yeah.
But if I don't hear them every day, they get way off. So language is, and that's a dying. I mean, you know, I can see.
Yeah, well, I think what you're probably trying to say is that maybe that language, Shichila, that's what Oglala say. That means, you know, not too good. Shicha. Shicha means some person's no good. See,
yeah.
Some animals are no good.
Shichila, Shichila.
And say over in Sioux, in Santee Sioux, we say Shichida.
Shichida. Well, I never could hardly talk with him. You know, he would say, "Now say this," and it seemed like you'd have to roll your tongue. I just couldn't get it out.
Oglala Sioux, they roll their tongue quite a bit out there, you know. And
that's the dialect, you know, he was talking. This just was amazing. On your pipes, I was telling you a while ago, I attempted to make a couple of pipes, and they came out rather well, except they cracked them.
oh,
I was doing something wrong, evidently. Maybe I let them cool too fast or something.
well, of course, you work on the stone when it's cold. I mean, you know. See, I learned from my granddad. You know, they had the hand
Yeah.
auger at the time. You know,
Yeah.
before that
Yeah,
was
that's
they
what
had
I've got. I've
they
got
had
one of those.
they had a little. I got one for I demonstrate with a stick with a tiny arrowhead on it. You know, flint. So you can put that on there and do like this. You
Just
know, dig a hole.
the old way going down through the
Yeah.
board.
You know, that type of thing. But when my granddad was, he had these, you know, the top of the thing, you know,
Yeah.
he had that, you know, or work it this way, you know.
Yeah,
That-
however you hold it, you can
Yeah.
kick it in there.
But now, you know, I use a vise, I use electric drill.
Oh, you use the electric
Yeah.
drill? I'd be afraid that I would bust the pipe.
Well, you start in, you have to hold it fairly straight and work it easy, see,
Yeah.
and you know that kind of thing, you know. You'll have to come over. I'll show you how
Yeah,
the thing works
I'll
out.
be over sometime. But
I need, yeah, I need to